Chapter 1951, Skillfully Dealing with a Fire Scorpion. Laws were something that one couldn't see and touch, but it could be felt. Just like the time when Zhao Hai became stronger in the Arc Continent or the Divine Realm, he knew he could no longer stay because the laws were repelling him. Zhao Hai couldn't see the laws nor touch them, but he could feel it repelling him. Before Zhao Hai became an immortal expert, Liquid Silver was repelled by the Soaring Dragon Realm. This was due to the realm's laws. Any realm has its own laws, and if your strength was outside the limits of those laws, then the realm would repel you. But Zhao Hai didn't expect the laws to strengthen everything inside a realm. This meant that the laws were more powerful in the Soaring Dragon Realm. After thinking through these things, Zhao Hai's expression became sullen. If everything in the Soaring Dragon Realm was strengthened, then what about the True Spirit Realm? The True Spirit Realm was a higher realm compared to the Soaring Dragon Realm. It can be said that the reason the people of the True Spirit Realm sent those from the lower realms to the Soaring Dragon Realm first was to make them adapt to the environment of the True Spirit Realm in advance. In other words, the environment of the True Spirit Realm was similar to the Soaring Dragon Realm, but much stronger. Zhao Hai was sure that if average immortal experts don't pay attention, they would be harmed if they were hit by the lava of the volcano. It seems like the tasks had hidden motives. Everyone needs to be more careful. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a vague spiritual fluctuation. He couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that he met a fire scorpion. Zhao Hai reduced the speed of the Hell King's ship and slowly moved towards the spiritual fluctuation. Zhao Hai doesn't dare to be careless. The beasts in the Soaring Dragon Realm aren't easy to deal with. Before long, Zhao Hai detected the location of the fire scorpion. The fire scorpion was hidden under a rock on the volcano. The rock was quite large and there was a hollow area beneath it. This is the hiding spot of the fire scorpion. Zhao Hai could clearly see the fire scorpion. He originally thought that fire scorpions were red, but now, it seems like this wasn't the case. It might be due to the frequent eruptions of the volcano, but its surroundings were covered in ash, making it look black. Therefore, the fire scorpions were also black, only the top of their tails were red. Not counting their tails, fire scorpions were 3 meters long and a meter tall. It also had huge claws. Although it was lying in place without moving, Zhao Hai didn't doubt its combat strength. Zhao Hai didn't do anything to the fire scorpion. He carefully circled around without attracting its attention. At the same time, he was scanning for other fire scorpions around him. Fortunately, there were none. The ore that Zhao Hai was looking for was right above the fire scorpion. As long as the fire scorpion was dealt with, he could cut out a piece of the rock and then his task would be completed. The task of finding ores wasn't difficult. As long as a meter square of ore was found, the task would be completed. Although the ore couldn't be found anywhere else, it was abundant around the volcano. Besides the danger imposed by the fire scorpions, the task was actually very easy. Knowing that no other fire scorpions would be coming over soon, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he controlled the Hell King's ship to go towards the fire scorpions. When he was a kilometer away from the fire scorpion, Zhao Hai stopped and waved his hand. The Hell King's ship emerged from the ground and was immediately put away by Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hide himself. He pretended to be unaware and flew forward. At the same time, he made his spiritual fluctuations more noticeable. This way, the fire scorpion wouldn't have any suspicions as to how he appeared. Zhao Hai knows that the beasts of the Soaring Dragon Realm were intelligent. If you wanted to deceive them, then you would have to act flawlessly. The fire scorpion didn't suspect Zhao Hai even a bit. It observed Zhao Hai as he got closer. Then when Zhao Hai arrived by the rock, the fire scorpion could no longer wait. It emerged from its pit and attacked Zhao Hai. However, just after the fire scorpion went out of its pit, it was immediately covered by a metal net. Once it was ignited, the net shrank, trapping the fire scorpion inside. The fire scorpion tried to struggle but it couldn't break free. It was soon dragged away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naturally, the fire scorpion was dragged to the space, enriching the living beings inside it once more. Zhao Hai quickly took some ores and sent them to the space. Once he was done, he immediately used his portable transmission formation and vanished. This was also the reason why portable transmission formations were very valuable in the Soaring Dragon realm. Without portable transmission formations, one would need to retrace their path back to the city. But with the portable transmission formations, one could immediately return after completing the task. This effectively halved the potential dangers one could experience. Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to Yulong City. Instead, he went to Hangdao City first. It must be known that the range of portable transmission formations were limited. Naturally, the stronger you are, the farther you could travel. With Zhao Hai's present strength, it's impossible for him to return directly to Yulong City. He could only go to Hangdao City first and then back to Yulong City. Zhao Hai could use the space to return to Yulong City, but he didn't do that. He knew that he was being observed. If he used the space, then he might attract suspicion. No matter how formidable a divergent ability was, it shouldn't be more powerful than a realm's laws. People from the True Spirit realm were formidable. If they discovered the space, then Zhao Hai would be finished. Therefore, Zhao Hai would rather be cautious than risk being discovered. After a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in Hangdao City. Just like before, Lin Ling got word about Zhao Hai's return. Hearing that Zhao Hai was safe, Lin Ling relaxed. When Zhao Hai left using the transmission formation, Lin Ling wasn't worried. Since Zhao Hai was able to safely return, then this means that he would be safe wherever he goes. When Zhao Hai returned to Yulong City, he immediately went to Flame Mountain Sect's branch hall. Once he arrived at the branch hall, he couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhang Feng and the others were waiting for him there. Seeing him come, Zhang Feng and the others were relieved. Upon knowing that Zhang Feng and the others were waiting for him for 2 hours, Zhao Hai was a bit moved. However, he didn't show it. He looked at Zhang Feng and the others and said, "Everyone, go to the tavern first. Wait for me there. I'll go after I hand the task over." Everyone nodded and then went to a tavern next to the Flaming Mountain Sect. After entering the branch, Zhao Hai went to the counter and said, "Good day, I am here to hand over the task." The person on the counter nodded and said, "Take your jade card out." Zhao Hai took out his jade card and handed it over. The person nodded and said, "Take out the task requirement." Zhao Hai did as he said. The person nodded, "Good. Perfect score." Then he gave Zhao Hai the full amount of impression points. He also gave Zhao Hai an excellent rating. Newcomer tasks usually had very high evaluations. As long as it was completed well, the evaluation wouldn't be low. This was also an encouragement to newcomers. But after doing 10 tasks, this preferential treatment would no longer be available. The requirements for tasks would become stricter. If Zhao Hai already did 10 newcomer tasks, then his evaluation wouldn't have been excellent. After dealing with his task, Zhao Hai went out of the Flame Mountain Sect's branch and then entered the tavern nearby. Zhang Feng and the others were already waiting for him. After he entered, Zhang Feng immediately called him over. Once Zhao Hai was settled, Zhang Feng asked, "Little Hai, how did your task go? Are you fine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It went well. Don't worry, I'm fine. How about you? Did you meet fire scorpions?" When Zhang Feng first saw Zhao Hai, he knew that nothing happened to him, so he smiled and said, "It went well. A fire scorpion attacked us, but we dealt with it. We were also able to sell the remains of the fire scorpion to the Flame Mountain Sect." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Right. From tomorrow on, we'll be taking different tasks. I won't take the same tasks as you. You don't have to worry about me. I'll take care of myself." Zhang Feng knew that this decision was coming. He can only sigh as he said, "All right, but remember that your life is most important. As long as you join a top sect, our great realm of cultivation will prosper." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, a lot of people want to kill me, but I'm still here." None of them succeeded. Zhang Feng nodded and no longer said anything. The group continued to drink wine. Looking at the time, Zhao Hai said, "It's time to return to the base." Everyone stood up and then paid their bill before leaving. After returning to the base and greeting everyone, Zhao Hai returned to the space. When he entered the villa, Zhao Hai sat on the sofa with his eyes glued to the screen. Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "It's fine. I just thought of something." "Care, I have something for you to do. From now on, begin collecting all types of things in the Soaring Dragon realm, from plants, to animals, and even rocks. Everything in the Soaring Dragon realm. The space needs to have it as well." Chapter 1952, Moon-Bathed Lake. Kair looked at Zhao Hai with a confused look as she asked, "Young master, why should we take these things? Does the Soaring Dragon realm have anything special with it?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's not that special. I just discovered something while I was doing my task. Everything in the Soaring Dragon realm has been strengthened. Even its flames are much hotter compared to those in the Great Realm of Cultivation. So I want you to take samples of everything in the Soaring Dragon realm to study and see if we could also strengthen everything in the space." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kair nodded and said, "All right, I'll get to it." "Right, young master. When you take tasks in the future, you can just use liquid silver to complete it. This way, you won't be in danger." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How could that be? I need to adapt to life in the Soaring Dragon realm as soon as possible." The Soaring Dragon realm is a weakened version of the True Spirit realm. As long as I can adapt here, it would be able to quickly get used to the things in the True Spirit realm. So I need to personally do the tasks. Kair nodded and said, "All right. But you must be careful." These days, I've been mapping the Soaring Dragon realm. This includes the cities as well as the regions around it. Once we completely map out the entire realm, you won't need to worry about anything." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the screen and said, "Did something special happen today?" Kair thought for a while and said, "There is something, and it is related to you, young master. After you left Hengdao City, someone followed you, and when you went underground, he seemed to be looking for you. In the end, he didn't find anything and could only return to the city." Zhao Hai stared, his complexion changed as he asked, "Who is it?" "Do I know them?" Kair smiled and said, "You should know him, but you won't expect it." Then she waved his hand as Lin Ling's figure appeared on the screen. Seeing Lin Ling, Zhao Hai raised his brow and said, "Lin Ling? Why would he follow me?" Kair replied, "Not only did he follow you, I also found that he's quite close to Feng Linian and Luo Xiur. If my guess is correct, the person who wanted to recruit you to their sect should be him." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He thought about the time he met Lin Ling in the Great Realm of Cultivation. Lin Ling looked at him with an appreciating gaze. It wouldn't be unnatural for Lin Ling to pay attention to him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible that it's Lin Ling. It hasn't been long since I entered the Soaring Dragon realm. No other person should know who I am, especially those from top sects. If it's Lin Ling, then everything would make sense. After all, he was the only person from the True Spirit realm that I came in contact with back in the Great Realm of Cultivation. Maybe he has been paying attention to me since then, but we're still not sure." Kair nodded. Then she said, "But if this is really the case, then it seems like you'll be joining the Tyrant Blade sect in the future." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "If Lin Ling is really observing me, then I would have no choice but to join the Tyrant Blade sect. The other sects wouldn't defend the Tyrant Blade sect over me. So it doesn't matter if other sects recruit me, I would have to join the Tyrant Blade sect in the future." Laura nodded, "Right. Although the Soaring Dragon realm might seem dangerous, it is just a trial field for cultivators. The possibility of sects arguing here is close to zero." Zhao Hai agreed. The people from the True Spirit realm aren't fools. People in the Soaring Dragon realm are nothing more than fresh blood to the sects. In the end, we would all start as outer disciples. Two sects fighting each other over an outer disciple would never happen. Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, what would you do now?" "Do you want to know more about the Tyrant Blade sect?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to do that right now. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the means." "Forget it. Let's just act like normal. Don't let Lin Ling know that we've detected him." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai doesn't want to alarm Lin Ling. The True Spirit realm is full of powerful experts. Zhao Hai was afraid that they would find out about the space. The less trouble, the better. Zhao Hai rested inside the space for the night. The next day, he distributed tasks to everyone. Then he went directly to Changshan City. But he didn't stop there. He used the transmission formation and arrived at Hangdao City. Zhao Hai wanted to do tasks in Hangdao City because it was Lin Ling's area. Doing tasks here would reduce his danger to a certain degree. Additionally, Hangdao City is quite a distance away from Changshan City. Huang and Xiang Ke wouldn't expect Zhao Hai to be in Hangdao City doing tasks. Zhao Hai was aware that the reason Huang and Xiang Ke retreated during the Beast Tide was because Lin Ling arrived in Changshan City. It seems like the two beastmen dreaded Lin Ling, so they have no choice but to retreat, and Zhao Hai guessed correctly. Huang and Xiang Ke didn't want to fight Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was known to be a fighting madman. His nickname was Relentless Blade. This nickname didn't come from thin air. This represented his character. Lin Ling would fight relentlessly even against people stronger than him. Moreover, his moves were unforgiving. Each slash he made were very aggressive. Fighting against him would often result in death or severe injury. It was precisely because of this that he gained his nickname. Although Feng Linian and Luo Xiur were also quite strong, they lacked the fighting spirit that Lin Ling possessed. Their killing aura was insufficient. Huang and Feng Linian might be equal in strength, but Huang held the upper hand when it came to fighting vigor. If Feng Linian and Huang fought, there was a good chance that Huang would win. Although Huang was aggressive, he wasn't as violent as Lin Ling. Therefore, Huang avoided Lin Ling whenever he could. Fighting against Lin Ling was never a good idea. Knowing how Huang dreaded Lin Ling, Zhao Hai finally decided to hover around Hangdao City. Moreover, the tasks he plans to take would all be related to the city. This way his chances of meeting Huang and Xiang Ke would be minimized. After walking around Hangdao City, Zhao Hai finally decided on the task he would take. He would be picking medicinal herbs. This task wasn't difficult. It was just that the place he would be going to was quite a distance from the city. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in Hangdao City, Lin Ling heard it. And when he found out that Zhao Hai took a task in the city, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xiang Ying and asked, "Little Ying, do you think the kid noticed that we paid attention to him?" So he went to Hangdao City on purpose to take on tasks? Xiang Yin nodded and said, "It's possible. However, there is another possibility." He wanted to be as far away from Huang and Xiang Ke as possible. Don't forget, when you appeared in Changshan City, Huang and Xiang Ke immediately retreated. Now that Zhao Hai offended those two, it's natural for him to minimize his dangers and do tasks around Hangdao City. Just like you said before, this kid is smart. Hearing Xiang Ying, Lin Ling laughed and said, "Of course he's smart. It seems like I wasn't wrong about him." "Good. This is better. Do you think we should put a positioning disc on him?" Xiang Ying looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. "Forget it, senior brother. Positioning discs are good, but Zhao Hai is a talented immortal cultivator. It's impossible to hide the positioning disc from him. Just take this as his trial." Lin Ling forced a smile and said, "I really hope nothing happens to him. This kid is very talented. It would be a shame if his path gets abruptly cut off." Zhao Hai was unaware of Lin Ling's thoughts. He had already left Hangdao City and was heading towards his task. The medicinal plant he needed was called the nine-core lotus seed. It had an excellent effect of detoxification. It was produced at a lake southeast of Hangdao City. The water of the lake was frigid all year round. It was known as the moon-bathed lake. Legend has it that the lake was normal in the beginning, then the moon decided to take a bath in it, turning it extraordinarily cold. Naturally, nobody believed that the moon really took a bath in the lake. People just thought that the lake was rich in yin qi, making it extremely cold. Plenty of cultivators wanted to find treasures in the lake but ended up finding nothing. Some cultivators even perished in their hunt. Then, several thousands of years ago, lotus flowers suddenly appeared on the lake. These lotus flowers were high quality in lotuses. Their flowers, roots, and seeds were excellent medicinal materials. However, their flowers rarely bloom, making it difficult to obtain. Their roots were also heavily buried in the cold lake. With cultivators unable to withstand the coldness of the lake, they were also unable to get the roots. In the end, It was decided that only the seeds could be harvested. The lotus seeds were quite special. There were 9 lotus seeds in each seed pod. Thus they're called 9-core lotus seeds. Zhao Hai's task was to go to Moon-bathed lake and pick 9-core lotus seeds. Only a few people took this task, first because it was too far from Hangdao City, and second because Moon-bathed lake was very dangerous. Since the lake was very far, there were plenty of opportunities to meet beasts along the way, increasing the danger of the trip. Moreover, Moon-bathed lake houses a beast called the cold loach. This beast was stronger than average immortal experts. Meeting a cold loach meant death to most cultivators. Besides the cold loach, picking the 9-core lotus seeds also carried danger. The lotus existed for several thousands of years. Because of this, there were lotuses that had turned into plant beasts. They looked similar to ordinary lotuses, making it very hard to detect them. The attack of the lotus beasts were very fast, making cultivators unable to block it. There was also the danger imposed by the lake itself. Naturally, the lake couldn't turn into a beast, so it wouldn't attack people. However, strong winds occasionally passed through the lake. The wind wasn't dangerous on its own, but the waves it made in the lake made it perilous to cultivators. Nobody knew why, but the temperature in Moon-bathed lake continued to decrease. If a cultivator touched the lake's water without any defenses, they would immediately be frozen into a block of ice. And even if the cultivator has defenses, it wouldn't be very effective. The shield itself would be frozen, making the cultivators suffer the same fate. Being drenched in the lake's water was the quickest way to die in the lake. Because of these reasons, fewer and fewer people came to pick 9-core lotus seeds, and because of the lack of supply, the reward of the task was very high. Not only does it provide 50 impression points, it also awards 5 high-grade artifacts and 10 high-grade pills. What type of pills and artifacts could be freely chosen by the cultivator who completes the task, but even then, there were still very few people who took on the task. After all, even if the rewards were good, it was nothing if you lost your life in the process. In fact, picking 9-core lotus seeds could no longer be considered as a newcomer task. The difficulty of the task exceeded the capabilities of newcomers. Even veterans of the Soaring Dragon realm wouldn't dare take it. When Lin Ling found out that Zhao Hai took this task, he couldn't help but be furious and scold Zhao Hai for being overconfident. He immediately set off for Moon-bathed lake. He didn't want Zhao Hai to die there. Lin Ling knew how incomparably risky this task was. However, to Zhao Hai, this task was perfect. This was because he had bubble. He wasn't afraid of the lake's water. He believed that the lake's water couldn't harm him. As for the beasts, they weren't an issue. Zhao Hai was also confident that he could deal with the lotus plants. The reason Zhao Hai took this task was because he believed there was a reason why the lake was very cold all year round. If there was a treasure in the lake, then Zhao Hai wanted to see what it was. If he could, then he would like to take it for himself. Chapter 1953, Giant Loach. Zhao Hai kept moving through the forest. Moon-bathed lake was quite far from Hangdao City. Even if Zhao Hai was going straight towards the lake, it would still take him some time. Zhao Hai met a lot of beasts along the way. However, these beasts weren't too strong. It seemed like the beast tide had a certain impact on the beasts. During the beast tide, the more powerful beasts appeared, and some of those who fought against cultivators were killed while some survived. Beasts were as strong and as smart as cultivators. After the battle, the beasts would have gained a few insights. Because of this, beasts would generally go into seclusion after a beast tide to digest the experience they acquired. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't meet a lot of strong beasts along the way. The beasts that Zhao Hai met were average. It was impossible for them to detect him. The closer Zhao Hai got to the Moon-bathed lake, the stronger the beasts he encountered. Moreover, more and more water element beasts appeared. These beasts seemed to be attracted to the lake's environment, and as he got closer, Zhao Hai became more careful. He could feel a very dangerous aura coming from the lake. After moving forward for some time, Zhao Hai stopped. Although he has yet to arrive at the lake, he could feel the intense sense of danger. He has no choice but to halt. Just now, Zhao Hai felt a dangerous aura right next to him. However, There were no beasts around him at all. This caused Zhao Hai to be confused. Zhao Hai hid inside a big tree as he called Care, Care, see if anything was just beside me. Why do I have a danger-round feeling around me? Zhao Hai's spiritual force didn't detect any beasts in the vicinity, and since Care has another method of detection, Zhao Hai asked her. Care immediately complied. A screen appeared in front of Zhao Hai, and just like Zhao Hai said, there was nothing around him. However, Care continued to zoom out. Because of the Soaring Dragon Realm's laws, the space could only get a real-time image 500 meters around Zhao Hai. But this was enough. After penetrating 300 meters underground, they finally found the abnormality. There was an underground waterway. It was a very long waterway. Moreover, the waterway doesn't seem to be formed naturally. It looks like it has been dug out. The waterway was perfectly round, about 100 meters in diameter. It was full of water, like a water pipe that was operating at full capacity. Zhao Hai was puzzled about the waterway's existence. Then suddenly, something flashed on the waterway. Care quickly focused on the image to see what it was. Before long, Zhao Hai saw what was flashing. It was a loach that was 10 meters thick and 30 meters long. The loach was very quick. It appeared and disappeared in the water in an instant. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, he wouldn't have been able to see it. At the same time, Zhao Hai could feel that the dangerous aura he felt came from the huge loach. Zhao Hai felt relieved. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the source of the danger that he felt. As long as he had an explanation, everything could be dealt with. Then Zhao Hai said, Care, how far is Moonbathed Lake from here? Care replied, approximately 5 kilometers away. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, 5 kilometers? These loaches were able to dig waterways this far out of the lake? It seems like we really can't underestimate these beasts. Care shook her head and said, Young master, if I'm not mistaken, this waterway shouldn't only be this long. We should measure its full length. This way, we can make the right preparations. Zhao Hai agreed with a nod. Care began to check and soon Zhao Hai realized that the waterway wasn't only long, it also didn't run in a straight line. The waterway was circular and had an inlet and outlet, like a moat hidden underground. These huge loaches would swim along this waterway. Zhao Hai was certain that the loaches would have a way to know what was happening above ground, and this was the reason Zhao Hai was able to feel danger. But whether the loach found him or not, Zhao Hai didn't know. After calming himself down, Zhao Hai continued to move towards the moon-bathed lake. He knew that he would meet that loach upon reaching the lake, so he wouldn't need to worry about it right now. 5 kilometers was nothing to Zhao Hai. However, these 5 kilometers were filled with danger. Zhao Hai found that the trees close to the lake have changed their attributes. Originally, trees would have a pure wood attribute. Only special trees would have other attributes in them, like ironwood trees and the others. But the closer Zhao Hai got to the lake, the more impure the trees became. In the end, Zhao Hai found trees that had half water and half wood attributes. This was especially rare. An ironwood tree would still have 99% wood attribute. Its metal attribute would only be 1%. The attributes of water and wood were mixed. This was more common in ores. Zhao Hai has never seen this happen to trees. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai can enter the tree, the chance that he would be discovered has increased. Zhao Hai stopped traveling through the trees. He just went out in the open and flew straight towards the lake. 5 kilometers was quickly traversed by Zhao Hai, and with the moon-bathed lake becoming a forbidden area, beasts rarely approached it. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Finally, Zhao Hai felt the area in front of him clear out and a mirror-like lake appeared. The lake was so clear, without any trace of waves. Green lotuses grew and blossomed across the lake. The lake was beautiful, enough for people to be breathless. It was as if time stopped. It was like the world had paused. All of a sudden, a shadow swept across the lake, breaking the tranquil state of the mirror. Then a series of ripples followed after. The world moved once more. Zhao Hai recovered from his daze. As he looked at the lake surface, he couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Beautiful. This place is too beautiful." Just as Zhao Hai said that, he heard Care, "Young master, pay attention." I felt the fluctuations of a formation just now. Zhao Hai stared, Then his eyes narrowed. He looked at the cold lotuses on the lake. After a while, his eyes lit up as he said, "Care, the lotus flowers, the river water, and the trees on the shore seem to have formed a natural formation. It's not as strong as the one formed by the Tao lotus, but it could plunge people into a hallucination." Kair agreed. "We also noticed that it's indeed a formation. After analysis, it is very similar to the moon reflection formation. It's really strange, and I'm pretty sure that it's formed naturally because there are some places that should not be in the formation. Because of these places, the power of the formation is greatly reduced." Zhao Hai nodded. "Since it's a natural formation, it's better to leave it alone. Now I want to take a look at the properties of the 9-core lotus seed. If it's good, we can cultivate some inside the space." As he said that, Zhao Hai touched the lake's water. With Zhao Hai integrating with Bubble, he could also absorb all kinds of water to increase his affinity with the water element. The moon-bathed river is famous in the Soaring Dragon realm. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not absorb some of it. The moment Zhao Hai touched the lake, he could immediately feel a piercing cold. Zhao Hai could feel his entire body freezing. His blood seemed to have stopped flowing, and then his thoughts began to turn sluggish. This was definitely the coldest water he came in contact with. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spirit platform was kept intact. He knew what state he was in. His body might have frozen and his blood flow stopped, but his strong heart continued to beat, and every beat it made was stronger than the last. If other people were to see Zhao Hai's state, they would immediately think that he has been frozen to death. However, Zhao Hai knew that his body was just adapting to the cold. Once it finishes its adjustments, he would no longer have any issues. Sure enough, as Zhao Hai's heart continued to beat, his blood began to flow once more. His thoughts picked up speed, and in no time he was back to normal. Not only did Zhao Hai return to his past state, he felt refreshed. It was as if he drank a cold glass of water. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt a connection to the lake. It was a strange feeling that made him think that he was part of it. The lake seems to be summoning him, inviting him to enter and take a swim. Zhao Hai didn't stop this impulse. He moved and slid into the lake. As soon as he entered the lake, Zhao Hai felt that he became a drop of water, returning to its original vessel. He followed the natural flow of the lake and was able to move freely inside it. The cold lotuses had no influence on him. After some time, Zhao Hai felt danger coming towards him. Zhao Hai stared. Then he recovered his state of mind and turned his head to see a giant loach opening its big mouth. It was trying to eat him. Chapter 1954, Bubble's Help. Zhao Hai was discovered by the huge loach. Although Zhao Hai was now integrated with the lake water, this was in terms of feeling and movement. His body didn't turn into water. If a beast only hunted through their senses, then it would be impossible to find Zhao Hai. However, the cold loaches weren't such beasts. They have eyes and can see things, and Zhao Hai was a person. Although he was very agile in moving through the lotuses, he couldn't escape the eyes of the cold loach. Upon seeing food, it's natural for the loach to attack Zhao Hai. The cold loach's intelligence wasn't low. It was precisely because of this intellect that the loach decided to attack Zhao Hai. To the cold loach, Zhao Hai was a dangerous being. If he were kept alive, he would be too dangerous for the loaches in the lake. Zhao Hai looked at the huge mouth of the loach and then waved his hand. The water around him seemed to follow his orders and made ropes out of water. Then the ropes connected with each other, forming a huge net. The net was then thrown towards the loach. The cold loach saw Zhao Hai's attack and shot out a water arrow. At the same time, it controlled the water around him. Zhao Hai knew that the cold loach was also good at controlling water. Now, the loach took control of the net and then broke it. However, Zhao Hai didn't admit defeat. His other divergent abilities would be suppressed in the lake, so he only used his water element ability to attack the loach. Zhao Hai waved both of his hands and sent a water arrow to the cold loach. The cold loach waved its tail, turning the surrounding water into a weapon, and attacked Zhao Hai. One person and one loach attacked each other for some time. However, neither could do anything to the other. But at this moment, several loaches sensed the battle and swam over. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he could no longer be entangled in this battle, so he retreated to a clump of lotuses. The cold loach naturally wouldn't let him off. so it pursued Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was a peak existence among immortal experts and could be considered invincible, the strength of several cold loaches couldn't be underestimated. These loaches were also top existences among immortal experts. It would be hard for Zhao Hai to deal with them in a short time. Also, even if Zhao Hai controlled all of the water, he wouldn't be able to handle so many loaches, and because he could only control water in this environment, Zhao Hai wasn't using all of his strength. His overall combat power has been affected. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was severely weakened. His attacks were still very lethal. Zhao Hai also tried to control the lotus. After all, the cold lotus also carries the wood attribute. If he can control the lotuses to attack, then his strength would increase. But just as he was about to take control of the lotuses, Zhao Hai discovered that the lotus was actively rejecting him. Zhao Hai found out that there was a variation on these lotuses. Although they looked like ordinary lotuses, the wood attribute in their body was only 10%. 90% of its attribute was water. These water lotuses could no longer be considered plants, but a type of water with the wood element. While Zhao Hai was in the process of controlling the lotuses were enraged. Then they began attacking Zhao Hai alongside the loaches. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood. Although these lotuses have yet to turn into lotus beasts, they only need time to form a consciousness. With the lotuses joining the fight, it became harder for Zhao Hai to move around. The lotus lived in the lake, so it was very comfortable with everything in it. This meant that the lotuses could control the water better than the cold loach. The lotuses formed whips from the lake water and attacked Zhao Hai with it. At the same time, they made the surrounding lake water into a labyrinth, intending to trap Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai knew that the cold lotuses grew up with the cold loaches. For the lotuses, the cold loaches were their companions. Although Zhao Hai could integrate with the water, he was still regarded as an outsider by the lotuses. With him being attacked by both loaches and lotuses, Zhao Hai had to take liquid silver out. He used his water element abilities to block the water attacks of the lotuses while he used liquid silver to deal with the lotuses and the loaches. The loaches could also see how strong liquid silver was. These loaches knew how hard the lotuses were. For Zhao Hai to be able to cut them meant that even the defenses of the lotuses couldn't block his attacks. Zhao Hai has no other place to go now. He was blocked in all directions. But Zhao Hai's attacks using liquid silver was just a distraction. As he was fighting, Bubble appeared beside him, helping Zhao Hai to deal with the water attacks. This way, Zhao Hai could use all of his strength in attacking. Although Zhao Hai's swordsmanship was limited in the lake, things were different with Bubble around. Bubble could control water better than Zhao Hai. As the battle continued, Zhao Hai discovered that the lake was slowly being controlled by Bubble. It was as if Bubble was turning the lake into its own body. This development made Zhao Hai happy. He continued to wave his blade around, cutting lotuses one after another. He was also beginning to deal with the loaches. Noticing the change in the battle, the loaches knew that they couldn't do anything to him. There was no victory against Zhao Hai and Bubble. Because of this realization, the cold loaches began to run away. One has to recognize how fast the loaches were in water. In just one swing of their tail, they vanished into the distance. Zhao Hai couldn't catch up to them. Zhao Hai also has no intentions of chasing the loaches down. He was here for the 9 core lotus seeds, not the cold loaches. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to take cold loaches for the space, but during the battle, Kair was able to take care of it. She took some loaches from the waterways and sent them to the space. This made Zhao Hai lose interest in the loaches. The lotuses were severely damaged by the battle. After searching among the destroyed lotuses, Zhao Hai was able to find a few lotus flowers and lotus pods. The task was now completed. Although he was done with his task, Zhao Hai has no intentions of leaving Moon-Bathed Lake. He plans to search it to see the reason why the lake turned into this. Zhao Hai has Bubble accompany him as they search the lake. The lake was quite large. It took about 10 minutes before they reached the center. There were no lotus growing in the center of the lake. There weren't even cold loaches spotted. This was because it was too cold. Moon-Bathed Lake's center was too cold. That cold mist had begun to form on its surface. Zhao Hai knew that if he threw a metal piece into the water, then it would immediately turn into a brittle material that would break into fragments. Immortal experts would be frozen into ice immediately with just one drop of this water. Zhao Hai began to wonder why the water has yet to freeze in such frigid temperatures. However, Zhao Hai has been to so many realms and has seen too many strange places that he was no longer surprised. Then he began to dive into the lake to see the bottom. In addition to being large, the lake was also very deep. Zhao Hai also noticed that the suppression of his spiritual force was increasing the deeper he went. On the surface, the space could scan 500 meters around him, but in the lake, the scan was reduced to only 200 meters. Although Zhao Hai could still see, his visibility has been reduced to less than 100 meters. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to search for the bottom of the lake. Zhao Hai dove for half an hour, but he has yet to see any ground ahead. He could feel that there were no other elements around him other than the water element. It became a world completely made of water. This was a rare situation and Zhao Hai was happy. Such unique circumstances were bound to produce extraordinary treasures. An hour turned into 2 hours. But Zhao Hai was still unable to find the bottom of the lake. Although Zhao Hai wasn't as fast as the loaches, his speed in water was still very quick. He didn't expect to still be diving down 2 hours into his search. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt his communicator fluctuate. Zhao Hai immediately had Bubble form an empty space around him. Then he answered the call. After answering, Zhao Hai saw Zhang Feng's anxious expression on his communicator. Seeing Zhao Hai alive, Zhang Feng looked relieved. Then he asked, "Little Hai, where are you now? Why haven't you returned?" Zhao Hai asked, "Why? What time is it?" Zhang Feng stared at Zhao Hai and said, "It's already dark. Where are you? Why didn't you know that the sun has gone down?" Zhao Hai looked around him and could only see water with no traces of light. Naturally, he didn't notice what time it was. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've worried senior brother. I really don't know the time. The place I'm in is very safe. It's the location of my current task." Chapter 1955, City of Crystal. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Which task did you take?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a task to pick 9 core lotus seeds from Moon-Bathed Lake. I want to see if there are treasures in the lake. Don't worry about me. I'm in the lake right now. No beasts can get closer." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, then make sure that you hide properly in Moon-Bathed Lake." Zhao Hai nodded and then dropped the call. Zhao Hai believed that Zhang Feng didn't know about Moon-Bathed Lake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm. In fact, Zhao Hai guessed correctly. Not only Zhang Feng, even Yuan Ba and the others didn't know where Moon-Bathed Lake was. They have always been around Wulong City. Medium-sized cities wouldn't have tasks about Moon-Bathed Lake. Those in charge of Wulong City knew that the cultivators that lingered inside its city wouldn't be strong enough to take on the dangers of the lake. So in order to reduce unnecessary casualties, the task wasn't given in the city. Yuan Ba and the others were so calm because they hadn't seen the task before. They thought that Zhao Hai was doing an ordinary task. If they knew about Moon-Bathed Lake, they would definitely be terrified. Zhao Hai no longer cared about their reaction and continued to dive down. After another hour of diving, he was still unable to see the bottom. However, he could see that the water element around him was becoming more and more pure. At this moment, Bubble exclaimed. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately contacted Bubble with his spiritual force. Bubble was very loud. "Young master, there's something. The water element here has slipped out of my control. There might be special beasts here." Just as Bubble said that, Zhao Hai felt a very sharp aura going straight towards his chest. Zhao Hai quickly moved and dashed towards the side. Just as Zhao Hai dodged, a sharp sensation passed where he was originally at. The sharp sensation then disappeared as quickly as it came. Although Zhao Hai didn't see what it was, he could feel that the attack carried the water element, a very pure water element. Once the attack missed, it seems like the sharp water was released from control and melded back with the surroundings. Zhao Hai stared and then searched his surroundings with his spiritual force. Unfortunately, his spiritual force could only search 100 meters around him. Meanwhile, his eyesight could only see 50 meters ahead. For cultivators, This range was equivalent to being deaf and blind. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt more sharp auras coming from behind him. He quickly dodged all of them. Then without any delay, more sharp auras came towards him. Without any time to dodge, several sharp attacks hit Zhao Hai in the chest. Zhao Hai felt pain in his chest, forcing him to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, he was still able to feel pain. Considering Zhao Hai's strength, this meant that the attack was very powerful. Zhao Hai stopped and looked at his chest. The inner armor that he wore has been shattered, revealing his chest that had turned into crystal. After being attacked several times, Zhao Hai was sure that he was attacked by water arrows. However, the water arrows were stronger than the ones shot by the cold loaches, many times stronger. Compared to the water arrows just now, the water arrows shot by the cold loaches looked like arrows shot by a 3-year-old. The two were leagues apart. Zhao Hai was certain that if he didn't have a crystal body, then he would have been shot dead. If someone were to hear that an immortal expert was shot to death by water arrows, then they would never have believed it. However, this was truly the case. Moreover, Zhao Hai felt the water around him had become alive. It revolved around Zhao Hai as though it was becoming a meat grinder. If it were ordinary cultivators, they would have been crushed long ago. Right now, Zhao Hai's entire body has turned into crystal. This includes his clothes. Zhao Hai felt the surrounding water strangling him, but his heart was completely calm. Such attacks couldn't hurt him, but Zhao Hai knew that if he couldn't find a way to deal with it, then he would be trapped forever. At this moment, Bubble said, "Young master, calm your mind and feel the water element around you. Try to integrate it with yourself. Perhaps this is the way." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded. He closed his eyes and felt the water around him. He tried to integrate himself with it. Just as Zhao Hai stretched his spiritual force, he immediately felt a wild aura. Then his spiritual force was strangled and completely crushed. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brow. Then he calmed down and felt the wild aura. He discovered that the wild aura carried an instinct, the instinct of water. Zhao Hai was certain that turbulent waves had appeared above Moonbathed Lake right now. This was because the water was angry. Normally, water was a caring being that would benefit everyone. But once it got angry, it could drown an entire city. It would become more terrifying than fire. Right now, Zhao Hai could feel the violent anger of the water around him. His spiritual force has no way to communicate with this water. Neither did he dare to communicate with it again. The water has completely lost its reason. If he continued to communicate with it, then he might be turned into a lunatic. Zhao Hai frowned. He was stuck. Then at this moment, his golden spiritual force entered his mind. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his golden spiritual force was thicker than before. At the same time, Zhao Hai was reminded of the mysteries of the golden spiritual force. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to communicate with the surrounding water using the golden spiritual force. This golden spiritual force was a very valuable asset to Zhao Hai. He didn't know how he obtained it, nor was he aware of its true capabilities. But if he doesn't use it now, he will continue to be trapped. Controlling his golden spiritual force slowly, Zhao Hai scanned the water around him once more. Although the golden spiritual force looked fragile, it wasn't affected by the raging currents when it went out of Zhao Hai's body. It continued to explore and soon it was able to get in touch with the water element. Zhao Hai quietly controlled his spiritual force without breaking it. The golden spiritual force allowed him to feel the raging water element. Then he slowly integrated with it. For who knows how long, Zhao Hai was finally able to integrate himself with the water around him. Now, his aura was no different to the water. Then at this time, a miracle happened. After Zhao Hai integrated himself with the waters around him, the raging lake calmed down. It was as if the anger it expressed earlier was just a dream. Zhao Hai didn't get distracted by this. He slowly moved forward along with the water. He could feel that there was something ahead that was summoning him. Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't the one being summoned, but the water elements around him. But this was fine. Zhao Hai wanted to know what kind of thing was summoning the water element. After floating for some time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he had arrived at a place. It was as if he returned to his mother's arms. Zhao Hai felt great. and knew that he had reached his destination. Zhao Hai slowly searched his surroundings with his spiritual force. What he found caused him to stare. He felt that there was a subspace in front of him, and this subspace was closely linked to the main space of the soaring dragon realm. Both relied on each other, and this subspace was friendly towards the water element. Zhao Hai's expression turned serious. He moved and entered into the subspace. When he arrived, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. In front of him was a city, a giant city made out of white crystal. In the front gate were 3 characters that read Crystal City, a city made entirely of crystals. It was an amazing sight. Zhao Hai blankly stared at the city for some time, unable to say anything. Although a city made of crystal was very shocking, this wasn't what made Zhao Hai speechless. What made him stunned was the scale and style of the city. He was too familiar with this style. This was because he has a similar city in his hands, Fire God City. No mistake, the style of Crystal City was the same as Fire God City, but instead of being made with the fire element, Crystal City was composed of the water element. After staring at Crystal City, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. Then he flew towards the city. Sure enough, there was a huge palace inside, and this palace has 3 huge characters that read Crystal City Palace. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to the characters. He flew directly into the biggest hall in the palace and saw a throne room. Inside the room was a desk with a crystal box on top. Seeing the size of the crystal box, Zhao Hai's heart jumped crazily. Seeing the crystal box, he immediately thought of the time he saw the vermilion bird stamp. Zhao Hai went to the desk and looked at the box. His heart was beating loudly. He gripped the edges of the box and calmed himself down. When he opened it, he let out a long breath. Inside the crystal box was a stamp with the engraving of a black tortoise on the side. Zhao Hai calmed himself down. Then he reached out to the black tortoise stamp with his spiritual force. Upon entering the black tortoise stamp, Zhao Hai felt that he arrived in a strange space. The space was vast and there was a huge beast lying down on the ground. No, it should be 2 beasts, a tortoise and a snake. The snake wrapped around the tortoise's body, like Xuanwu from the legends. When the Xuanwu saw Zhao Hai, it didn't rush out to attack like Zhao Hai imagined. Instead, the snake and the tortoise opened their mouths simultaneously. Despite having 2 mouths talking, there was only one voice, and this voice was very thick and clear. "Young man, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing the black tortoise, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "Do you know me?" "Haha, we don't know you. We're just waiting for someone to come here. Over the years, you are the first person we've seen, so you are the one we're waiting for." Zhao Hai had a look of confusion on his face. "Why are you waiting for me?" "Young man, there's no need to be anxious. This is my last wisp of consciousness. If you didn't show up, I would have disappeared." Then this black tortoise seal and crystal palace could no longer be controlled. Even if you get the black tortoise seal, it would just be useless junk. Zhao Hai was still puzzled by the black tortoise. He asked, "So you were waiting to pass me the black tortoise seal? Don't you need to look at my character, or is there anything you need me to do?" "Haha, young man. When is character important in cultivation? For cultivators, the Tao is most important. Character is merely a deception. As for what you need to do, don't worry. As long as you take the black tortoise stamp and inherit the will of the water god, then you will know what you need to do in the future. How about it? Are you willing to accept the black tortoise seal and follow the will of the water god?" Zhao Hai looked at the black tortoise and couldn't feel any hostility from it. Zhao Hai was relieved. However, he still decided to tell the black tortoise one thing. If it was fine with it, then he wouldn't mind taking the black tortoise seal and becoming the inheritor of the water god. Chapter 1956, Gods of the Four Directions. Zhao Hai looked at the black tortoise and said, "Senior, I have no issues taking on the inheritance of the water god, but I have something to tell you. Before coming here, I already obtained the vermilion bird stamp. At that time, the vermilion bird was injured and has been subdued by me. This allowed me to acquire the fire god's inheritance. If you accept this, then I have no other words to say." Hearing Zhao Hai, the black tortoise stared. Then its complexion changed as it asked, you obtain the inheritance of the Fire God, the Vermilion Bird Stamp, Fire God City. The Black Tortoise said a lot of things in a row. Zhao Hai knew that it was excited, so he nodded and said, yes, when I was in the lower realm, I acquired Fire God City. At that time, only a remnant spirit was left in the Vermilion Bird Stamp. Because of this, I'm only able to use Fire God City in its simplest way. If you still want me to inherit the Water God's will, then I wouldn't decline. Ha ha ha. It's heaven's will. Young man, are you thinking that the Water God and Fire God's inheritance are not compatible? In fact, you're wrong. Young man, before I tell you everything, can you show me the Vermilion Bird Stamp? Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and took out the Vermilion Bird Stamp. Looking at the Vermilion Bird Stamp, the Black Tortoise nodded and said, it really is the Vermilion Bird Stamp. But there is something wrong with your method. Alright, young man, take it away. It won't be able to handle this place for too long. Zhao Hai nodded and put the Vermilion Bird Stamp away. He could also feel that the Vermilion Bird Stamp was very uncomfortable the moment he took it out. When Zhao Hai received the Vermilion Bird Stamp, the Black Tortoise nodded and said, young man, you don't have to be afraid. The Vermilion Bird Stamp and the Black Tortoise Stamp belong to the Fire God and the Water God respectively. Being gods of the four directions, they're good friends, so there's no need for you to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the Black Tortoise and said, Senior, if what you said is true, then the gods of the four directions should be powerful beings. So why would the Vermilion Bird Stamp fall into the lower realms? When I found Fire God City, it was destroyed. Who has the ability to damage the Vermilion Bird Stamp? The Black Tortoise sighed and said, Young man, I really want to tell you, but I have no memory of these things. My spirit isn't complete and I have lost most of my memories. Right now, the only thing I know is how to operate the Black Tortoise Stamp and the Crystal City, nothing else. But I have a feeling that as long as you inherit the will of all four gods, then you will know what happened. Young man, I have to ask you for one thing. If you find the other two stamps, please put them together with the Vermilion Bird Stamp and the Black Tortoise Stamp. Then you should also get the Emperor Kylan Stamp. Once all is gathered, you will benefit a lot. As for how huge the benefit is, I don't know. Nobody has combined all 5 stamps together. As for how to use the stamps, there's no need to worry. As long as you obtain the method to control the Black Tortoise Stamp, you should also comprehend how to control the Vermilion Bird Stamp. Now, young man, open your mind. Let me pass on to you the method to control the Black Tortoise Stamp. Zhao Hai nodded and opened his mind. The reason he was so bold was because he couldn't feel any hostility from the Black Tortoise. Zhao Hai believed in his instinct. He believed that the Black Tortoise wouldn't harm him. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai opened his mind, the Black Tortoise moved and rushed towards him. As it was rushing forward, the Black Tortoise shrank in size. By the time it was in front of Zhao Hai, it was already palm-sized. Then the Black Tortoise slowly sank into Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai felt a cool energy infiltrating his mind. Not only did the energy make him feel comfortable, it also improved his spiritual force. There was also a lot of information that entered his mind. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was used to sudden transfers of information. As he received the information, he also began sorting them out. After a period of time, Zhao Hai was finally able to receive all of the information. He wasn't in a hurry to comprehend all of it. Although it contained methods to control Crystal City, it wasn't an urgent matter. Zhao Hai would slowly digest the information once he goes back. With an intention, Zhao Hai withdrew his thoughts from the Black Tortoise Stamp. At the same time, he reappeared in the main hall of the city. Looking at the Black Tortoise Stamp, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he picked up the stamp. Zhao Hai also absorbed Crystal City into the stamp. He was now ready to return. Zhao Hai looked at the lake and smiled faintly. He believed that the lake would return to normal before long. After all, the special situation of the lake was caused by Crystal City. Now that he took it away, Moonbathed Lake should return to normal. The situation with Moonbathed Lake was different from Inferno Valley. Inferno Valley was able to form a Heart of Earth fire, so even if he took Fire God City away, Inferno Valley was still able to produce intense heat. There were no heart of water in the moon-bathed lake. Seeing that there was nothing else around, Zhao Hai used his portable transmission formation and returned to Hangdao City. After arriving at the city, Zhao Hai felt his communication token fluctuate. After taking the call, Zhao Hai saw that it was Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's expression was anxious as he asked, "Little Hai, where are you? Are you fine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "First senior brother, I'm fine. I'm currently in Hangdao City. I just returned." As soon as he heard this, Zhang Feng felt relieved. He was only a bit worried when he talked to Zhao Hai the night before, but when he went to Changshan City, he had someone inquire about the task of collecting 9 core lotus seeds. Upon hearing the details of the task, Zhang Feng paled. He was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. Upon confirming that Zhao Hai was fine and had just returned, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "How did the task go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's complete. Moreover, I was able to get a rich harvest. I'll have to go into seclusion after returning." Hearing that Zhao Hai wanted to close up, Zhang Feng was happy. "Alright, then come back as soon as possible. There's no need for you to worry about other things." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm going to seclude here in Hangdao City. It's safer for me here. You can also come here. The environment here is very good." Zhang Feng didn't oppose this. He nodded and said, "Alright, you close up in Hangdao City." Zhao Hai nodded and then ended the call. Then he went to hand over his task. In addition to 50 impression points and an excellent rating, Zhao Hai was also able to get several bottles of pills and some artifacts. After that, he went to find a place to seclude in. All residences in Hangdao City belong to the Tyrant Blade sect. If you want to rent a house, then you would need to go to the Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall. Naturally, this didn't exclude Zhao Hai. The Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall was the biggest building in Hangdao City. The entire building was 10 stories tall, with each floor being 10 meters high. This made the entire building 100 meters tall. What made the branch look special was its shape. The building looked like a sword aimed at the sky. It was too eye-catching. Naturally, this building was only a part of the entire branch of the Tyrant Blade sect. This building was used to handle tasks as well as a place for people to rest. People with status don't stay in this building. Instead, they stay inside a courtyard behind the branch. As he stood in front of the Tyrant Blade sect's branch, Zhao Hai could see the imposing building sticking out. He couldn't help but smile. As its name suggests, the sect was indeed domineering. Zhao Hai entered the building and went over to a counter. Like other branches, there were 3 counters that handled different matters. However, these counters were much bigger compared to the others. Moreover, there were more people coming in and out of the building. Tasks were accepted and handed in, and items were traded. The place looked bustling. Zhao Hai didn't get in line but instead walked straight towards the counter. This attracted angry gazes from those who were in the queue. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Tyrant Blade set's branch hall, someone would have shouted at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. He smiled at the person opposite the counter and said, "Good day. I want to look for a place to rent in Hangdao City. Where do I go?" Zhao Hai's words caused the floor to turn silent. Everyone who came to hand in their tasks stared at Zhao Hai. Even those from the Tyrant Blade sect looked towards Zhao Hai. All of them looked at him as though they didn't understand what he said. Chapter 1957. Yin Yang Elders. Zhao Hai didn't mind the gazes directed at him. He knew how rare it was for someone to rent a place to stay in Hangdao City, so it wasn't surprising that people were interested. After some time, the female cultivator on the counter recovered. She looked at Zhao Hai and replied, "Mr. is looking for a residence. Please go to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is dedicated to renting houses in the city." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his gratitude. Then he went towards a nearby staircase. When he disappeared, the 1st floor was full of activity. The cultivators were shocked to see Zhao Hai looking for a residence in the city. They knew very well what it meant to have a residence in the city. Not only would it ensure safety, this also means that the person who rented the residence was rich. Very few people from the lower realms rent places in the city. To them, This was nothing more than burning money. A day was 100 spirit stones. This meant that 10 days would cost a jade essence. Jade essence was very valuable for those in the lower realms. Only a few people would dare spend this much money on a residence. Because of this, everyone was startled when they heard that Zhao Hai was going to rent a residence. This meant that he didn't mind spending a lot of money. When Zhao Hai arrived at the second floor, he immediately noticed the lack of people. There was a counter with 2 old cultivators sitting down. Both of them looked bored to the point of being sleepy. Hearing footsteps, the 2 cultivators opened their eyes. When he saw the 2 cultivators staring at him, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before walking towards them. Although the 2 cultivators were old and looked senile, Zhao Hai could see killing intent on their eyes. Zhao Hai was sure that these 2 were stronger than Lin Ling. It seems like the Tyrant Blade sect still attached great importance towards the Soaring Dragon realm. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent these 2 people here. When Zhao Hai paused and then resumed talking, the 2 old cultivators stared. As he arrived at the counter, Zhao Hai immediately greeted them. "Seniors, my name is Zhao Hai. I want to rent a place in Hangdao City. Is that possible?" One of the 2 cultivators nodded. "Of course. What kind of residence does little senior brother want to rent?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Seniors, I'm not worthy of being called little senior brother. Just call me Zhao Hai. I was able to get insights while I was doing a task, so I want to find a place to seclude myself. I wonder if seniors have places you can recommend?" When the old cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they laughed. Then one of them said, "Then let us congratulate you in advance. There are a few residences that are in quiet neighborhoods. However, these residences are separated into grades. The lowest is a small room located in a region of the city with the weakest spiritual force. The rent is quite cheap, 1 jade essence per month. There's a better one worth 2 jade essences per month. If you want more, there's a room that's rich in spiritual force and is well decorated. It's 3 jade essences per month. Naturally, we have a high-quality residence. Not only is it rich in spiritual energy and luxuriously decorated, nobody would also come and disturb you. If you want to rent it, this old man can give it to you for 6 jade essences per month. You also need to deposit 1 month of rent. So which residence do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want a high-quality residence. I'll rent it for a month first." Then he waved his hand and took out 6 jade essences. The old man received the jade essences and then looked at Zhao Hai. "I didn't expect you to be a rich man." While talking, he put away the jade essences and took out a jade token. After giving it to Zhao Hai, the old cultivator said, "Go downstairs with this jade token. Someone will then lead you to your residence. That residence will be yours for 1 month. We don't care how many people you let in, but if you want to use that residence for business, you have to come to us to report." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took the jade token and then left. When Zhao Hai went downstairs, one of the old cultivators said, "Senior brother, this kid is quite good." "Is that Zhao Hai that Lin Ling mentioned?" "He's a perceptive one. Lin Ling's eyes for talent are really good." The other cultivators smiled and said, "That kid became wary when he saw us. We didn't even move. We completely hid our killing aura, but he was still able to feel it. That's not easy to do." The first cultivator nodded. "Although this kid doesn't seem to have any killing aura, the fact that he's very sensitive to it means that a lot of people have died in his hands." That kid Lin Ling said that Zhao Hai was an army commander back in the lower realms. "It would be good for us if he joins the Tyrant Blade sect." The other cultivator agreed. From time to time, absolute talents would appear in the Soaring Dragon realm. People here are tempered by battles and are sometimes stronger than those trained by our sect. Those little guys back in the True Spirit realm aren't murderous enough. They only play with their blades with no intention of killing. What a joke. "We need to talk to the sect master about this." The other cultivator nodded. Then the 2 no longer spoke. They closed their eyes and returned to their drowsy state. When Zhao Hai left the second floor, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although he knew that the two old cultivators wouldn't treat him unjustly, Zhao Hai's heart was still pounding hard. The pressure he felt from the two was enormous. A cultivator was already waiting for Zhao Hai when he descended from the second floor. It was a young cultivator less than 20 years of age. One could still see a trace of naivety on his face. However, this cultivator wasn't weak and has achieved the immortal stage. When Zhao Hai came down, the young cultivator hastily stepped forward and bowed. "Mister, you have rented a residence. Please show me your jade token." Zhao Hai nodded and then gave the jade token to the young man. After looking at the jade token, the young cultivator nodded and said, "Mister, please come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai to the side of the hall. Those on the first floor were looking at Zhao Hai once more. Most of those on the first floor only heard of people renting residences in the city, but they had never seen a person doing it. Naturally, they were curious about the residence. Some of them followed Zhao Hai out of the hall to see what kind of residence Zhao Hai rented. At this time, on the back part of the Tyrant Blade Sex Branch Hall, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were sitting. In front of them was a cultivator. Lin Ling looked at the cultivator and said, "You said Zhao Hai rented a residence, and it's the highest quality residence?" The cultivator nodded and said, "Yes, Zhao Hai rented the best residence." The Yin Yang elders dealt with the transaction. Lin Ling nodded. "Did the Yin Yang elders say something about him?" The cultivator shook his head. The elders didn't say anything. However, they commented on senior brother Lin. "They said that you have good eyes." Hearing this, Lin Ling was happy. He looked at Xiang Ying and said, "Brother, what do you think?" "I wasn't wrong." Haha. Xiang Ying smiled and said, "Senior brother Lin, your eye for talent is very famous in the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai being praised by the Yin Yang elders further proves this. "Do you think we should recruit Zhao Hai ahead of time?" Lin Ling thought about it before saying, "We should wait. He just came to the Soaring Dragon Realm. He's not yet completely suited to life here. Allowing him to enter the True Spirit Realm at this point wouldn't be any good. He needs to adapt more." Xiang Ying nodded. "All right, but we need to hold on to him tightly." Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, he can't go anywhere else." After the praise given by the Yin Yang elders, "We have to pay more attention to him. We might even need to find Huang and Xiang Ke to make sure that they don't cause any trouble. Little Hai is more of a genius than I expected. We have to be careful." Xiang Yin agreed. "We should." "Senior brother, let's use this opportunity to head out. We need to resolve this matter before Zhao Hai goes out of seclusion. This way, it would be less dangerous for him." "What do you think?" Lin Ling nodded and said, "All right, but we need to greet the two elders first." Although they came here to temper their minds, it would be impossible to ignore them when it comes to this matter. Xiang Ying nodded, then the two stood up and left. Under the guidance of the Tyrant Blade sect cultivator, Zhao Hai arrived at a residence right beside the sect branch. It was a single residence with its own entrance and courtyard. Moreover, being near to the Tyrant Blade Sex Branch Hall, it was an extension of the Sex Forbidden Area. This meant that no violence was allowed in the vicinity, and most people weren't allowed to walk the streets outside it. The young cultivator took Zhao Hai inside the residence. The courtyard wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was 1,000 square meters. After the courtyard was a row of 3 buildings. The young cultivator stopped and then looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, this is your residence. Please hang your jade token on the front gate." This jade token is a defensive artifact and also has an alarm formation. This will prevent others from disturbing you. If you head out, you can take the token and hang it once you return. If your 1 month is finished, there's no need for you to go out. The jade token will record your credits. You can pay your balance once you're done with your seclusion. Zhao Hai gave his thanks to the young cultivator. Then he hung the jade token on the front gate before entering. Chapter 1958, Origin of the Black Tortoise. When Zhao Hai entered the small courtyard, he looked around and saw nothing inside it. But being clean was better for Zhao Hai, so he didn't care. The decorations inside the rooms were really good. There were tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets. Moreover, The meditation room was well made. Zhao Hai also looked at the other buildings and felt satisfied. Then he took his communicator out and called Zhang Feng. Before long, Zhang Feng's face was seen. Seeing Zhang Feng's face, Zhao Hai knew that he was currently on a task. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, are you doing a task?" Zhang Feng nodded. "I'm currently doing a task." "Where are you? Did you find a place?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I found a good residence. It's residence number 34 in Hangdao City. You can come over if you need anything. I'll be in seclusion here." Zhang Feng nodded. "It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the base. Just seclude in peace." Zhao Hai nodded. "Be careful when you do your task. Those two beastmen might cause problems for you." Zhang Feng nodded. "Don't worry. We'll be careful." Zhao Hai ended the call and then went to the meditation room. Zhao Hai chose to close up in Hangdao City rather than the great realm of cultivation's base because the spiritual qi in the base wasn't enough. He was also afraid that he would alarm Huang and Xiang Ke. The reason Zhao Hai was closing up was because he wanted to understand the Black Tortoise stamp and the Vermilion Bird stamp. Zhao Hai always felt that he wasn't able to make full use of the Vermilion Bird stamp. Obtaining the Black Tortoise stamp made Zhao Hai aware that he never found the correct method to control the Vermilion Bird stamp. Being given an opportunity, Zhao Hai would naturally want to capitalize on it. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the Vermilion Bird stamp and the Black Tortoise stamp weren't ordinary. If he used them well, they would bring huge benefits to him. With this in mind, Zhao Hai decided that he should seclude himself in the meantime. Also, if Zhao Hai was successful in comprehending both stamps, the effects on the surroundings definitely wouldn't be small. If a huge noise was made in the base, then it might be discovered by the beasts. Therefore, instead of secluding in the base, Zhao Hai decided to do it in Hangdao City. As he sat cross-legged inside the meditation room, Zhao Hai took out the Black Tortoise stamp and placed it on his lap. He closed his eyes and recalled the information that was passed on to him by the Black Tortoise. He moved his spiritual force according to the method he received. Then he began refining the Black Tortoise stamp. This wasn't an easy task. Treasures like the Black Tortoise stamp contain countless formations. If you don't understand them, you won't be able to make full use of them. If Zhao Hai wants complete control over the Black Tortoise stamp, then he needs to understand these formations. Then he could use these formations in several methods to fit the Black Tortoise stamp in multiple roles. While Zhao Hai was comprehending the Black Tortoise stamp, the space was also hard at work. The formations inside the stamp have been collected and were being analyzed. Once these formations were analyzed, Zhao Hai would gain a substantial enhancement in his understanding of the stamp. This would also bring about unexpected changes in the space. Zhao Hai comprehended the Black Tortoise seal for 7 days. After 7 days, Zhao Hai was finally able to refine the Black Tortoise stamp. With this, Zhao Hai now has a full understanding on how to use the Black Tortoise stamp. However, Zhao Hai still felt that something wasn't right. As for what it is, he cannot say. When he held the Black Tortoise seal, he didn't have the feeling that it was an extension of his arms. Although the stamp could follow Zhao Hai's instructions, it seems like it lacked consciousness. Naturally, this consciousness didn't mean a spirit, but it referred to how holding the tool just doesn't feel right. You can use it, but it feels uncomfortable in the hand. It was awkward to use. Zhao Hai wouldn't use such weapons. It must be known that comfort in handling artifacts has a huge effect on the life and death of a cultivator. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of danger, he would rather not use an artifact he wasn't comfortable in using. Therefore, although Zhao Hai could use the Black Tortoise stamp, he still wanted to know why it feels awkward when he uses it. Zhao Hai has completely refined the artifact, but it felt clunky. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. This was the first time he experienced this feeling. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the Black Tortoise stamp. The surface of the stamp seems to be carved from blue jade. It was beautiful, but Zhao Hai was certain that this jade wasn't like other jade he had seen before. Then a thought came to him. What if he tries to communicate with the jade? When he thought of this, Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he thought about what would happen if he used his divergent abilities to communicate with the Black Tortoise stamp. When he comprehended and refined the Black Tortoise stamp, Zhao Hai used spiritual force, not his consciousness. Both were different from each other. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to connect with the Black Tortoise stamp because it was a habit he developed for many years. But upon getting the idea, Zhao Hai thought about using his consciousness to communicate with the stamp and see what effect it would have. This thought became a seed that quickly germinated inside Zhao Hai's brain. So he quickly acted on it. He closed his eyes and used his earth element ability to communicate with the Black Tortoise stamp. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that it wasn't working. As soon as his earth element ability got in contact with the Black Tortoise stamp, a repulsive force appeared on the stamp. If Zhao Hai hadn't refined the stamp, then it might have already attacked him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand what was going on. He opened his eyes and looked at the Black Tortoise stamp. Then he smacked himself in the head upon realizing that he was an idiot. The Black Tortoise stamp belonged to the water god, and yet he used his earth element ability to communicate with it. No wonder it resulted in the stamp rejecting him. This can't be blamed on Zhao Hai. In the past, he always used his earth element ability whenever he communicated with jade. The Black Tortoise stamp seems to be made of jade, so Zhao Hai instinctively used his earth element ability to communicate with it. However, the Black Tortoise stamp was filled with the purest water element. There was no place for the earth element technique to cling onto a material of pure water. After thinking it through, Zhao Hai used his water element ability to communicate with the Black Tortoise stamp. Unlike last time, the connection was very smooth. The Black Tortoise stamp didn't repel him, but now, the thinking speed of the Black Tortoise stamp wasn't the same as Zhao Hai. However, since he has encountered this situation before, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious and immediately adjusted his thinking speed to match the Black Tortoise stamp. Zhao Hai didn't slow his thinking speed down. This was because he believed that a high-level artifact like the Black Tortoise stamp would have a fast thinking speed. Therefore, Zhao Hai increased his thinking speed, and before long, he reached the thinking speed of liquid silver. When Zhao Hai's thinking speed was 100 times the speed of liquid silver, he was finally able to sense something. Even so, his thinking speed was still very slow in comparison. It was like a tractor trying to catch up to a supercar. Although Zhao Hai hasn't caught up with the thinking speed of his target, he wasn't worried. He continued to gradually increase his speed. Zhao Hai didn't immediately match the thinking speed of the Black Tortoise stamp because he wanted to slowly feel the emotions coming from it. Only by knowing the right emotions could Zhao Hai better communicate with the Black Tortoise stamp. This was in line with what he learned over the years. After so many years of communicating with various things, Zhao Hai knew how important emotion was to communication. If he couldn't align his emotion to the Black Tortoise stamp's emotions, then he would never be able to fully integrate with its thoughts. As he felt the emotions of the Black Tortoise stamp, Zhao Hai was soon able to get in line with it. This wasn't because of Zhao Hai's keen sense, but it was because the Black Tortoise stamp's emotions were very simple. It was an emotion of peace and tranquility. There were no other emotions. Although Zhao Hai was surprised, he soon adjusted his own emotions and communicated with the Black Tortoise stamp. He then began to feel like he had become a black tortoise. He also began to uncover its origins. Zhao Hai felt that he was an ordinary being like Bubble. He lived a carefree life in his own subspace. In that subspace, the surroundings were filled with extremely pure water elements. He was living his best life. Then one day, an incomparably powerful strength intruded his subspace, causing everything inside to vanish. The subspace also became smaller and smaller before totally disappearing. Then the space turned into a stamp. The stamp was held by a man in blue whose face Zhao Hai couldn't see. This was the origin of the Black Tortoise stamp. That man in blue was the water god. As the water god was refining the Black Tortoise stamp, he looked for all kinds of water in the world and added it to the stamp. After many years, the stamp was completed. Then the water god amassed a large amount of water and compressed it to make Crystal City. And since the Black Tortoise stamp was made out of compressed subspace, The water god combined it with Crystal City to make them a pair. After that were scattered memories about the Black Tortoise stamp being in a battle. Then the Black Tortoise stamp lost its memories. The next moment, the Black Tortoise stamp was already in the Soaring Dragon realm. The water god was never found again. Even the spiritual imprint that the water god left in the stamp has vanished. After absorbing the memories of the Black Tortoise stamp, Zhao Hai began to feel a rich amount of water chi around him. The water he felt was purer than when he communicated with Bubble. Zhao Hai immersed himself in this feeling. He felt all kinds of water with different properties. Their attributes were different, their movements were different, and their purpose were different. However, there was one common thing about them. All of them were water. It doesn't matter if it was liquid or frozen, salt water or fresh water, cloud or fog, medicinal or toxic. All of them were water. The essence of water inside them wouldn't change. This time, Zhao Hai finally realized the essence of water, its origin. After some time, Zhao Hai woke up and withdrew his consciousness from the Black Tortoise stamp. Zhao Hai could also feel that there was now a sense of closeness between him and the Black Tortoise stamp. Although Zhao Hai didn't use it, he could feel that the stamp had become part of his body. Before this, he only knew methods to control the Black Tortoise stamp. But now, using it has become second nature. He can use any function of the Black Tortoise stamp anytime he wants. Zhao Hai gently stroked the back of the Black Tortoise stamp. He knew that he had completely refined it. It can be said that his refining of the stamp wasn't any less than the refining done by the Water God. The Water God created the Black Tortoise stamp, so his compatibility with it was very high. At the same time, Zhao Hai communicated with the Black Tortoise stamp and integrated it, making it akin to a part of his body. Even if you use a knife well, it was still a knife in the end. You would be more comfortable with your finger than with a knife. This was the difference between Zhao Hai and the Water God. Zhao Hai treated the Black Tortoise stamp as a part of his body while the Water God only treated it as a tool made for himself. Chapter 1959. Getting attention. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that when he and the Black Tortoise stamp communicated, the two old cultivators in the Tyrant Blade sect branch were stunned. They immediately stood up and went to the window. They were gazing in the direction of Zhao Hai's residence. One of the two cultivators said, "Junior brother, did you feel that? Very pure water essence. What treasure did that kid obtain? How could it have water essence that is so pure?" The other replied, "Senior brother, the kid's previous task is in Moon-Bathed Lake. There were rumors that the Moon-Bathed Lake has a treasure. Maybe the kid acquired it." The two old cultivators that rented the residence to Zhao Hai were famed elders of the Tyrant Blade sect. In the sect, they were called the Yin-Yang Elders. But outside, they were known by others as the demonic Yin-Yang Swords. Just by hearing this name, one would immediately know that the two were experts in joint attacks. These two were also extremely murderous. They were very famous in the true spirit realm for their killings, which gained them the name of demonic Yin-Yang Swords. The two were destined friends who joined the Tyrant Blade sect at the same time and worshipped the same master. One of them had a gentle nature while the other was fierce, completely opposite characters. Despite this, they became very good friends. Seeing this peculiar situation, their master decided to teach them joint techniques. With this technique, the two were able to cause quakes around the true spirit realm for 10,000 years. This was also the time they gained their illustrious title. But because the two carried extremely heavy killing intent, their cultivation began to be affected. In recent years, they hide themselves in order to temper their minds. In the end, the Tyrant Blade sect sent them to the Soaring Dragon realm to rest. When the two arrived in the Soaring Dragon realm, they became staff members of the branch hall in charge of renting residences out. In any case, only a few people would rent residences every year. This made the two have a very relaxed life. The two never expected to meet someone like Zhao Hai. When they first met Zhao Hai a few days ago, they immediately knew that he was special. Because of this, they paid attention to him. They even had someone tell Lin Ling about what they thought, which was an affirmation of Zhao Hai's qualities. The two have lived in the true spirit realm their entire lives, so they knew of the state of the realm. Any sect, even the Tyrant Blade sect, needs killing stars. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to terrify others. These killing stars needed to be unforgiving and would seek revenge for a slightest grievance. With such people present, nobody would dare offend the sect. In the past, the Yin Yang Elders were the killing stars of the Tyrant Blade sect. Seeing that Zhao Hai was sensitive to killing intent, the two elders knew that Zhao Hai must have killed a lot of people. They wanted to recruit Zhao Hai into the Tyrant Blade sect to become a killing star of the sect. Since Zhao Hai went into seclusion, the two elders made sure to pay attention to him. So when Zhao Hai's residence began emitting pure water essence, the two elders became surprised. The Yang elder nodded and said, "It's possible." This kid was able to ascend several times from the lower realms. In addition to his strength, he also has more experience and dared to take risks. This time, he took the task of getting 9 core lotus seeds. I think this isn't his main purpose. His real target is Moon-Bathed Lake. The task was just a convenience. The courage of the kid is really big. The Yin elder smiled and said, "The amount of courage isn't important, as long as the cultivator isn't a coward." Right. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying went out 2 days ago. They should be coming back soon, right? The Yang elder coldly snorted and said, "If someone dares to aim their claws at people the Tyrant Blade sect has settled on, then I won't hesitate to chop them off." The Tyrant Blade has some promising talents. Lin Ling is quite good, but he needs more experience. We should train him well. The Yin elder smiled faintly and said, "We'll train them when we have the opportunity. We have enough time, there's no need to be anxious." The Yang elder coldly snorted and no longer said anything. However, they still called someone over to pay attention to Zhao Hai's courtyard. At the same time, they forbade other people from approaching it. Zhao Hai didn't know that he had attracted the attention of the Yin Yang elders. He already received the Black Tortoise stamp. Now that he has gained full understanding of the Black Tortoise stamp, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the Vermilion Bird stamp. Ever since he obtained it, Zhao Hai was unable to make full use of the stamp. This was Zhao Hai's biggest worry about it, and he has been looking for solutions since. Zhao Hai took the Vermilion Bird stamp out. The Vermilion Bird stamp has already been refined before, but because he has no methods to use it, he couldn't use the full power and ability of the stamp. But now, Zhao Hai knew that the only thing he was missing was communicating with the Vermilion Bird stamp. Zhao Hai now understood that if he wanted to gain full mastery of an artifact, then he would need to use his divergent ability to communicate with it. When Zhao Hai communicated with the Black Tortoise stamp, he discovered that as soon as he connected with it, the method of using it would be ingrained into his mind. It was as if it had been there from the beginning. With this experience, Zhao Hai plans to use the same method with the Vermilion Bird stamp. When Zhao Hai obtained the Vermilion Bird stamp, it was seriously damaged. Therefore, he didn't obtain the proper method to use it. Now that he has the method, he naturally has to act on it. Zhao Hai looked at the Vermilion Bird stamp and let out a long breath. The heavenly demons living in Fire God City have already been evacuated. Zhao Hai doesn't know whether something would change when he communicates with Vermilion Bird stamp, so to avoid any accident to the heavenly demons, Zhao Hai moved them away. The heavenly demons of Fire God City have already formed their own tribe. The newborn heavenly demons were different from the original ones. The new generation of heavenly demons have bodies that are mostly composed of the fire element. Although their cultivation methods were still the same as the other heavenly demons, their combat strength was better than the old generation. This pleased Zhao Hai. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let them suffer any accident. Fire God City was now empty besides the trees and plants that were cultivated. Zhao Hai didn't bother migrating them. Although they were good materials, Zhao Hai doesn't regard them as important. After inspecting Fire God City once more and confirming that everyone was evacuated, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and adjusted his thoughts before beginning to communicate with the Vermilion Bird stamp. Although the Vermilion Bird stamp was severely damaged in the past, it has been recuperating inside the space all this time. It has almost recovered to its original state. Artifacts on the level of the Vermilion Bird stamp could recover by themselves. Because of this, Zhao Hai found communicating with the Vermilion Bird stamp as hard as communicating with the Black Tortoise stamp. To Zhao Hai's surprise, when he communicated with the Vermilion Bird stamp, He didn't feel a wild emotion. Instead, what he felt with the vermilion bird stamp was the feeling of warmth. The experience of the vermilion bird stamp was similar to the black tortoise stamp. It was also a beast living inside a subspace rich in the fire element. Then the subspace was compressed by the fire god, eventually forming it into the vermilion bird stamp. Needless to say, when Zhao Hai was finished, he was able to understand the origin of fire, and his control over the vermilion bird stamp has increased. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai's communication with the vermilion bird stamp attracted the attention of the two elders once more. The two elders looked towards Zhao Hai's residence with puzzled looks on their faces. The Yang elder said, "Senior brother, I could feel pure fire essence from that kid's courtyard. Something's not right." The Yin elder knitted his brows and said, "He practiced the water element last time, so why would it suddenly become the fire element?" Moon-bathed lake is completely made up of the water element. There is no fire element in its surroundings. Looking at the purity of this fire essence, it shouldn't be any less than the water essence earlier. What's going on? At this time, a few figures could be seen flying towards Zhao Hai's courtyard. Looking at the figures, the Yang elder said, "That kid Lin Ling was also alarmed. It seems like his trip has gone well. After Zhao Hai is done with his seclusion, we can have Lin Ling get in touch with him. We can also ask Zhao Hai what happened." The Yin elder nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "That kid's luck is too good. If the pure water essence before came from a treasure, then the pure fire essence this time should also come from another treasure. This kid isn't secluding for his cultivation. He wants to refine these treasures. Even if these treasures are placed in the true spirit realm, they would still be rare. Who knew that a kid who has yet to enter the true spirit realm would have two of them? Ha ha ha. What luck." The Yang elder also chuckled and said, "Fortunately, we're here to isolate the surroundings. Otherwise, this kid will face countless trouble once he arrives in the true spirit realm. Even Lin Ling's warning wouldn't be able to stop the beasts outside." The Yin elder smiled and said, "All right, let's just leave the young ones be. Everything will be fine as long as that kid enters the Tyrant Blade sect." Then he returned to his seat and resumed his drowsy state. At this moment, Lin Ling arrived outside Zhao Hai's courtyard. He looked at the residents with a stern look on his face. On his side was Xiang Ying, who had the same expression. Behind the two were people of the Tyrant Blade sect. Lin Ling looked at the person beside Zhao Hai's residence and asked, "Did something happen to this courtyard before this?" The person from the Tyrant Blade sect replied, "I felt a very pure essence of water. No less than the fire essence this time." The two elders already ordered that nobody could approach this courtyard, so we've been monitoring the surroundings so that nobody could pass through here. Hearing this, Lin Ling relaxed. Then he looked at Xiang Ying and said, "So the two elders already know." "It seems like it's a false alarm, but what in the world is that kid doing? How could he make such a huge disturbance?" Xiang Ying shook his head and said, "At this point, nobody knows. Let's head back first. Let's ask the elders what we should do." Lin Ling nodded and then the two flew towards the branch hall building. Chapter 1960. Unofficial Disciple. Zhao Hai slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He looked at the vermilion bird stamp in his hand. He already communicated with it and found the proper way of using it. Only after communicating with the stamp did Zhao Hai know how wrong his usage of it was in the past. He even used the vermilion bird stamp like a brick to smash people. It was a complete waste of the artifact. The vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp weren't like bricks that one would use to bash their enemies with. Instead, they were artifacts that held absolute control over fire and water. Inside the vermilion bird stamp was a world filled with pure fire, while the black tortoise stamp had a world of pure water essence. The attacks of the fire and water were much more powerful compared to using Fire God City and Crystal City to smash the enemy. From what Zhao Hai could see, the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamps were similar to guns that fired water and fire instead of bullets. In the past, Zhao Hai used this gun as a club, It was utterly embarrassing. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp were much more powerful compared to guns. These two artifacts were capable of attacking the enemy with the pure essence of fire and water. Average enemies would not be able to block it. Zhao Hai received the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. However, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he had Kair research the new information that he received. He wanted to find the optimum uses of them during battles. Kair complied and immediately became busy. The reason Zhao Hai didn't leave was because he knew that he had only secluded for 20 days. He still had 10 days left before he had to leave, so he wasn't in a hurry. Unknown to Zhao Hai, at this time, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying arrived at the second floor of the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall. They were standing in front of the Yin Yang elders. Lin Ling cupped his fist and said, "Martial uncles, I believe you already know about Zhao Hai's situation. This junior wants to ask for your advice as to what to do next." The Yin elder smiled faintly and said, "This time, Zhao Hai secluded because he was able to get a fortuitous encounter. Once he goes out, get in contact with him. Although we cannot recruit him to the sect right now, we can give him some privileges ahead of time. We must make him understand that the Tyrant Blade sect wants to recruit him." Hearing the Yin elder, Lin Ling stared. Then his expression lit up as he said, "Yes, martial uncle. This junior understands." The Yang elder added, "Give Zhao Hai the token of an unofficial disciple. At the same time, tell those who wanted to reach their claws that Zhao Hai is an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. If they dared to extend their claws carelessly, then they can't blame this old man for being ruthless." Hearing the Yang elder, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying's expressions turned serious. They could feel the coldness behind those words. The two immediately nodded. They didn't expect the two old men to take Zhao Hai so seriously. This basically guaranteed Zhao Hai's safety. Looking at the two, the Yin elder waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go. Let Zhao Hai gain experience for some time, but find a way to ensure his safety." The two responded and then left. Upon going out of the branch hall, Lin Ling turned to Xiang Ying and forced a smile as he said, "I didn't expect the two elders to take Zhao Hai this seriously. Junior brother, it seems like we underestimated Zhao Hai." Xiang Ying nodded and said, "The most important thing for us right now is to get in contact with Zhao Hai. I think this will be up to you, senior brother. You're the only one who knows him, and I think the kid already has some hints. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in Hangdao City." Lin Ling nodded. With this kid's craftiness, he must have some suspicions. But that's all right. Let's give him an unofficial disciple token first so that he can show it to other people. After he gains more experience, we will recruit him to the sect. Xiang Ying replied, "From what I can see, the two elders have already settled on Zhao Hai. Senior brother, do you think the elders will take him in as a disciple?" Hearing this, Lin Ling stared. Then his expression turned serious before he gave a nod and said, "I think this is possible. The two elders haven't taken in a disciple after so many years. With how much killing or they made in the past, they were afraid that they might kill their disciple by mistake. But now, after resting for many years, the elders should be ready to take in a disciple. If the two elders take Zhao Hai as a disciple, then this would be a good thing." Both of them knew the strength of the Yin Yang elders. Although the Yin Yang elders haven't made a move for many years, their prestige in the true spirit realm never waned. If they received Zhao Hai as a disciple, the Tyrant Blade sect would potentially have another powerhouse in the future. The two chatted for some time before Lin Ling sent someone to observe Zhao Hai's residence. As soon as Zhao Hai comes out, he will be notified. Zhao Hai continued to seclude himself in his residence. Although he couldn't enter the space, his spiritual force has been in contact with it all this time. At the same time, he was deducing fighting methods using the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. For 5 days, Kair was busy calculating the moves that could be made with the two stamps. Actually, she spent most of the time communicating with Zhao Hai about the possible moves he could make. Before long, the methods were slowly being formed. 5 days later, The fighting methods were completed. Then Zhao Hai began to meditate on it. The fighting methods were divided into several forms. The simplest type was Zhao Hai using either the vermilion bird stamp or the black tortoise stamp to fight the enemy. The second form was coordinating with the two stamps during battle. However, Zhao Hai would only use a blade while fighting with the two stamps. The third form was Zhao Hai using liquid silver to release the stellar transformation sword formation to trap the enemy and then using the stamps to kill them. With the formation and the stamps working together, the enemy would have no way to fight back. The fourth form was Zhao Hai using his divergent abilities to fight the enemy with his full power. If Zhao Hai used this form, then this meant that he had run into a very powerful enemy, one that he might risk his life fighting. Zhao Hai prepared all of these methods in preparation to enter the true spirit realm. Once he ascends, he would face enemies much more powerful than himself. It was impossible for him to reveal all of his strength all the time. Therefore, he made a few divisions to hide his capabilities. Actually, Zhao Hai also needs to be careful in the soaring dragon realm. If he was careless here, then he would suffer greatly. 5 days quickly went past. Because Zhao Hai participated in making his 4 fighting methods, it didn't take him a long time to get familiarized with them. Moreover, the days in the soaring dragon realm were much longer than in the great realm of cultivation. Therefore, 5 days was a long time for Zhao Hai. The only thing left for him to do was to temper his methods in actual combat. Zhao Hai opened his eyes when the time was up. He stood up and began walking outwards. Of the residence that he rented, Zhao Hai has only used the meditation room. The other parts of the residence were practically left untouched. After exiting the courtyard, Zhao Hai took off the jade token by the door. As he was about to go to the branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect, the cultivator who brought him to the residence approached him and said, "Mr. Senior Brother Lin Ling is inviting you to the branch hall. I wonder if Mr. will agree?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know what Lin Ling needed him for, but he still nodded and said, "Of course I agree. Please guide me there." The young cultivator nodded and then led Zhao Hai to the branch hall. The two didn't go to the large building but instead to a courtyard nearby. Standing outside the door, the young cultivator announced, "Senior Brother Lin Ling, I have brought Zhao Hai." Lin Ling's voice was heard from inside, "Let him in." The young cultivator gestured towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the cultivator and then walked in. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai immediately saw Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. Naturally, he has no idea who Xiang Ying was, but he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Misters." Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, we met again. I've been paying attention to you. How are you doing? Are you used to living in the soaring dragon realm?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, replying to Mr. Lin Ling, "I've been doing quite well. I am starting to get used to life in the soaring dragon realm." Lin Lin nodded. Then he said, "Zhao Hai, answer me truthfully. Do you know that I've been paying attention to you?" Looking at Lin Ling, Zhao Hai decided to tell the truth. He nodded and said, "I knew. It hasn't been a long time since I came to the soaring dragon realm, but I already received news that someone was paying attention to me. This meant that someone already knew me before I entered the soaring dragon realm. Besides you, sir, nobody else from the true spirit realm knows me." Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. After some time, he said, "All right. You're quite smart. You guessed right. I have been paying attention to you. I asked you to come over to ask you a question." "Zhao Hai, are you willing to join our Tyrant Blade sect?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Lin Ling to ask him this question at this time, but he still nodded and said, "Of course, I'm willing. Joining the Tyrant Blade sect will be an honor." Lin Ling nodded. Then he took out a jade token and sent it towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai caught the token, Lin Ling said, "This is an unofficial disciple token of the Tyrant Blade sect. Bring it with you all the time. You will be considered as someone from the Tyrant Blade sect, but you still need to be observed for some time before becoming an official disciple. You can continue living like before and take tasks in the soaring dragon realm, but you have to remember that you're already someone from the Tyrant Blade sect." Chapter 1961, Severe warning. Zhang Feng and the others were currently inside a tavern in Changshan City. Although their tasks went smoothly so far, they were unhappy. This was because Zhao Hai hasn't returned for a month. They were very worried. By this point, Zhao Hai no longer gave everyone tasks, so teams needed to choose their own tasks to take. However, Zhao Hai's tasks already gave everyone a template on which tasks to accept. Additionally, with Zhang Feng being a gang leader, a task analysis team was soon set up to analyze all kinds of tasks. This way, the base could tell everyone which tasks to take and which ones to avoid. Because of this, the tasks done by the Great Realm of Cultivation went very smoothly. There had been no accidents. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai has already been an integral part of the base. Although Zhao Hai hasn't been with them for a long time, he already gave the team a huge help. The safe base as well as the template to analyze tasks were all given to them by Zhao Hai. Although they weren't worried that something would happen to Zhao Hai in the past month, his absence still had a huge impact on the base's morale. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Zhang Feng and the others were high-level members of their respective sects. Zhang Feng himself was a gang leader who managed an entire sect. If there was any problem, they knew very well that they couldn't rely on other people. But not seeing Zhao Hai for a long time made them feel empty. As he drank his wine, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh and said, "We've done a lot of good tasks lately. I reckon we're already used to the environment of the Soaring Dragon Realm. It should be time for us to take on more difficult tasks. What do you think?" Everyone was a bit hesitant when they heard this. They were indeed used to the environment of the realm, but at the same time they understood how dangerous it was. To be honest, they were afraid to take on more difficult tasks. Zhang Feng looked at everyone's expression and was about to say something when a voice was heard. "Haha, so everyone is having drinks, let me have a few cups too." Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's mood immediately lifted as he said, "Little Hai, you're out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and greeted everyone before sitting down. Then he looked at them and asked, "What were you discussing?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "We're talking about taking on more difficult tasks. We've been doing quite well in our tasks, so I thought we should be prepared to face more difficult tasks. But we also know how dangerous the Soaring Dragon Realm is, so we're still not sure if we should go through." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "So it's this, actually. It's not that complicated. Everyone should be doing more difficult tasks. You should all know that everyone in the Soaring Dragon Realm are potential disciples of the True Spirit Realm sects. The tasks we're doing right now are the easy tasks, although we still get impression points this way. Impression points are just one aspect of our records. The sects would also look at the tasks we've completed. If we won't even dare take difficult tasks, then how can we face the much harder trials in the True Spirit Realm? Casualties would happen no matter what, but tasks needed to be done. Uncle Tai and the others sacrificed a lot of lives so that we can gain a stable footing in the Soaring Dragon Realm. Then we can work on getting recruited by the sects of the True Spirit Realm. If we won't even take harder tasks, then how would we get recruited by the sects?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, everyone became enlightened. Zhao Hai was right. If they always did easy tasks, then no sect would pay attention to them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and knew that they understood his points. But he still added, "I know that everyone are elders with high positions back in the Great Realm of Cultivation. Although the abrupt change in status upon arriving in the Soaring Dragon Realm is uncomfortable, I hope that everyone can adjust to the situation. Otherwise, you will never get the chance to enter the True Spirit Realm. In the Soaring Dragon Realm, you are no longer elders. You return to being juniors that need to grow. Think about the time you were at the Qi refining stage and had just embarked on the road of cultivation. A Qi refining cultivator isn't working hard to gain status, it was to gain strength. Moreover, danger and benefits go hand in hand. The more danger there is, the more rewards one could get. If you don't believe me, take a look at this." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out the unofficial disciple token of the Tyrant Blade sect. Everyone looked at the token that Zhao Hai took out. The token was very simple. It was made with jade and had an engraving of a blade. Then below the blade were the 3 characters of the Tyrant Blade sect. Then on the back of the token were the words Unofficial Disciple. Although they haven't seen an unofficial disciple token before, they understood what it meant judging by the words on it. If they still didn't know what the token implied, then they would be idiots. A smile bloomed on Zhang Feng's face as he said, "Little Hai, you became the Tyrant Blade sect's unofficial disciple?" Zhao Hai nodded. He took out the unofficial disciple token of the Tyrant Blade sect in order to inspire everyone. He knew that if they couldn't adjust their mentality, then their future progress would be affected greatly. Zhao Hai said, "Everyone knows that Mr. Feng Linian told me that I'm being observed. Those people are from the Tyrant Blade sect. They have been paying attention to me for quite a while. After I finished my seclusion, the people of the Tyrant Blade sect called me over and made me an unofficial disciple. When I gain enough experience, I will be officially recruited to the Tyrant Blade sect." After talking up to here, Zhao Hai paused. Then he continued, "Everyone, don't think that I'm already a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. There are people who have been observed by the Tyrant Blade sect but failed to be recruited in the end. Very few people can get recruited to a sect. This is because most of those people failed to adjust their mentality and couldn't help but return to their own realms." Having said this, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Some time ago, back in the great realm of cultivation, I met someone who was about to enter the Soaring Dragon realm. It was during the realm assessment of the Soaring Dragon realm. That person is a participant from another realm. To be honest, that person was quite talented. He broke through to the immortal stage while we were fighting. I can say that he's quite a genius. I met him again not too long ago, but this time, he became an ordinary immortal cultivator. His wild nature has mellowed out. He became normal. If he couldn't regain his nature, he would never be able to join a true spirit realm sect. A genius has been turned average by the Soaring Dragon realm." Zhao Hai let out another sigh. "We cultivate to challenge the heavens and pursue the supreme Tao. In this pursuit, we should be scholars and be willing to move forward. Otherwise, we would be left behind by the Tao. If we don't change our mentality, we will not succeed. By the time, there would be no difference between dying early and dying late. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Among them, Zhang Feng's feelings were the most affected. He was there when Zhao Hai joined the Black Tiger gang. He was able to see Zhao Hai's growth. Then finally, both of them entered the Soaring Dragon realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai was now at a higher position than him. Although Zhao Hai was a genius, his mentality was the main driving force of his rapid progress. He was the type that would never be satisfied. He always pursued higher and higher goals. The others also realized that their drive to pursue the Tao had dulled compared to before they reached the immortal stage. Their fearless attitude was beginning to be eroded. They were always prepared to go all out, but now they were afraid of difficult tasks. Zhao Hai's words hit them hard, waking them up. Everyone took a deep breath and stood up. Then they bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for teaching us. We will never forget this." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I hope that everyone can reach farther in their cultivation. Even if I leave, you must pass my words to the others so that they can understand what they need to do in the Soaring Dragon realm." Everyone nodded. Then after Zhao Hai asked them all to sit down, he said, "After finishing the newcomer tasks, you can take on more difficult tasks. Although it's better to be safe, you shouldn't be afraid of danger. Casualties are always unavoidable. To enter the higher realms, one needs to make sacrifices. Now that I became an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, I will have to take on more difficult tasks. I can only take on tasks on my own. It's too dangerous for you to follow me." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai's task to harvest 9 core lotus seeds was already very dangerous. Not to mention now that he became an unofficial disciple, his tasks would become more and more dangerous. It was no longer a good idea for them to follow Zhao Hai. Seeing that everyone understood, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Since everyone agrees, you should pass on to the others what I told you. We should take on more tasks and acquire more money. This way, Those who will enter the soaring dragon realm in the future will have a better life." Everyone laughed. They agreed to Zhao Hai's words. Although their days were better than before, they couldn't just think of themselves. They also need to think about the others who would come later. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I might spend less time on the base in the future. Although I'm still an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, I have been allocated my own courtyard in Hangdao City. I will be staying there in the future. If you need anything, just go there and find me. You can also stay there for a while. It's very safe in the city." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. The base is very good. There's no need for us to go to your place to stay. Also, we can't always rely on you. Otherwise, we would look like freeloaders. You don't have to worry. We will manage the base well, and our base is very safe in the first place." Zhao Hai nodded. Their current base was excellently hidden. He could even say that it was safer than Hangdao City. Once in a while, Hangdao City would be under attack by beast tides. On the other hand, the base would never be detected by the beasts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's also good. But if you have any need for me, don't hesitate to approach me. I haven't joined the Tyrant Blade sect yet." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, everyone laughed. Then Zhang Feng said, "I think we should notify the realm about this matter immediately. Little Hai will definitely be recruited by the Tyrant Blade sect. This is a first for the great realm of cultivation. If they heard that someone has joined a top sect, everyone would be happy." Nobody opposed this idea. Zhao Hai joining the Tyrant Blade sect was a very good thing for them. If Zhao Hai really entered the Tyrant Blade sect, the great realm of cultivation would benefit a lot. The artifacts that would be given to the realm would definitely increase the realm's overall strength. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhao Hai didn't stop them. He wasn't someone who would forget his roots. If he joined the Tyrant Blade sect, he would certainly lend a helping hand to the great realm of cultivation. After drinking in the tavern for some time, Zhao Hai left with everyone. Instead of taking a task, he returned to the base to take a look. The base was doing quite well. Because they have the money, there were additions to the base. The most eye-catching one was the purchase of a high-grade defensive formation. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also shielded the base from spiritual force. Even Lin Ling wouldn't be able to find the base. Seeing the base's current state, Zhao Hai was relieved. While he was in the base, he chatted with Li Mu and the others before returning to Hangdao City. In the future, Zhao Hai will be staying in the city. He would also take tasks there. Zhao Hai already has a general understanding of the affairs in Hangdao City. However, he didn't go to the branch halls of the sects to accept tasks. For tasks, he could just go to the branch hall of the Tyrant Blade sect. This will also allow him to be observed more by the sect. Moreover, tasks that he completed will benefit both him and the Tyrant Blade sect. After all, he was now considered as someone from the Tyrant Blade sect. When Zhao Hai entered the branch hall, the people in the counters immediately recognized him. They couldn't help it. When he came and rented a residence, a lot of people saw him. Naturally, his image was imprinted in their minds. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He continued to look at the wall, looking for tasks that he could do. Chapter 1962, Highway Robbery. As Zhao Hai was looking through the list of tasks, other people were staring at him. Zhao Hai was now considered a rich man in Hangdao City. However, people only heard of him. They haven't seen his face. Zhao Hai didn't care about the gazes directed towards him. He continued to scan through the available tasks. Zhao Hai has now graduated from newcomer tasks. He was now looking for tasks that were intended for experienced cultivators. Looking at the expert tasks, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. These tasks were much more difficult compared to newcomer tasks. Zhao Hai could even see tasks that required one to stay several days outside. To do these tasks, you would need to have a portable transmission formation, or you would have to stay outside in the night, which was very dangerous. The Tyrant Blade sect also provides maps for some of the expert tasks. The dangers contained were also written. The more detailed the task was, the more dangerous it would be. After looking through the list, Zhao Hai decided to take on a mining task. The ore he needed to mine this time was an advanced level ore called Cloud Iron ore. Cloud Iron was very light but retained the tenacity of steel. To mine Cloud Iron ore, one would need to head 1 million kilometers northwest of Hangdao City. This wasn't a task that could be finished in one day. After taking the task, the Tyrant Blade sect would provide a map. This task was considered as one of the more difficult expert tasks to accomplish. Zhao Hai went to the counter and then took his Jade token and Disciple token out. Then he handed it over the counter and said, "Hello, I want to take on the Cloud Iron mining task." Seeing Zhao Hai hand 2 Jade tokens over, the female cultivator opposite the counter stared. Then when she took the 2 tokens and looked at them, she immediately understood Zhao Hai's status. She couldn't help but smile at him and said, "Please wait a moment." Then she took Zhao Hai's Jade token and recorded the task on it. Then she gave the tokens back as well as a Jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "This Jade slip contains the map to the task. The dangers you may encounter have also been listed. I hope you succeed." Zhao Hai received his Jade tokens and the Jade slip and then expressed his gratitude towards the female cultivator before leaving. Hearing the task that Zhao Hai took, the people in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. However, nobody said anything. After all, almost everyone who took such tasks were experts. There were even some who took tasks more dangerous than the one Zhao Hai took on. These people might be alone when they take the task, but once they head out, they would be in a group. In the Soaring Dragon realm, there was almost no cultivator who acted on their own. No matter which task, cultivators would always do it in a group. The realm was too dangerous. Going out alone would just increase the dangers one would encounter. When Zhao Hai left the Tyrant Blade Sex Hall, several cultivators followed him. They wanted to see who Zhao Hai would team up with to complete the task. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. When he left the branch hall, he immediately scanned the Jade slip with his spiritual force. He made sure to memorize the dangerous areas and other important bits. Then he flew out of the city. The cultivators who followed Zhao Hai were stunned when they saw his actions. One of them said, "Zheng, do you think he's taking the task on his own? Why did he leave the city?" Zheng frowned and said, "He's going to mine Cloud Iron ores alone? Is he a lunatic? Go, let's follow him. If he's really alone, then we'll attack him. That guy can rent a residence in Hangdao City. He must have a lot of good things with him." Upon hearing Zheng, the faces of the others flashed with greed. At this time, one of the cultivators whispered, "Zheng, we should forget it." Just now, that person gave 2 Jade tokens to the female cultivator. I looked at it and one of them seems to be an identity token that belongs to the Tyrant Blade sect. That guy might be someone the Tyrant Blade sect is paying attention to. If we make a move on him, the Tyrant Blade sect might not let us off. When Zheng heard this, he frowned slightly. Then he turned his head to the Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall and said, "Let's leave first before talking." But the direction they were walking towards was the same as Zhao Hai. The rest of the group didn't say anything and just followed behind. After flying a distance, Zheng opened his mouth and said, "What are we afraid of?" In the Soaring Dragon realm, there are a lot of people that are being observed by the sects. Let's just make sure that nobody knows that we killed him. Worst case scenario, we can leave for another city. With what we could get from that guy, we would be able to live good lives. The cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm have very hard lives. They weren't like Zhao Hai who could print money by crafting artifacts. Although all cultivators could refine artifacts, what most people could make were average ones. It was difficult for a refining master to reach the immortal stage. It was precisely because of this that there were very few people who could get a lot of impression points by crafting just like Zhao Hai. If you can't refine artifacts and make pills, then a cultivator would have trouble making an income. Naturally, they would also have no money in their hands. Now that Zhao Hai became known as a rich person, evil people would naturally gravitate towards him. They wouldn't hesitate to rob him. Cultivators rarely had saints among them. In order to make themselves better, most cultivators would kill and rob others. It became the norm, so people didn't feel any remorse when robbing. Zhao Hai hadn't noticed these people, but Kair did. When Kair saw people following Zhao Hai out of Hangdao City harboring obvious evil intentions, she immediately informed Zhao Hai. Despite hearing this, Zhao Hai didn't pay too much importance to it. It's good if they didn't come, but if they dared, then he would be impolite. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use his divergent ability to hide. Instead, he traveled like any other cultivator. After obtaining the Vermilion Bird Stamp and the Black Tortoise Stamp, Zhao Hai was now more powerful than before. Even if he met Xiang Ke and Hu Wang, he wouldn't be afraid to fight them. Although Zhao Hai had yet to use the two stamps during battle, Zhao Hai was confident in their strength. After all, he became aware of their abilities when he communicated with them. Zhao Hai also discovered something peculiar. He could absorb artifacts like liquid silver into his body, but he couldn't do the same to the two stamps. Moreover, the space doesn't have the means to analyze them. Because the level of the two stamps was very high, the space couldn't see through them. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. He was able to communicate with the two stamps because of his divergent abilities. The scanner of the space was different. If the space couldn't scan it, then there's nothing he could do. Zhang and his group continued to follow Zhao Hai. They weren't that far away from Hangdao City, so there weren't many beasts around. Zhao Hai avoided a few beasts and kept advancing according to the map in the jade slip. As they flew forward, Zhang also paid attention to their distance from Hangdao City. They didn't want to wait until Zhao Hai finished his task and came back. In their opinion, if Zhao Hai went to collect Cloud Iron Ore on his own, what were the chances of him coming back? If they didn't attack him right now, then they might not have any chance in the future. The two sides flew for 20 minutes. Because they were traversing a forest, they didn't fly too far nor were too near to the city. It was enough distance for an attack. Zhang looked at the others in his group and said, "Pay attention to the surroundings. Make sure that there are no powerful beasts around. We must deal with that guy here." The others nodded. Then they scattered and surrounded Zhao Hai. This wasn't the first time that they did this kind of thing, so they were quite experienced. Zhao Hai was now paying attention to Zhang and the others. Upon seeing their action, he couldn't help but sneer and stopped. If Zhang and the others didn't make a move on him, then he would never care about them. But now that they tried to surround him, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. Not long after Zhao Hai stopped, Zhang and his group surrounded him. Seeing Zhao Hai stopping, Zhang stared and then frowned. Then he motioned to a cultivator next to him. That cultivator retreated and looked around. Seeing Zhang's actions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod at his carefulness. Of course, Zhao Hai understood Zhang's actions. He was trying to find out if Zhao Hai was acting as bait to lure them out. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang and said, "There's no need to look. I'm alone. There's nobody else around." Zhang stared. With a grim expression, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you know why we're here? Aren't you afraid?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Afraid? You think you're enough to make me afraid? I really don't know if you have a death wish or not. None of you dared to mine Cloud Iron Ores, but I did. If I wasn't confident in my strength, then would I dare take the task? And yet you dared to rob me. Ha ha ha. It's very funny." Zhang's complexion changed. Then he sneered and said, "You look too highly upon yourself. Now die." Then he waved his hand, commanding the others to attack. Zhao Hai sneered. He waved his hand as a red and blue stamp appeared beside him. Then he pinched his fingers as he said, "Inferno, freeze." Just as his voice fell, the Vermilion Bird Stamp began to fill the skies with fire. Then the fire targeted the cultivators on the left side. On the other side, the Black Tortoise side emitted a white mist which attacked the cultivators on the right. Zhang was nearer to Zhao Hai's left side, so he was faced with the Vermilion Bird Stamp's fire. He immediately opened his defensive shield to block the attack. However, Zhang underestimated the Vermilion Bird Stamp's flames. The Vermilion Bird Stamp produced the most powerful flames. How could ordinary things be able to block it? Although Zhang was able to use his defensive artifact, as soon as it encountered the flames of the Vermilion Bird Stamp, it immediately became molten slag. Zhang was also turned into ash before he could even react. Chapter 1963, Cross-Talking Two-Headed Rock Snakes. It wasn't only Zhang, but all cultivators on the left side of Zhao Hai were incinerated upon meeting the flames of the Vermilion Bird Stamp. Meanwhile, the Black Tortoise Stamp didn't perform any less. When the white mist hit the cultivators on the right side of Zhao Hai, the cultivators were immediately turned into frozen statues. Then due to their momentum, They fell forward, which caused their bodies to shatter into tiny pieces. Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk at the sight in front of him. Although he was aware that the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp were formidable artifacts, he didn't expect them to be this strong. They were able to easily turn 7 immortal experts into dust. It was too terrifying. It was only after some time did Zhao Hai recover. As he received the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp, he muttered, "What a pity, I just lost out on 7 immortal stage undead." Also, it wasn't only the bodies of the immortal experts that were destroyed. The artifacts they had on their bodies were also destroyed. It can be said that they were erased by a mere wave of a hand by Zhao Hai. After asking Kair if there were other people around, Zhao Hai continued to fly forward. He was still very far from his destination. He couldn't delay for very long. Upon knowing that nobody was following him, Zhao Hai used his divergent ability to blitz through the forest. These days, Kair has been working on mapping the soaring dragon realm into the space. At the same time, she was also collecting things for the space. Because the laws of the soaring dragon realm were exerting pressure, the silver needles weren't as fast as they should be. There were also a lot of powerful beings in the soaring dragon realm. So to avoid the silver needles from being spotted, the rate in mapping has incredibly slowed down. Because Zhao Hai was going to a faraway place, Kair has yet to map the destination, and since Zhao Hai wanted to experience more of the soaring dragon realm, he didn't use the space to move forward. Instead, he continued to sneak around using his divergent abilities. Naturally, since he was using his divergent abilities instead of the space, Zhao Hai wasn't very fast. When the sun completely set, Zhao Hai used a portable transmission formation to return to Hangdao City. He was going to continue his trip the next day. After returning to his courtyard, Zhao Hai asked Zhang Feng if anything important happened. Fortunately, everyone from the great realm of cultivation was doing very well. With the mentality of everyone being changed, they were beginning to take on some expert tasks, but they also made sure to take the relatively safe ones. Therefore, there were no casualties. Seeing that there were no problems on the side of the great realm of cultivation, Zhao Hai was relieved. Then he went to his meditation room to rest for the entire night. Zhao Hai didn't dare enter the space while inside Hangdao City. With the strength of the Yin Yang elders, they would definitely find out if Zhao Hai suddenly disappeared. The night passed without any issue. The next morning, Zhao Hai returned to where he was the day before and continued on his way. It wasn't until late afternoon did Zhao Hai arrive at his destination. Zhao Hai has already left the forest and is now in a vast mountain range. This mountain was called the Misty Mountains by the people of the Soaring Dragon Realm. This mountain range has been surrounded by mist for many years. There were also a lot of beasts around the mountain range. Only very few cultivators would dare to come here. Despite being close to the mountain range, Zhao Hai still had to travel some distance before he could arrive at the place where cloud iron ores were mined. But since it was already getting dark, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on venturing into the mountains. He would wait until the next day before he begins to look for cloud iron ore. By this point, Zhao Hai's portable transmission formation could no longer take him directly back to Hangdao City. He would need 2 teleportations to reach the city. The farthest distance a portable transmission formation could travel was 500,000 kilometers. Zhao Hai has already flown 1,000,000 kilometers, so while he was traveling, he found safe transfer points in the middle. After resting for an entire evening in his courtyard, Zhao Hai returned to the Misty Mountains. This time, he wasn't planning on using his divergent abilities to travel. Instead, he took out the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp and carefully moved forward. The reason Zhao Hai didn't use his divergent ability was because he found that no matter which ability he used, he would not be able to avoid the beasts. The beasts on Misty Mountain weren't only above ground, there were beasts in the sky as well as underground. It didn't matter if Zhao Hai used wood element or earth element abilities, he would still be discovered by the beasts. There were more beasts on the Misty Mountains compared to the forest. Zhao Hai has to be careful. Fortunately, when the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp weren't used, they would not emit any fluctuations. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble for Zhao Hai. The reason Zhao Hai knew about all of this was because when he returned to Hangdao City, Care used silver needles to scout the mountains. There were plenty of powerful beasts on the Misty Mountains. The silver needles were even discovered several times. Fortunately, the silver needles can be very small. Although the beasts detected them, Care could make them go underground to hide from sight. After Zhao Hai took out the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp, he slowly moved up the mountain. Once he entered the mountain, Zhao Hai immediately felt a burst of pressure. The pressure was much stronger than outside. Zhao Hai now understood why the beasts of Misty Mountain were very strong. It should have something to do with this pressure. Although Care had yet to map the entire Misty Mountains last night, the places that Zhao Hai would go to were already mapped. This allowed Zhao Hai to avoid most of the beasts. Zhao Hai could avoid most of the beasts, but he couldn't avoid all of them. Therefore, he could only fight. After walking in the mountain for more than an hour, Zhao Hai reached a small hill. He slowed down since he knew very well that there was a very powerful beast on top of this hill. It was a two-headed rock snake. The two-headed rock snake was an earth element beast. Its scales provide very powerful defenses. Its offensive strength was also formidable. It was a famous beast among those in the mountain. It was precisely because of this that the two-headed rock snake occupied a large area in the Misty Mountains. The two-headed rock snake was also very territorial. As long as Zhao Hai passes the territory of the two-headed rock snake, he would be closer to the area where Cloud Iron ore could be found, and because there were no other beasts in the two-headed rock snake's territory, it was relatively safe even if Zhao Hai made a lot of noise. Zhao Hai chose this route because of the two-headed rock snake. The snake was certainly beyond the immortal stage, but Zhao Hai was confident of taking it on. By this point, the two-headed rock snake has also discovered Zhao Hai. It quickly threw itself towards the intruder. Because the visibility of Misty Mountain was very low, it was only when the snake was 100 meters away from Zhao Hai did he notice it. The snake had a 50-meter-long body and was gray in color. Its body was very thin for its length, only as wide as a bucket. Each of its heads also had two fangs which were clearly filled with poison. The four eyes of the snake glared at Zhao Hai. Its two blood-red tongues consistently flicked out, making a sound every time. But when the two-headed rock snake saw Zhao Hai, it was surprised. It didn't attack immediately but instead looked blankly at Zhao Hai. After some time, the left head of the snake opened its mouth and said, "It's a human. It's very rare to see a human cultivator here." The right head nodded and said, "It's very rare." The left head added, "It's been a long time since we've eaten a human. To be honest, I'm feeling greedy right now." The right head said, "You eating a human? Why don't I remember it?" "Ah, I see. You want to scare him. But are you sure it'll work?" The left head said, "Of course it'll work, but as long as we don't tell him." "You fool. Did you talk loudly? How would we scare him now?" The right head replied, "Scaring him is useless. It's clear that the human is not afraid. I think we should still eat him. To be honest, I want to know what human cultivators taste like." The left head answered, "You glutton. What's good with humans? They don't have a lot of meat. They don't look tasty either. I heard that their bodies are poisonous. I'm afraid they would just hurt my stomach." An expression of panic appeared on the right head's face as he said, "Then we don't eat him. We'll just leave. He won't be able to find us anyway. If we run, he won't be able to catch up to us." The left head replied, "You fool. This is our territory. We have no other place to run to. Even if we don't eat him, we can still kill him." "Kill him but we don't eat him. That's what we should do." The right head nodded and said, "Right, kill him, but we won't eat him. Let's leave his body alone." "Hey, you're actually quite intelligent." Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shocked by the cross-talking two-headed snake. He was completely speechless. He didn't expect his meeting with the famed two-headed rock snake of the soaring dragon realm to be like this. At this time, the left head of the snake looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Hey, you, what's your name? Tell us." "Two-headed rock snakes don't kill nameless ghosts." The right snake replied, "You're wrong. Ghosts are already dead. We can't kill them. You should say that we don't kill nameless people, but we haven't really killed famous people. We only killed other beasts. The left head snorted and said, Humphrey, even if they become ghosts, they would still die. Therefore, I'm not wrong, right? Starting from today, we need to remember every person and ghost we kill. Later on, when we face other enemies, we can tell them who we killed to scare them off. Chapter 1964, Nine-Winged Cloud Centipede. Zhao Hai looked speechlessly at the two-headed rock snake for some time, then he laughed. He found that the two-headed rock snake wasn't doing this on purpose. This snake was different compared to other snakes of its kind. Although it was very powerful, it didn't give out a ferocious aura. At this time, the two-headed rock snake discovered that Zhao Hai was laughing at them. The left head said, "Why are you laughing? Are you mocking us?" As it said that, Zhao Hai felt the entire aura of the snake change. If the snake was like a clown before, it was now emitting the aura of a true beast. Zhao Hai wasn't frightened by this. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "No, I'm not mocking you. I think that you're interesting. Because of that, I decided that I won't kill you. I'll make you my subordinate instead." Hearing Zhao Hai, the heads of the two-headed rock snake couldn't help but freeze. Then the two heads showed an angry expression as the left head roared, "You want to subdue us? That's a great insult to us. You will regret it." After it said that, the snake charged towards Zhao Hai. When the two heads spoke to each other, it seemed like they had different personalities, but when they attacked, they were very well coordinated. Their understanding of each other was stellar. With an intention, Zhao Hai received the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. These two weapons were very lethal. If he used the stamps to attack the two-headed rock snake, then they might be reduced to nothing. Because of this, Zhao Hai received the two stamps and used liquid silver against them instead. This time, Zhao Hai used his full strength. He displayed the full capability of his divergent abilities. At the same time, he used liquid silver to perform the Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades. Dang! Zhao Hai slashed the body of the two-headed rock snake with his blade. However, he couldn't break through its tough scales. Only a faint mark was left behind on the snake. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai's attack was weak. Instead of slicing through, Zhao Hai's blade caused the snake's body to turn crooked. The two-headed rock snake roared in pain. Then it used its tail to swipe at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slapped the tail away. At the same time, the earth beneath them turned into stone locks, trapping the two-headed rock snake. However, the two-headed rock snake didn't care about this. A sneer appeared on the left snake's head. Then with a flick of its body, it got out of the stone lock. Zhao Hai criticized himself for being a fool. The two-headed rock snake was an earth element beast. Naturally, it has the ability to control the earth. It should be its innate divergent ability. It was idiotic to use the earth to trap it. However, Zhao Hai quickly changed his approach. The two-headed rock snake felt the cloud and mists around them change. It seemed like it was becoming heavier and heavier. This wasn't a change brought by gravity. Instead, it was because the mist was now under Zhao Hai's control. But the two-headed rock snake wasn't weak. It slammed the ground with its tail, causing the surrounding gravity to change. Zhao Hai immediately felt the pressure. He couldn't help but admire the two-headed rock snake. He didn't expect this guy to have this much fighting experience. He was now wondering why it didn't participate in the beast tide. Zhao Hai soon erased these wandering thoughts from his mind. He quickly attacked the two-headed rock snake, which also attacked him. A person and a snake proceeded to go into a brawl. Compared to other immortal stage beasts, the two-headed rock snake was definitely stronger. Zhao Hai didn't have the ability to defeat it in a short time. However, the two-headed rock snake also couldn't deal with Zhao Hai. It was a scene where neither side wanted to make a compromise. The more they fought, the more happy Zhao Hai became. With the two-headed rock snake being as strong as him, Zhao Hai's fighting techniques were becoming more and more polished. The two-headed rock snake was more surprised. It didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. This two-headed rock snake was a special variant of two-headed rock snakes. It was stronger and was also fast above ground. Most beasts wouldn't be able to do anything to it. The snake didn't expect to run into an opponent like Zhao Hai. It was unlucky for the snake to meet Zhao Hai. If the snake met other cultivators, They could just retreat underground, then nobody would be able to find them. Zhao Hai was different. He also has an earth element divergent ability. If they went underground, they weren't confident that they would be faster than Zhao Hai. Because of this, they didn't have any means to escape. The man and the beast fought for 2 hours before the two-headed rock snake began to be at the disadvantage. Zhao Hai knew that it was time to reel in the net. When the two-headed rock snake was unprepared, Zhao Hai summoned a large number of undead. The undead held the snake into the ground as Zhao Hai made a thick chain using liquid silver. With Zhao Hai and the undead joining forces, the two-headed rock snake was soon dragged into the space and subdued. Now that the two-headed rock snake was subdued, Zhao Hai would have a powerful helper later on. In addition to the two-headed rock snake's strength, Zhao Hai also liked its personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother subduing it. Upon leaving the hill of the two-headed rock snake, Zhao Hai flew towards the location of the Cloud Iron ores. But before he could arrive, he needed to pass through one last region. The region was called the Double Bee Mountain. Double Bee Mountain acquired its fame because of the double sting bee. This double sting bee was a rare metal element beast. The double sting bee has 2 sharp stingers. One of the stingers can be shot towards the enemy while the other would stay in the bee's body all the time. The stingers of the bee were covered with poison. Even if cultivators don't get killed by the poison, they would still undergo immense pain for several days. The poison would also be very hard to remove from the body. It would become a hindrance to a cultivator's cultivation. Because of this, both beasts and cultivators never went to Double Bee Mountain. Double Bee Mountain doesn't only contain 1 or 2 bees, but tens of thousands of them. Their offensive strength was also very powerful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. He was least affected by enemies that rely on numbers. Although he can't release beasts or undead from the space, he believed that the beasts couldn't cause him any harm, and the bees would be one more addition to the space. It took less than an hour from the hill of the double-headed rock snake to reach Double Bee Mountain. Once he arrived, Zhao Hai was stunned for a while. He didn't expect Double Bee Mountain to be so beautiful. The entire mountain was filled with flowers. There were also various fruit trees growing. The fruit trees have already produced fruit, causing the surroundings to smell sweet. Now Zhao Hai understood why double sting bees protected the mountain. This was because it was very abundant with food. The flowers around were the best source of food for the bees. Double Bee Mountain was very big and it was completely filled with fruit trees. The fragrance of the fruits and the flowers mixed together to form a unique fragrance. It made people feel very refreshed. Zhao Hai looked at Double Bee Mountain with glee. Although Double Bee Mountain wasn't as he expected, it was very good for Zhao Hai. The space lacked fruit trees. In the future, there will be more fruits to eat. At this time, the sound of buzzing was heard. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a dark cloud flying over. His expression turned serious immediately. This dark cloud was naturally the bees on Double Bee Mountain. Zhao Hai only heard of them before, but now he had seen them. The bees were half a meter long and had yellow and black patterns on their bodies. They looked exactly like enlarged bees. On the bees behind was an exposed needle tip. The stinger flashed a cold light as if it was made of metal. Zhao Hai didn't retreat but instead stayed still. When the bees were about 500 meters away from him, they aimed their stingers towards him. In an instant, multiple stingers were flying towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the surrounding mist to roll, stopping the stingers. Then with another wave of his hand, Zhao Hai sent all of the stingers to the space. The stingers were good for making artifacts. As long as they were processed well, they could become an artifact set. Seeing that their stingers were ineffective, the bees charged over. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid and also charged towards the bees. The offensive strength of the double sting bees wasn't weak. Their stingers alone were equivalent to an immortal stage expert's artifact. And with thousands of them present, no cultivator or beast would dare come. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. Liquid silver fully enclosed his body. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a giant net. Every bee that was captured were directly sent to the space. By the time Zhao Hai captured 1,000 bees, he had already left Double Bee Mountain. The double sting bees seemed to have low intelligence. Seeing Zhao Hai exit their territory, They immediately retreated. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. After Zhao Hai sent the double sting bees to the space, Kair immediately started to find ways to breed them. They would be a huge help for Zhao Hai. Before this, most of the things inside the space cannot appear in the soaring dragon realm. Zhao Hai lacked a lot of helpers, and the double sting bees could be bred quickly, solving a huge problem for Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai was out of Double Bee Mountain, he was no longer far from the Cloud Iron Mine. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to let go of his guard. He still has one last obstacle, and this was an obstacle that he needed to pass. And that was the nine-winged cloud centipedes. The nine-winged cloud centipede was a centipede that lived in groups. Generally, there were tens of centipedes in a group. Each centipede was more than 20 meters long. They have 9 pairs of wings and flew very fast. They were also extremely poisonous. Zhao Hai doesn't know how powerful the nine-winged cloud centipedes were, but there was a note about them from the jade slip given by the Tyrant Blade sect. The attack of the centipedes was stronger than ordinary immortal experts. Their carapace was also very tough and was very hard to get through. They were beasts that were difficult to deal with. However, nine-winged cloud centipedes usually came out at night. They rarely came out during the day. In the past, when cultivators were mining cloud iron ore, they usually came during the day. And once they got the ores, they immediately used portable transmission formations to escape. If they were caught by nine-winged cloud centipedes, then they would not have any chance to escape. Zhao Hai was unlike ordinary cultivators. He wanted to see how strong the nine-winged cloud centipedes were. Not long after he left Double Bee Mountain, Zhao Hai arrived at the valley where the centipedes were located. Zhao Hai didn't immediately enter. Instead, he observed the valley for a while. The valley was sandwiched by stone walls with several holes in it. The valley was dark. It was as if there was a void inside. However, Zhao Hai knows that this was a den of nine-winged cloud centipedes. Scattered on the bottom of the valley were some reddish-brown stones. These stones were of different sizes and were found all throughout the valley. These were cloud iron ores. If cloud iron was added during the refining of an artifact, the artifact would be stronger and be less prone to wear. Because of this, cloud iron was a popular material for refiners. Naturally, cloud iron wasn't available in the great realm of cultivation. Cloud iron could only be found in the soaring dragon realm and the true spirit realm. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't think of selling cloud iron to the great realm of cultivation. This was because cloud iron would be very hard to refine in the lower realms. The flames that most cultivators use in the lower realms would not be able to melt the material. Zhao Hai didn't alarm the nine-winged cloud centipedes. He moved and arrived at the bottom of the valley. He waved his hand and sent several chunks of ore into the space. Just as Zhao Hai sent the cloud iron ores to the space, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound as several centipedes flew out from the holes on the valley's walls. These centipedes were quite huge at 20 meters long. They had dark carapaces and slender legs, with 9 pairs of wings on their backs. They looked menacing. Zhao Hai also flew up as he was surrounded by the centipedes. One of the largest centipedes looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I haven't seen human cultivators for a very long time. They used to come here to die. I didn't expect to see another human today. Ha ha ha." Everyone, aren't you curious about what humans look like? Look, this is a human. Today, we're going to eat something delicious. Human meat tastes very good. The other centipedes screamed with excitement. All of them were focused on Zhao Hai. Looking at the centipedes, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took out the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. Then he said, "If you want my life, then you would need to have the ability to take it." Then he waved his hand and launched an attack. This time, Zhao Hai made sure to control the fire and water released by the 2 stamps. He didn't want to burn or freeze the centipedes into nothing. Chapter 1965, Getting Attention. Dark mist filled the air, making it very hard to see. From time to time, sharp screeches could be heard as red and blue flashes appeared. To outsiders, this scene would look bizarre. Zhao Hai only used a small amount of power from the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp as he fought the nine-winged cloud centipedes. Despite this, The centipedes were still being cleaned up very easily. Zhao Hai wanted to test the capabilities of the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp during his battle against the nine-winged cloud centipedes. As the fight went on, his control over the power of the stamps continued to increase. Although controlling the stamps came as a second nature to Zhao Hai, the sheer power of the stamps still required Zhao Hai to practice using them. The nine-winged cloud centipedes were the hegemons of this region. No other beasts would dare venture into their territory. The centipedes acted as one group. Their poisonous nature also didn't make it easier to fight them. To the other beasts, there was nothing good in fighting against the centipedes. Because of this, the battle between Zhao Hai and the centipedes hasn't alarmed any beasts. Zhao Hai fought against the nine-winged centipedes for 2 hours before he killed one of the larger centipedes and captured several others. Only then did Zhao Hai leave the valley where cloud iron ore could be found. Zhao Hai didn't want to eradicate the nine-winged cloud centipedes. There was no need to do so. As long as he captured some to populate the space, that was enough. At the same time, Zhao Hai was already done with testing the strength of the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. During the battle, Zhao Hai used his abilities to dodge the attacks of the centipedes. This made it impossible for the centipedes to capture him. The centipedes could only scream as they were being dealt with one by one. At this moment, Zhao Hai reached the outskirts of Double B Mountain. Since he didn't enter the area, he wasn't attacked by the double sting bees. As he looked at Double B Mountain, Zhao Hai said, "Kair, how is it? Did you collect fruit trees from this mountain?" Kair nodded and said, "They've been collected." I didn't expect Double B Mountain to have more than 100 different fruit trees. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then used his portable transmission formation. After several uses of the transmission formation, he arrived at Hangdao City. Nothing changed from Hangdao City since Zhao Hai left. The streets continued to be crowded as cultivators came and left the city. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance still caused the other cultivators to look at him in envy. Zhao Hai looked around him and then went towards the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall. He was now done with his task, so he naturally had to hand it in. As for the cultivators he killed before, Zhao Hai has long since forgotten about them. Cultivators suddenly vanishing was a common occurrence in the Soaring Dragon realm. People die every day in the wilderness. Besides those who came from the same realm, nobody would remember those who vanished. The cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm came from various realms. A lot of people don't know each other. Cultivators were also an indifferent bunch, so they didn't care much about the affairs of other people. It was very rare for people to make friends here. When Zhao Hai entered the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall, the hall's staff immediately noticed him. Zhao Hai was now an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. This made him attract the attention of the hall's staff. Especially this time, Zhao Hai took the task to mine cloud iron ores. Everyone knew how difficult this task was. Because of this, Zhao Hai left a deep impression on those who handed the tasks out. Seeing Zhao Hai return, the hall's staff became happy. No matter what, Zhao Hai was now a member of the Tyrant Blade sect. The other cultivators in the hall also noticed Zhao Hai. Some of them recognized him as the person who rented a residence. Some of them knew him as the person who took the task of mining cloud iron ore. But compared to the task of mining cloud iron ore, the fact that Zhao Hai rented a residence left a deeper impression on the cultivators. Dangerous tasks weren't special in the Soaring Dragon realm. Renting residences, on the other hand, was something that cultivators rarely did. Zhao Hai didn't mind the gazes directed towards him. He went to the counter and then smiled at the female cultivator on the other side as he said, "Hello, I am here to hand in my task." Then he took out his jade card and his identity token. The female cultivator knew about Zhao Hai's task, so when she took Zhao Hai's jade card and identity token, she nodded and said, "Please take your cloud iron ore out. We need to inspect it." Zhao Hai complied and then took out a basketball-sized cloud iron ore. Then he placed it on the counter. Although cloud iron ore looked like ordinary rock, it had a distinct appearance that told other people that it was not. It was also very light, much lighter than other materials of its size. The female cultivator took the chunk of cloud iron ore and then brought it to the room in the back. Before long, she walked out and said, "It's high-grade cloud iron ore. Your task completion is perfect?" Then she returned Zhao Hai's jade card and identity token. She also gave Zhao Hai an excellent evaluation. After receiving his identity token and jade card, Zhao Hai smiled at the female cultivator and said, "Thank you very much." Then he went to the transaction counter. This time, Zhao Hai has attracted the attention of everyone in the branch hall. Cultivators from the lower realms were looking at him in shock. It must be known that the task of mining cloud iron ore was a very difficult one. Even if someone took it, they would form a team to complete it. Such a task could not be done alone. Moreover, the Tyrant Blade sect gives impression points depending on how many people there were in the team. There has been no event before Zhao Hai where a task was completed by one person. There could only be two explanations for this. The first was that Zhao Hai was someone who held special status. He formed a team but dropped them all before handing the task in so that he alone would get the impression points. However, this situation almost never happened. If Zhao Hai really did that, then he would have no friends in the future. The second explanation was that Zhao Hai really did complete it alone. Therefore, he didn't have to share the impression points with other people. To other cultivators, this was also impossible. This was because it would be too unbelievable. Tasks like mining cloud iron ores weren't something that one person could complete. Because of this, the gazes of everyone were glued to Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what items Zhao Hai wanted to trade, to judge how he completed the task. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people thought. Once he arrived at the trading counter, he took out several cloud iron ores and said, "Hello, I want to sell cloud iron ores." Looking at the cloud iron ores, the female cultivator nodded and said, "Please wait a minute, we have to assess the value of these cloud iron ores first." Then she went to the back room and brought an old cultivator out. After looking at Zhao Hai's cloud iron ores, the old cultivator nodded and said, "These are high-grade cloud iron ores. We can buy them for 5,000 jade essences." Once he said the price, the old cultivator returned to the back room. The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you satisfied with this price?" Zhao Hai nodded, "I'm satisfied. Please complete the transaction." The female cultivator nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." Then she took the cloud iron ores and then deposited them at the back. Before long, she came back with a spatial bag. She handed the spatial bag to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, inside are your 5,000 jade essences. Please confirm." Zhao Hai received the bag and inspected its contents before nodding. It was at this moment that Zhao Hai felt the atmosphere in the hall change. 5,000 jade essences. This wasn't a small amount. The cultivators in the hall didn't expect Zhao Hai to earn 5,000 jade essences with his task. This was an astonishing amount. A lot of people looked at Zhao Hai's back with a greedy light flashing through their eyes. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he looked at the female cultivator and said, "Excuse me, do you buy beast materials?" Hearing this, the female cultivator smiled faintly and said, "We do." "What material do you want to sell?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand, causing a pile of 30-centimeter long needles to appear. The needles had a cold glint and seemed to be made of metal. The female cultivator was confused about the needles. The needles were formed finely as though they were made by someone. But the female cultivator was aware of Zhao Hai's identity, so she knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about these matters. So she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll find someone to identify it." Then she went to the back room once more and invited the old man who priced Zhao Hai's cloud iron ores. Seeing Zhao Hai's pile of needles, a flash of doubt appeared on the old man's face. Then his expression changed as he became excited. He picked up 2 needles from the pile and looked at it. He also knocked on the needles as well as smelled them. By this point, the old man could no longer hide his excitement as he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "These are the stingers of double sting bees, right?" There was an uproar in the entire hall. Everyone knew what double sting bees were. It was one of the beasts that nobody wanted to encounter. Almost all cultivators who met double sting bees have died. But now, not only was Zhao Hai fine, he was also able to get so many stingers from the bees. It was no wonder why everyone was surprised. Zhao Hai smiled and then nodded. Right. These are stingers of double sting bees. Will you buy it? The old cultivator repeatedly nodded and said, buy. Of course we'll buy them. You have 100 stingers here. I'll buy them from you for 1,000 jade essences. What do you think? Chapter 1966, Special Task. Another 1,000 jade essences. How is that kid making so much money? Are you stupid? You didn't even think about where he got the money. Can you mine cloud iron ores? Can you pluck the stingers off the double sting bee? That kid is strong. Very strong. If you have the strength, then making money will be easy. If you're weak, then continue living poor. I know that he must be strong. But everyone who takes tasks in the Soaring Dragon Realm are all from the lower realms. How could he be that strong? Does he have a powerful team behind him? This is unreasonable. Hearing Zhao Hai earning thousands of jade essences, the entire hall exploded in discussion. In just one task, Zhao Hai was able to earn 6,000 jade essences. This was 6,000 jade essences, and he earned it quickly. It's no wonder everyone was so envious. Zhao Hai acted as though there was no commotion around him. The price that the old cultivator offered was quite a surprise to him. It wasn't because it was low, instead it was too high. One stinger was equal to 10 jade essences. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll accept that price. The old cultivator nodded as well, and without waiting for the female cultivator, he took the pile of stingers and then left. The female cultivator smiled bitterly as she handed a spatial bag to Zhao Hai. After receiving the spatial bag, Zhao Hai left the hall amidst the gazes directed at him. He already showed off enough. It was time for him to leave. A group of people followed Zhao Hai back to his residence. But because Zhao Hai's residence was within the Tyrant Blade Sect's forbidden region, they weren't allowed entry. Once Zhao Hai was inside his residence, he took out a stinger of the double stinger bee and inspected it. The stinger looked like it was refined and had a group of lines running through it. If you look closely, you would find that these lines acted as channels which would aid in drawing out the blood of its victim. At the same time, it accelerated the injection of toxin into the target. It was a vicious construct. Zhao Hai didn't expect the stinger to have such a design. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of creation. There was a reason why these beasts managed to survive in the Soaring Dragon Realm. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a mass of liquid silver. Then he threw the stinger towards it. The blob of liquid silver moved a bunch before it absorbed the stinger. Zhao Hai felt changes in his body, as well as a bit of strengthening towards liquid silver. Zhao Hai knew that it was pointless to add more stingers to liquid silver. One piece was enough for it to be copied. As Zhao Hai was about to find out what benefits the stinger brought liquid silver, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Zhao Hai stared and then used his spiritual force to see someone outside. He recognized this person. This was the disciple that was with him when he rented the residence back then. Zhao Hai opened the door to his residence and then cupped his fist towards the cultivator and asked, Mister, do you need me for anything? The cultivator smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, there's no need to be polite. Technically, you're already a member of the Tyrant Blade Sect. Just call me Junior Brother in the future. Senior Brother Lin Ling wants to see you. It seems like he has a task for you. Zhao Hai stared, but he nodded and said, all right. Then he walked out of his residence and went to the branch hall along with the cultivator. After arriving at the branch hall's courtyard, Zhao Hai discovered that Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were already waiting for him. He immediately cupped his fist and said, Zhao Hai has seen the two senior brothers. Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, I heard that you just completed the task of mining cloud iron ores. Although Zhao Hai was confused why Lin Ling was asking him about this, he still nodded and said, I just handed the task in. Lin Ling gave a nod. Then he said, did you meet the 9-winged cloud centipedes? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I met and fought them. I killed one and caught another. I already subdued it. Does senior brother have any need for them? Subdued one? You managed to subdue a 9-winged cloud centipede?" Without waiting for Lin Ling to answer, Xiang Ying interjected. Zhao Hai gave a nod. "Yes, I have a technique that could subdue beasts. Seeing that the centipedes are very strong, I tried to subdue one. The other one I killed and turned into undead." Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have any 9-wing centipede venom?" Zhao Hai raised his brows, but then he answered, "I have a lot. Also, I can have my subdued 9-winged cloud centipede produce more." "Why, does senior brother want it?" Lin Ling nodded. "Give me some. I'll use it to make medicine." Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. Then he gave it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received the jade bottle and looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression. He pulled the stopper out and inside was a black liquid that smells like stinky fish. It was clear that it wasn't a good thing to consume. Lin Ling quickly covered the bottle. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "You collect these things regularly?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I dabble with pills from time to time. The more poisonous a material is, the better the antidote it could produce. So I try to collect any poison I come across." Lin Ling asked, "You can refine pills?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, I have some understanding of pills." Lin Ling and Xiang Ying looked at each other. They both saw surprise and joy in each other's eyes. They felt that they had come upon a very valuable treasure. A genius was very rare. Much less a genius who also knew how to refine pills and craft artifacts. Such a person would no doubt be immediately recruited into the Tyrant Blade sect. Then suddenly, a hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Ling's eyes. It seems like he couldn't make up his mind. Looking at Lin Ling's reaction, Xiang Yin stared for a moment before he understood what was on Lin Ling's mind. Then he also had a hesitant look on his face. When Zhao Hai saw the expression of the two, he knew that they had something to tell him, and it wasn't as simple as asking for centipede venom. So after a moment, he said, "Senior brothers, you can be frank with me." Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this matter doesn't have a huge impact on you. But since you are now an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, you will have to take part in it in the future. In the True Spirit realm, there are 80 other sects that share the same status as the Tyrant Blade sect. These top sects aren't very peaceful with each other. Some conflicts would happen between them from time to time. Our Tyrant Blade sect is allied with the True Dao sect, and our relationship is very good. On the other hand, the Tyrant Blade sect has a very bad relationship with the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect. Both of us wanted to overwhelm the other. I don't know when it began, but this competition managed to reach the Soaring Dragon realm." Lin Ling stopped at this point, then Xiang Ying continued, "Every year, the sects would select some talents from the lower realms to supplement our numbers. In the beginning, we had to fight each other to get these geniuses, but later on, once we built cities and established exclusive cooperations with some lower realms, we stopped fighting for geniuses. But now, the talents we select would still need to experience some struggles. This is where the relationship between the Sword Hegemon sect and the Imperial Beast sect comes in. The Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect gave tasks to hunt down and kill the talents that were selected by the Tyrant Blade sect and the True Dao sect. After losing some talents, we understood what was going on. Therefore, we also issued the same bounty tasks. This is the beginning of the competition." Lin Ling added, "Let me tell you, aside from you, we also have a few cultivators under observation that are very strong. However, they were attacked by powerful cultivators and 2 were killed. There was a huge suspicion that it was done by the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect. I called you over to tell you this. You have to be careful. It seems like the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect have begun issuing their bounty tasks." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "I see. But how can I distinguish between people from the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect?" Lin Ling waved his hand and took out a metal disc. "Bring this metal disc with you. This will act as an identification. If the enemy party is a kilometer away, then this metal disc will immediately notify you." Zhao Hai received the metal disc, then he knit his brows as he asked, A kilometer? Isn't that too close? Lin Ling replied. It isn't. This metal disc is specially made. After all, the other party also has one that activates at a similar distance. If anyone dared to violate the rules, they would be provoking war. Take this with you. Once you find an enemy, don't be polite and kill them immediately. Zhao Hai nodded, and as he was about to send the metal disc to his spatial bag, Lin Ling said, this metal disc cannot be placed inside a spatial bag. It must be on your body at all times. Zhao Hai didn't mind it and hung the metal disc on his waist, like a jade pendant. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown as he asked, you're hanging it on your waist? The enemy will see it before you detect them. What if they attack you in advance? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, as long as they attack, they will not be able to survive. It's good that they could see this. I believe nobody would hold themselves back if they see me wearing this. Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're confident. Are you certain that you will win? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm certain, as long as they dared to make a move, they will become another soldier in my undead army. Chapter 1967, blatantly showing himself. As he looked at Zhao Hai's departing back, Lin Ling turned his head to Xiang Ying and said, Junior brother, don't you think it's too dangerous for Zhao Hai to do this? If something happens to him, our losses would be huge. This kid can refine pills and artifacts. He's a rare talent. Xiang Ying frowned and said, forget it. He seems to be confident. Let's leave him be while we pay attention. He can get cloud iron ores on his own, so he should be very strong. Don't forget, Feng Linian already confirmed that Zhao Hai didn't take anyone from the great realm of cultivation. He did the task alone. You should know how difficult this task is. Even you and I would need to exert some effort to mine the ores. If he really has the ability, then nobody from the lower realms can do anything to him. Lin Ling nodded. If he can deal with the talents of the other sects, then our Tyrant Blade sect would benefit a lot. Xiang Ying smiled faintly and said, any sect would want to steal such a talent. Let's see how he does. After coming out of the Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall, Zhao Hai immediately used his portable transmission formation to go to Shangshan City. Upon appearing, he called Zhang Feng. They were still doing their tasks while Yuan Ba and the others were guarding the base. Zhao Hai used his portable transmission formation once more and appeared on the Great Realm of Cultivation's base. Seeing that Zhao Hai has returned, Yuan Ba and the others immediately went forward to greet them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Yuan Ba, how has it been? You're the one guarding the base this time? Yuan Ba smiled and said, Team leader, it's my turn today. It has been great lately. I just finished 2 tasks. They're a little difficult, but the beasts along the way weren't very strong. Zhao Hai nodded. Good. Then I can rest assured. Here. This is what I earned from my recent task. Keep it for the base. After saying that, Zhao Hai handed 2 spatial bags to Yuan Ba. Upon receiving the spatial bags and inspecting the contents, Yuan Ba's complexion changed. Then he said, Team leader, what tasks did you take? Why is there so much money? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't ask. This is something you can't do in the meantime. And even if you get stronger later on, you still shouldn't do it. It's very dangerous. Right. I won't be able to return regularly in the future. I just received a special task. Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai and said, special task? What task is it? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, don't ask. You can't take it anyway. Right. How is the realm doing? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Ba seemed to have understood something, so he immediately nodded and said, after relaying news about you, everyone was very happy. I heard that they're building a statue of you. Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he said, they're making a statue of me? I'm still alive. Why build a statue for me? Tell them to stop making useless things. Yuan Ba laughed and said, that can't happen. This is something the entire Great Realm of Cultivation decided to do. Your statue will stand beside the Battle Sword Monument. You can't stop them no matter what you say. In any case, you won't be returning there soon. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Alright, Then let's leave them be. I should go now. A lot of people are paying attention to me recently. It won't be good if I was seen here." Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Ba couldn't help but ask, "Team leader, are you in trouble?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no trouble. You don't have to worry, but this special task is issued by the Tyrant Blade sect for its unofficial disciples." Yuan Ba nodded and no longer asked. He knew that Zhao Hai was now half a step into the true spirit realm. As long as there was no accident, he would become a true disciple of the true spirit realm. Naturally, the tasks he would take would be something the Yuan Ba and the others wouldn't be able to get soon. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Ba and said, "Take care of yourself well. In the future, we'll reunite in the true spirit realm. Tell the others what I said when they return." Yuan Ba nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something as he said, "Team leader, you gave so much money, but what about you? You should keep some for yourself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not short on money. You keep it and spend it for the base." After he said that, a flash of white light appeared on the base as Zhao Hai disappeared. While Zhao Hai was leaving, the feeling of excitement in Yuan Ba's heart didn't disappear. After some time, he sighed and then looked at the others before saying, "We should try harder. The team leader has created such a good environment for us. It would be unfair to him if we don't get results." Everyone nodded. They were also moved by Zhao Hai's progress. They didn't expect that although Zhao Hai was already half step into the true spirit realm, he still gave them a lot of money. This wasn't something that anyone could do. Zhao Hai returned directly to his residence in Hangdao City. Only Zhao Hai could use a portable transmission formation to arrive at his residence. Even if other people have the coordinates, they wouldn't be able to use it. Zhao Hai rested for a day in his residence. The next day, as though nothing happened, Zhao Hai went to the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall to look for tasks he could complete. The branch hall's staff knew that the metal disc dangling on Zhao Hai's waist wasn't for decoration. This meant that a new round of competition had begun. Their expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this blatant in showing his metal disc. Upon arriving at the counter, Zhao Hai scanned the available tasks and before long he saw one he could take. It wasn't a dangerous task, it only involved looking for a medicinal material. This material wasn't very hard to find since it was abundant in the soaring dragon realm. This medicinal material was called rock leather. This material could be found on the mountains of the realm. However, this task was quite special. It required a special rock leather from Beast Tooth Mountain called Black Rock Leather. Although Black Rock Leather could only be found in Beast Tooth Mountain, the mountain itself wasn't very dangerous. Moreover, Beast Tooth Mountain was very close to Yushu City, Imperial Beast City. With no ferocious beasts close by, it was a task that could be done by common cultivators. Zhao Hai felt that this task was very suitable for him. The new round of competition has begun. Yushu City was the city built by the Imperial Beast sect. If Zhao Hai took this task, he would definitely meet people chosen by the Imperial Beast sect. Zhao Hai went to the female cultivator and said, "Hello, I have to trouble you. I want to take on the task of collecting black rock leather." Hearing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator on the counter couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression on her face as she said, "You want to take that task? Getting black rock leather from Beast Tooth Mountain? Are you joking?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not. I want to take on this task." The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai as though he was an idiot. After some time, she pointed towards the metal disc on Zhao Hai's waist and said, "Do you know what that represents? You didn't just pick it up, did you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know what it represents. That's the reason I took this task. I'm going to tell the people of the Imperial Beast sect that I'm going to start hunting them down." Hearing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator's eyes shone. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I appreciate your courage, but isn't this too rash? That's the territory of the Imperial Beast sect." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "As long as the people defending the Imperial Beast sect don't move, I can guarantee my safety. Please confirm my task." When the female cultivator heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod. She received Zhao Hai's jade token and recorded the task. After Zhao Hai received his jade token back, He cupped his fist towards the female cultivator and then left. Looking at Zhao Hai's departing back, the female cultivator muttered, "Good luck." At this time, at the second floor of the Tyrant Blade Sex Branch Hall, the Yin Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai as they left and went to the transmission formation. The Yang elder chuckled as he said, "What a kid, I'm liking him more and more." "Senior brother, how long has it been since we've seen a kid as interesting as him?" The Yin elder smiled and said, "It has been a long time." The kid actually went to Yashu City. Those guys from the Imperial Beast sect will be so pissed off. This kid is really confident. But that's alright. I reckon the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect will be more behaved once this kid makes a move. The Yang elder looked at the Yin elder and said, "Senior brother, aren't you worried about the kid's safety? You should know that those guys at the Imperial Beast sect are rascals. They would break rules if they feel like it. If they made a move on Zhao Hai, he would be in great danger." The Yin elder smiled and said, "You think I don't know that? Do you know why I asked Lin Ling to give Zhao Hai the metal disc? It's because I left my blade chi inside that metal disc. If those guys from the Imperial Beast sect dared to take action against Zhao Hai, then my blade chi will welcome them. It has been a long time since my blade has tasted blood." Hearing the Yin elder, the Yang elder stared, then he said, "So you've already made arrangements. That's good. I really want to see what those people from the Imperial Beast sect would look like when they see your blade chi. Ha ha ha. The two of us slaughtered 5 of the 7 birds of the Imperial Beast sect. They hated us to death for that." The Yin elder also chuckled. This was the proudest moment of the Yin Yang elders. At that time, the two of them were only inner disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect, but they were already well known. Back then, the Imperial Beast sect had 7 people who were more famous than the two. Because the beasts used by these 7 people were all birds, they were titled as the 7 birds. Later on, when the two went out for a mission, they met the Imperial Beast sect's 7 birds. At that time, the 7 birds were so arrogant, they looked down on the two. Both sides entered into a conflict which caused the Yin Yang elders to kill 5 of the 7 birds. After that battle, they were known as the Yin Yang Ghost Blades. This battle became the most memorable battle of their life. The Yin elder looked at the transmission formation and said, "Everything will depend on that kid's luck. If he can come back alive and join the Tyrant Blade sect, I'll accept him as a disciple. The two of us will teach him together. Then we'll unleash him to the world. Let them know that the disciple of the Yin Yang Ghost Blades could also turn the world upside down." The Yang elder nodded with bright eyes. Now that they were aware of Zhao Hai's talent, they naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Zhao Hai appeared in Yashu City. When first appeared, Zhao Hai was stunned. Compared to Hangdao City, Yashu City was completely different. Yashu City was built with large rocks that weren't even polished. There was also moss growing on top of the rocks. From time to time, stone pillars jutted out from the street. The stone pillars were engraved with animal heads, making it look hideous. There were a lot of people walking around the city that had their own subordinate beasts with them. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Yashu City was definitely the domain of the Imperial Beast sect. However, this place shouldn't be all dominated by the people of the Imperial Beast sect. How come there were a lot of people walking with their beasts? What Zhao Hai didn't know was that there was something special with Yashu City. Tasks given by the Imperial Beast sect included simple beast taming techniques. They weren't too profound and could only be used against normal beasts. However, to those from the lower realms, this beast taming technique was very good. The beasts can help them during battles and were also very loyal. Because of this, a lot of cultivators in Yashu City would use the beast taming technique to tame their own beasts. This caused the current scene where almost everyone had a beast with them. Zhao Hai didn't know this, but he didn't really care if these people brought their beasts with them or not. In any case, they weren't a threat to him. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go out of the city to complete his task. Instead, he walked around the city and explored. By the end, he arrived at the Imperial Beast Sect's branch hall. The branch hall of the Imperial Beast Sect was a tall tower with reliefs of beasts engraved on its walls. It looked like a giant totem pole. Zhao Hai stood outside the branch hall and looked at it. To be honest, The reliefs engraved on the tower weren't that beautiful. However, the images shown expressed the true aura of the beasts. It can be seen that the master who engraved these reliefs was also someone who has a deep understanding of beasts. Chapter 1968. Demonstrate. After looking at the Imperial Beast Sex Branch Hall for a while, Zhao Hai entered. Although the Imperial Beast Sex Branch Hall was a tall tower, its inside was similar to the Tyrant Blade Sex Branch Hall. The first floor was also dedicated to tasks with 3 counters. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and walked towards the task board and looked through it. Before long, he noticed the rewards of the tasks and understood why there were so many people who have beasts in the city. Zhao Hai also noticed that the staff in the branch hall were looking at him with unfriendly looks. The staff should have figured out Zhao Hai's identity. However, he didn't care. According to the rules of Soaring Dragon Realm, sect disciples weren't allowed to make a move against people from the lower realms. The Imperial Beast sect should also be subjected to the same rules. After walking around the branch hall for a couple of minutes, Zhao Hai turned around and left. By this point, the staff of the hall were looking at Zhao Hai with fiery looks. They understood that Zhao Hai was taunting them. The people of the Imperial Beast sect should already be aware that the competition between their sect and the Tyrant Blade sect has begun. They even sent a few people to attack the people of the Tyrant Blade sect. Originally, they thought that they had the upper hand, but with Zhao Hai blatantly showing himself inside their branch hall, they suddenly felt that their faces were being slapped. Seeing Zhao Hai walk out, the people of the Imperial Beast sect immediately informed their unofficial disciples so that they could prepare to intercept him. Zhao Hai didn't care what the Imperial Beast sect would do. He was going to look for Black Rock Leather now. No matter what, it was something that he needed to do. He was now waiting for the Imperial Beast sect's response. Zhao Hai believed that they definitely would not let him off. Not long after Zhao Hai left Yushu City, he arrived in Beast Tooth Mountain and easily collected Black Rock Leather. After completing his task, Zhao Hai walked around the mountain. He didn't want to leave since he was waiting for people to arrive. Before long, the figures of 5 people were seen on Beast Tooth Mountain. Through the space, Zhao Hai looked at these 5 people. Of the 5 people, 2 were actually female. One of them wore royal blue robes and had a frosty look on their face. She had the imposing aura of royalty. The other female cultivator was the opposite. She wore fiery red armor, and her clothes were very short. Her armor skirts were also short. However, the boots she wore were quite long, only revealing a small amount of her shiny white thighs. Her top was only enough to cover her breasts, showing her navel. The remaining 3 were men, of which 2 were sword cultivators. The 2 sword cultivators carried the same type of long black sword. They seemed to be from the same sect. As for the last person, he was 2 meters tall and was covered in beast skin. He had the uncombed hair of a wild man. Most importantly, beside this 2-meter man was a tiger that had the aura of a king of beasts. The 5 were obviously together. Moreover, it looked like they had cooperated for some time. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the group was headed by the wild-looking man. Although the group arrived in Beast Tooth Mountain, they didn't immediately seek Zhao Hai out. Instead, they gathered halfway up the mountain. Then their leader said, "That guy hasn't left since entering Beast Tooth Mountain. We'll look for him separately. Our distance to each other should not exceed a kilometer. If you encounter a beast, don't attack it. Try to avoid it." The others nodded and then dispersed. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He has no intention of running away. He found a tree and laid down beneath as he looked at the sky. At the same time, he took out a bottle of liquor to drink. Not long after Zhao Hai began drinking liquor, he felt his metal disc vibrate. Then he said, "You're finally here. I was afraid that my liquor would run out before you arrived." The 5 already surrounded Zhao Hai. The leader looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You have guts." But to a cultivator, having too much confidence is not good. Being overconfident is no different from being foolish. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wondered how the 2 cultivators from the Tyrant Blade sect died. As it turns out, they have been surrounded." What a letdown. There's no meaning in dealing with people like you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the complexion of the 5 changed. Their leader coldly snorted and said, Your tongue is slick, as long as we kill you, the method does not matter. Everyone, let's stop wasting time on him. After he said that, the 2-meter-tall man formed a claw with his 2 hands. At the same time, his tiger growled and was ready to pounce. The tiger was glaring at Zhao Hai. The 2 sword cultivators took their swords out. Their swords were completely black, which made them look unusual. As for the royal-looking woman, she took out a ribbon that slithered around her body like a snake. The other female cultivator took out 2 fiery daggers and held them in each hand. Seeing the group of 5 getting ready to fight, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, you're prepared. Then let's begin." The tall man roared and threw himself towards Zhao Hai. His claw-like hands stretched out, targeting Zhao Hai's shoulders. On his side was his tiger, whose target was Zhao Hai's feet. The 2 sword cultivators waved their swords, intending to slash Zhao Hai's body in half. Meanwhile, the 2 female cultivators seemed to be waiting before making a move. Seeing the coordination between the 5, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. Water and fire appeared and attacked the tall man. At the same time, Zhao Hai took his blade out and blocked the attack of the sword cultivators. 3 clashes were immediately heard. The tall man and his tiger were sent back by the water and fire. Meanwhile, the 2 sword cultivators were driven back by Zhao Hai's blade. At this time, a growl was heard as a fiery red figure charged towards Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai waved his blade, blocking the successive attacks of the daggers. As the red female attacked, her attack speed continued to increase. While Zhao Hai was dealing with the red-clothed female, he suddenly felt a tightening on his foot. Zhao Hai stared and discovered that his feet were being tied down by the blue ribbon. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He could feel that the blue ribbon was a high-grade artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to escape his spiritual force. With an intention, Zhao Hai released a fire snake from the vermilion bird stamp, sending it towards the blue-robed female. At the same time, 2 water snakes came out of the black tortoise stamp and attacked the tall man. While all of this was happening, Zhao Hai was dealing with the sword cultivators as well as the dagger-wielding female cultivator. At first glance, it might seem like Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. However, he wasn't actually hurt. The further the battle went on, the more startled the 5 cultivators became. They were confident in their strengths. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong that he could fight against 5 people on his own. Although he was on the defensive, he wasn't showing any signs of being defeated. The 5 cultivators knew that if they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai today, then he would be a great menace in the future. After all, they became enemies the moment they attacked. Even if they entered the true spirit realm later on, this enmity would still be present. The 5 couldn't help but increase the intensity of their attacks. However, Zhao Hai was still calmly defending. Seeing that there was no progress, the tall cultivator finally said, "Everyone, let's go all out. He cannot survive." After he said that, he and his tiger roared at the same time. Then the tiger and the tall cultivator began to merge and became a 3-meter-tall being with a tiger's head. At the same time, small snakes appeared around his body. These small snakes all charged towards Zhao Hai along with the tall cultivator. Although the tall cultivator had turned into a tiger-man hybrid, his eyes were still clear, showing that he was in full control. This was a technique that allowed man and beast to combine. Naturally, it would have means to keep the cultivator's mind intact. Seeing their leader's actions, the 2 sword cultivators stared for a moment. They clenched their teeth and bit down on their tongue, causing blood essence to sputter onto their swords. When this happened, the wailing of ghosts was heard on their swords. Before long, their swords turned into black gas that surrounded them. When the black gas vanished, the 2 sword cultivators were wearing ghost armor and had a double-handed sword on their hands. They also have masks on their faces that show a ghost face. The 2 seemed to become ghastly and evil beings. As for the royal-dressed woman, she coldly snorted and raised her blue ribbon in the air. The sound of a phoenix cried out of the blue ribbon. Then a phoenix avatar appeared that charged towards Zhao Hai. The dagger-wielding woman scratched her daggers, which turned them into fiery scimitars. Then she proceeded to attack Zhao Hai. Seeing that his enemies had gone all out, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. Then he laughed and said, "You finally showed some real skill." Interesting. Then with an intention, Zhao Hai's blade separated into parts and then sank into the ground around him. Zhao Hai also vanished, leaving the 5 cultivators inside a dome under a sea of stars. As the 5 cultivators were stunned, the starry sky changed. It was divided into 2 sections that were fiery hot and frigidly cold. The cry of a vermilion bird and the roar of a black tortoise was also heard from the 2 sections. Chapter 1969. Increased might. The pressure coming from the starry sky caused the 5 cultivators to change their expression. These 5 weren't clueless rookies. Everyone who entered the soaring dragon realm has stepped onto the immortal stage. All of them had encountered countless battles throughout their lives and have seen all kinds of formations. As soon as the starry sky appeared, they immediately knew that they had entered a formation. They wanted to observe the formation first to find out a way to break out of it. They just didn't expect the pressure to come almost immediately. The pressure was very formidable. It was as if they were facing ancient beasts, 2 beasts to be exact. As the 5 cultivators were stunned, the surrounding space shuddered as the cry of the vermilion bird and the roar of the black tortoise was heard. The 5 soon noticed the stars above them forming a vermilion bird. The bird was majestic. It had burning flames as feathers and a long plume of tail. At the same time, in the ice-cold section of the sky was a black tortoise. Coiled around the tortoise's body was a snake. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise appeared amidst the starry sky. As the 5 cultivators looked at the 2 ancient beasts, they couldn't help but be shocked once more. The 2 ancient beasts seemed to be looking at them with disdain. As the 5 were stunned, the vermilion bird flapped its wings, causing a belt of fire to cover the 5 people. The 5 wanted to run away, but the belt of fire was just too strong. They were quickly hit by the belt of fire. Although they managed to narrowly evade the attack, they were still severely injured. However, before they could take a breather, ice arrows were shot towards them. This time, they weren't able to respond in time. They stood in place as the arrows were coming for them. The tall cultivator was hit by the arrow and was forced to separate with his beast. However, the 2 of them were still frozen into ice. As for the 2 sword cultivators, their defenses were useless against the frigid arrow. Their armors became like paper as they were hit by the arrows. As for the female cultivators, they suffered the same fate. When the 5 cultivators died, the formation immediately cleared out. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise disappeared. The only figure remaining was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 6 lifeless corpses in front of him and couldn't help but be absent-minded. To be honest, he didn't expect this result. Zhao Hai was aware of how strong the stellar transformation's great formation was. In the past, the formation could at most trap the enemy for a long time. Zhao Hai planned to use the formation to trap the enemy for a couple of days. As long as he eliminates 1 or 2, then he would have an easier time fighting the others. However, as Zhao Hai was setting up the formation, he placed the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp on the core nodes of the formation. And as Zhao Hai was about to control the formation to attack the 5 cultivators, the formation suddenly changed. Zhao Hai never knew about this attack before. In the end, a belt of fire and a few ice arrows were enough to deal with the opponent. This was the reason Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't control the formation. It attacked on his own. When Zhao Hai tried to control the formation, he found that the functions had changed. It seems like the formation has become more intelligent. If the formation was a typewriter in the past, then the current formation was a computer. As soon as Zhao Hai discovered this, he immediately issued orders to the formation so that it wouldn't destroy the opponent's corpses. Zhao Hai didn't expect the battle to end as soon as he issued his order, and the formation was able to complete Zhao Hai's request perfectly. Zhao Hai was certain that if he didn't give the order, then his opponents wouldn't leave any bodies behind. Zhao Hai waved his hand to receive the 6 corpses. Then he looked at the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp as he said, "I didn't expect these stamps to have more uses." What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp were originally artifacts meant for suppression. They were the artifacts used to suppress the 4 directions. If all 4 stamps were used, their might would be even stronger. If the stellar transformation formation was like a computer, then the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp would be the central processing unit of the computer. Without them, the computer would not be able to function. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the area for long. He felt powerful auras coming from Yushu City. At the same time, powerful auras could also be felt from the forests. If he didn't leave at this time, then he would only be courting death. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the portable transmission formation to leave. He used the space directly. However, he didn't teleport too far. Once he reached a certain distance, he used his portable transmission formation to return to Hangdao City. He knew that the people of Yushu City had already noticed him. If he still went to the city, then he might encounter some problems. Although there was a rule in the Soaring Dragon Realm that prevented official disciples of the sects from attacking unofficial disciples, Zhao Hai doesn't expect all cultivators to follow it. If the Imperial Beast sect decided to ignore this rule, then what was Zhao Hai going to do? Should he helplessly wait for death, or show the might of the space? No matter which choice, all of them were detrimental to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai risked using the space to escape from Beast Tooth Mountain. Then when he was not far from Yushu City, he immediately used his portable transmission formation to return to Hangdao City. Upon arriving at Hangdao City, Zhao Hai walked towards the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall. Upon entering the hall, the staff inside couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to return so soon. Since he left, only half a day has passed. While the staff were confused, Zhao Hai went to hand in his task. After giving the Blackrock leather and taking his jade card, Zhao Hai went out of the building. Then he knocked on the side entrance. The gate opened and the young cultivator from before was seen. Seeing Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Come in. The senior brothers are waiting for you." The small entrance led directly to the back courtyard of the branch office. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator to the courtyard. When they arrived, the young cultivator announced, "Senior brother Xiang, senior brother Lin, Zhao Hai is here to see you." Lin Ling's voice was heard, "Come in." The young cultivator gestured towards Zhao Hai to enter. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the young cultivator and said, "Thank you, junior brother." The young cultivator just smiled and didn't say anything. After that, Zhao Hai entered the hall. Inside were Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. Between them was a table with a heated pot of wine. Then on each side was a jade cup. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the senior brothers." The two nodded. Then Lin Ling said, "I heard that you went out to harvest Blackrock leather and ran out to Yushu City? Ha ha ha. Good. You're really bold." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not too bold, but I'm not a coward either." "Senior brother, I am here to hand my task over." Lin Ling stared, then he said, "Hand in?" "What task?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The special task. I've killed a few people who have metal discs. Therefore, I came here to submit it." Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were stunned. Xiang Ying said, "You mean you killed a few unofficial disciples of the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect? Didn't you just take this task this morning?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took out 5 metal discs. Looking at the metal discs, Lin Ling had a shocked look on his face. The more he looked at the discs, the wider the smile on his face. Then he laughed and said, "Good kid. You did well. I didn't expect you to kill 3 people from the Imperial Beast sect and 2 from the Sword Hegemon sect. Good, good." After he said that, Lin Ling handed the metal discs to Xiang Ying. A huge smile also appeared on Xiang Ying's face as he looked at the metal discs. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good job. Your task has been perfectly completed. However, you should no longer go to the Imperial Beast Sect's domain in the future. Just move around Changshan City and Hangdao City. Otherwise, you would be in danger." Zhao Hai nodded. Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, "I think it's time for me to tell you. Collecting 10 of these discs will allow you to become an outer disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai showed an excited look on his face as he nodded. "Senior brother, I understand." Seeing Zhao Hai's face, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind him, "Zhao Hai, You have to listen to what I've said. I said that 10 of these metal discs can allow you to become an outer disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Do you understand what it means? Zhao Hai nodded. I understand. What you mean to say is that I don't only need to guard against the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect, I also have to guard against other people. Lin Ling nodded. You're wise. Now go. I'm waiting for you to become my junior brother in the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai gave a nod. He cupped his fist towards the two and then left. Chapter 1970. Suspected plot. The Yin Yang elders were currently looking at 5 metal discs. These discs were the ones Zhao Hai brought back. The 2 old men couldn't help but look at it with surprise. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were standing at the side. When Zhao Hai left, the 2 elders appeared in the courtyard. When the 2 seniors arrived, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying immediately stood up and offered them a seat. The Yin elder looked at Xiang Ying and said, Little Ying, show me the discs that the kid Zhao Hai brought back. Xiang Ying gave the 5 discs that Zhao Hai collected to the 2 elders. The 2 elders looked at the metal discs one after another. A happy expression was on their faces. After the 2 elders looked at the discs, the Yin elder looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, good job on finding Zhao Hai early. This old man will make sure to inform the sect's higher-ups about your contribution. Lin Ling bowed and said, Thank you very much, Martial Uncle. The Yang elder chuckled and said, It seems like Zhao Hai will join our Tyrant Blade sect before long. This would make him the fastest cultivator to enter the True Spirit realm. Lin Ling and the others were stunned when they heard this. Then they immediately recovered. Ever since the Soaring Dragon realm was established, nobody has collected 5 metal discs in such a short time. If Zhao Hai managed to collect 10 discs, then he would be the quickest lower realm cultivator to join a sect in the True Spirit realm. The Yin elder smiled faintly and said, Actually, I feel that Zhao Hai's current strength is already enough to enter the True Spirit realm, but we can't break the rules. It's better to keep him here for a while. Now that the kid had provoked the Imperial Beast sect, I'm sure that things would be more lively soon. The Yang elder coldly snorted and said, So what if he provoked the Imperial Blade sect? What can they do? No matter what, it's good for us. We can settle accounts from long ago. The Yin elder smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying knew that the Yin elder's temperament was much worse compared to the Yang elder. But after years of self-reflection, the Yin elder's temperament has improved. If it was a few years ago, then he would have flown into rage and turned Yushu City upside down. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the Tyrant Blade sect would have lost a lot. People they were paying attention to were being attacked, which resulted in 2 deaths and 6 wounded. How could the 2 elders not be angry with this? Fortunately, Zhao Hai was able to kill 5, otherwise the 2 elders would not be able to hold back and slaughter their way into Yushu City. If that happens, things in the Soaring Dragon realm would become troublesome. The Yang elder's complexion improved. He looked at Lin Ling and Xiang Ying and said, You two are doing well. I know that you've reminded Zhao Hai against other people. I heard that in addition to Zhao Hai, there's another strong kid. However, that kid seems to be taking action against people on his side. What's happening? Lin Ling nodded. Then he frowned and said, There's such a thing. That person's name is Mo Si. He entered 5 years before Zhao Hai. His strength is extraordinary. Although he isn't as powerful as Zhao Hai, he's not that bad. We started paying attention to him 2 years ago. That kid is a loner and uses the blade well. He comes from an ordinary lower realm and there's nothing extraordinary from his background. He became active in Hangdao City and completed all his tasks alone. He became murderous 3 years ago. He rented a small courtyard and paid it with money he got from killing people. A year ago, we made him an unofficial disciple of the sect. But after getting his metal disc, he didn't set off to other cities to hunt. Instead, he targeted other people on our side. So far, he has killed 3 people with metal discs. The Yin elder's expression dropped. Then he coldly snorted and said, He can't deal with our enemies and instead killed our own people. Such people aren't worthy of our Tyrant Blade sect. Kick him out of the sect. We don't want people like him. Lin Ling frowned and said, Elder, this Mo Si is very good. I heard that the True Dao sect is also paying attention to him. If we kick him out now, I'm afraid the True Dao sect would immediately get him, and that kid doesn't have the greatest hearts. He will surely hate the Tyrant Blade sect. If he joins the True Dao sect, his existence would have a certain impact on the relationship of the two sects. Moreover, it's inconvenient to make a move against him in the Soaring Dragon realm. This is the reason why I haven't driven him away yet. The Yin Elder frowned. You mean to say that we cannot do anything to him right now? HMPH, that kid is lucky. If this was the sect, this old man would have executed him already. Xiang Ying smiled faintly and said, the elders shouldn't take action for this kind of human. I have a plan to get rid of this kid. The Yin Elder looked at Xiang Ying and said, what plan do you have? Let's hear it. Xiang Ying answered, doesn't Mosi like to attack people on his own side? And he's a jealous man. As long as we spread word about Zhao Hai, I believe he won't be able to hold back and attack him. When they fight, I'm certain that Zhao Hai would be the one who would win. Hearing Xiang Ying, the Yin Elder stared. Then after thinking about it, he nodded and said, all right, then let's do that. Although the Tyrant Blade sect acts domineering, we have always been united. Our sect doesn't need a ruthless and traitorous person. Go and tell Zhao Hai about it. The two complied. The Yang Elder looked at the two and said, get to the bottom of this Mosi's background. Find out everything about him. Look at the sect he came from and who has visited it over the years. Check everything. I want to see if someone is behind this matter. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ying and Lin Ling couldn't help but stare. Then their expression changed as they said, yes, Elder can rest assured, we will look into it. The Yin Elder looked at the Yang Elder and said, Junior brother, are you thinking that someone from the lower realms wants to deal with our Tyrant Blade sect? How is that possible? The Yin Elder knew that even if his junior brother had a short temper, he was very meticulous when he is calm. Therefore, the Yin Elder respected the thoughts of the Yang Elder. But this time, the Yang Elder's idea looks too outrageous. The Yang Elder shook his head and said, I'm also not sure about it. However, we cannot ignore the possibility. The Tyrant Blade sect is famous for our unity. If someone wants to destroy the Tyrant Blade sect, doing it from the inside would be a good idea. This is more terrifying than having enemies outside. The Yin Elder nodded. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying's expressions also turned serious. If what the Yang Elder said was true, then that would be terrifying. The reason they were worried was because the Tyrant Blade sect was different compared to other sects. The Tyrant Blade sect has the fewest disciples among the top sects. Although the sect has a lot of powerful experts, their ranking among the top sects in the True Spirit realm wasn't at the top due to their lack of disciples. The Tyrant Blade sect was also known in the True Spirit realm for their unity. If one was asked which sect was the most united in the True Spirit realm, then they would definitely point to the Tyrant Blade sect. If it was the other sects, then they would not have worried about someone trying to destroy it from the inside. Sects always had internal strife, and there were enough mountains for everyone. But things weren't the same with the Tyrant Blade sect. With how few disciples it had, destroying their relationship with each other would be destructive to the sect. As he thought about it, the Yin Elder said, Lin Ling, Xiang Ying, make sure that this matter doesn't reach anyone else's ears. Make your investigations in secret. We will report this matter to this sect. If there's really someone behind this, then this old man will go out and slaughter them. The Yang Elder coldly snorted and said, someone actually dared to use this method against the Tyrant Blade sect. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying complied. The Yin Yang Elders stood up and then left the courtyard. When the elders left, Xiang Ying looked at Lin Ling and said, Senior brother Lin, you are closer to Zhao Hai than me. You tell him about Mosi, right? Ask Zhao Hai to see if he could draw out a little information from Mosi's mouth. I'll go and check Mosi's background. If the Yang Elder's suspicions are true, then the Tyrant Blade sect will not let him off. Even his small realm will be annihilated. Lin Ling coldly snorted and said, if that is really the case, then not even dogs or chickens will be left in Mosi's realm. After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, he didn't send someone to call Zhao Hai. He would go and meet Zhao Hai himself. Zhao Hai was currently in his own residence. He wasn't anxious about collecting 10 metal discs. In any case, He has time. He was also prepared to taunt the Sword Hegemon sect. After that, he should have collected 10 discs. As for dealing with people on his side to get their metal discs, Zhao Hai didn't have any intentions to do that. Why should he attack his own people? Zhao Hai wasn't that kind of person. Zhao Hai sat in his courtyard and communicated with Kair in his mind. He was asking Kair to help him calculate how stronger the stellar transformation's great formation became upon using the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. This information is very relevant for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai used the formation against the 5 cultivators, he felt that he hadn't exerted the full power of the formation. The formation didn't even use a 10,000th 1/10th of its strength. If it was used in its full power, then even Zhao Hai would not be able to resist it. Zhao Hai wants to know if he could use the formation to deal with people like Huang and Xiang Ke. The 2 beastmen remained one of Zhao Hai's worries in the Soaring Dragon realm. If the formation could deal with those 2, then Zhao Hai would have no need to worry. Also, Zhao Hai doesn't want to have a weapon that he couldn't control. Therefore, he was very interested in the specifics of the new formation. As Zhao Hai was following Kair's research with the new stellar transformation's great formation, a knock was suddenly heard from his gate. Zhao Hai stared and immediately went towards the gate. When he opened the gate, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. Instead of the young cultivator, the person outside his gate was Lin Ling. It must be said that the courtyard was designed in a special way. If you were inside the courtyard, then you would not be able to hear anything from the outside, nor would you be able to know who was outside. It was just like a mortal not knowing who was knocking on their door. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw Lin Ling. Then he was even more stunned when he saw Lin Ling's expression. He quickly said, "Senior brother Ling, why are you here? Please come in." Zhao Hai noticed Lin Ling's expression, and it was very ugly. There was even a hint of killing intent within his eyes. Fortunately, this killing intent wasn't directed towards Zhao Hai. Lin Ling nodded and then silently entered Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai asked Lin Ling to sit in the living room and then took out a bottle of liquor before offering Lin Ling a cup. Lin Ling accepted the cup and then took a sip. Only then did he open his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai, sit down. I have a special mission for you. If you complete it, you will obtain 10 discs and join the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Senior brother Lin, did something happen? Although I'm only an unofficial disciple, I'm already someone of the Tyrant Blade sect. If there's something I can do, then I naturally wouldn't decline." Hearing this, Lin Ling showed a rare smile on his face. Then he nodded and said, "All right. Hearing that made me relieved. This mission is special. You should be aware that the Tyrant Blade sect has other unofficial disciples. One of them is a person named Mo Si. He entered the realm 5 years before you and became an unofficial disciple a year ago. Your mission is to kill him." Chapter 1971, Analysis. I need a reason. Since Mo Si is an unofficial disciple, then it means that he's also from the lower realms. I want to know why the Tyrant Blade sect wants to kill someone from the lower realms. If you can't give me a reason, then not only would I not do this mission, I also don't want to be a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai said this as he calmly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't expect Zhao Hai's reply to be that. However, this reply satisfied him. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was glad that Zhao Hai was like this. Lin Ling laughed and said, "Good. You're definitely someone that Lin Ling has chosen. I'll tell you the reason. Mo Si was just like you who acquired a metal disc. He acquired it 10 days before you did. But after acquiring his metal disc, instead of going to Yushu City to look for trouble, he scoured the vicinity of Hangdao City to hunt down unofficial disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. In other words, he's killing people on his own side. Tell me, do you think we should kill that person or not?" Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned. Although Zhao Hai disliked Mo Si's action and was willing to kill him, that wasn't the reason he frowned. He frowned because Lin Ling's reaction was too strong. The Soaring Dragon realm was a huge trial field. Cultivators from the lower realms come here to undergo trials for the True Spirit realm. The result of the trials would decide whether they get accepted or not. This was normal. No matter what methods were used, As long as there were results, then that was what's important. Killing people on their own side was normal in the Soaring Dragon realm. However, the way Lin Ling approached this matter was a bit abnormal. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he analyzed this matter. Naturally, Kair and the others were also thinking. After hearing several analyses, Zhao Hai had a rough guess. From the moment he entered his path of cultivation, Zhao Hai found that people would do anything to deal with their enemy. Spies, counter-spies, assassins, and so on were among these methods. These were methods that would take hundreds or even thousands of years to mature. Zhao Hai suspects that this Mosi was arranged by people to deal with the Tyrant Blade sect. Therefore, the Tyrant Blade sect was very sensitive to it and wanted to kill Mosi. After reaching this conclusion, Zhao Hai relaxed. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Alright, I'll do this mission. Senior brother Lin can rest assured, he'll be dealt with." Lin Ling stared, then he asked Zhao Hai, "Because he killed other unofficial disciples, you would deal with him?" Zhao Hai looked at Lin Ling and said, Senior brother Lin would not come here personally just because an unofficial disciple kills other unofficial disciples. You're worried that Mosi is a spy, am I right?" Lin Ling's pupils shrunk. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you know?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's just a guess." An unofficial disciple, no matter what noise he made, would never make senior brother Lin treat him seriously. This means that there's a good reason Mosi has to die. Senior brother Lin said that Mosi deserved to die because he killed other unofficial disciples of the sect. From what I can see, this means that the people of the Tyrant Blade sect are very united. Those who take action on their own people would be taken down. However, this shouldn't be the reason why Mosi needs to die immediately. After all, if he is an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, then his talent should be good. So the problem lies in Mosi's identity. Although the Soaring Dragon realm is above the lower realms, it still has a close relationship with the lower realms. If someone from Mosi's realm joined a sect hostile to the Tyrant Blade sect, then they can instruct Mosi to act as a spy in the Tyrant Blade sect. Such things aren't impossible. So instead of letting them enter the sect, it would be better if this spy could be dealt with immediately. So I took the mission. Lin Ling stared at Zhao Hai. It seems like it was the first day he knew Zhao Hai. Only now did Lin Ling realize how little he knew about Zhao Hai. He was too smart, to the point of being terrifying. After some time, Lin Ling recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You thought of all these things on your own?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's quite normal. In the great realm of cultivation, or even in the realms lower, a group has a lot of methods it could use to deal with another group. It might take tens of years, hundreds of years, or thousands of years, but it could achieve results in the end. It's not surprising if it happens in the true spirit realm." Lin Ling bitterly smiled as he looked at Zhao Hai's calm appearance. Lin Ling immediately understood why the sect paid attention to talents from the lower realms. These people have a treasure trove of experience with them. People in the true spirit realm didn't need to experience a lot to progress in their cultivation due to the rich amount of spiritual chi. They could reach the immortal stage very easily. In the true spirit realm, the immortal stage was merely a step in the long path of cultivation. However, things were different in the lower realms. Because of the low density of spiritual chi, the cultivation speed of the people in the lower realms was very slow. It would already be good if 1 in 10,000 would reach the immortal stage. And even those with talent would take several hundred years to reach this stage. In these hundreds of years, these people would have experienced a lot. Because of this, sects in the true spirit realm would regard lower realm ascenders with great importance. This was because they had the experience that native cultivators lacked. Although the Soaring Dragon realm was a trial field for lower realm cultivators, it was also a trial field for disciples of the true spirit realm. However, the trials of the true spirit realm disciples were different. Lower realm cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm would need to adapt to the realm's environment so that they could live better in the true spirit realm. As for the disciples of the true spirit realm, they would come to the Soaring Dragon realm mainly to train their management skills as well as to gain more experience. If the lower realm cultivators experience martial trials in the Soaring Dragon realm, then true spirit realm's disciples would have literary trials. In the past, Lin Ling didn't understand why the sect would send people to the Soaring Dragon Realm for trials, but upon listening to Zhao Hai, he finally understood the reason why. Lin Ling took deep breaths to calm down, then he opened his mouth and said, "Alright, it's good that you accepted the mission. Since you're already aware of the matter, make sure to pay attention to Mo Si's words when you meet him, understood?" Zhao Hai quickly understood what Lin Ling wanted to say. He smiled and said, "There's no need to wait for his words. I can just kill him and turn him into an undead. Then we'll be able to ask him all the questions we have. It works better this way." Lin Ling raised his brow and asked, "Are you sure? Does your undead keep their original memories before they died?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They could also retain their original strength. My previous undead are too weak and I can't use them in the Soaring Dragon Realm. Right now, I can only use a few undead. The cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect and the Sword Hegemon sect that I killed last time have also been turned into undead." Lin Ling frowned and said, "Zhao Hai, you need to keep your focus. Cultivation is about quality, not quantity. Too much reliance on external forces like the undead is not good for your cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother Lin, rest assured, unless necessary, I would not use my undead army. I rely on my own strength during normal battles." Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling nodded and said, "Alright, that's good. Remember, once you join the Tyrant Blade sect, you need to focus your energy on your blade. The True Spirit Realm is different from the lower realms. When you enter the True Spirit Realm, you couldn't even fly. You also need to eat, otherwise you won't be able to survive. It can be said that you will start all over once you reach the True Spirit Realm. So you need to concentrate and don't get distracted, or else your path will be cut off." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand, senior brother." Lin Ling nodded. Then he said, "This mission will have a great impact on the Tyrant Blade sect, so you have to be careful. In the next few days, we will release rumors stating that we'll allow you to join the outer sect ahead of time. This Mo Si would certainly be jealous and would look for you. That would be your opportunity." Zhao Hai gave a nod. "Senior brother can rest assured. I know what to do." Lin Ling stood up and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. Be careful." After he said that, he turned around and left Zhao Hai's courtyard. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Zhao Hai sighed as he muttered, "Sure enough, there's no way to avoid fighting. Even before joining the Tyrant Blade sect, I'm already involved in some plot." Zhao Hai didn't act immediately. Hunting Mo Si couldn't be done in a day or two. He wasn't anxious either. If it was really like what Lin Ling said, being too anxious in killing Mo Si would be too suspicious. Zhao Hai still doesn't know if Mo Si was alone or acted with a group. If he has allies, then there must be someone around that Mo Si was in contact with. If there was a sect behind Mo Si, then Zhao Hai would be in danger if he didn't make any preparations. That sect might just send an expert to deal with him in order to push Mo Si into the Tyrant Blade sect. Chapter 1972. Mo Si arrives. Zhao Hai was currently strolling around Hangdao City. This time, he was going fishing. Lin Ling gave him a mission, so naturally he needs to complete it. It also wasn't a difficult mission to complete. Zhao Hai hasn't seen Mo Si yet, so he could only act as bait to lure him out. Now Zhao Hai was waiting for Mo Si. While Zhao Hai was outside Hangdao City, rumors about him also spread in the city. It said that because of his talent, Zhao Hai was going to be promoted by the Tyrant Blade sect ahead of time. The rumor didn't come out immediately. It first began with rumors coming from the great realm of cultivation. It mentioned Zhao Hai's illustrious background, which would act as a foundation for the later rumors. As soon as the rumors spread, the cultivators in Hangdao City talked about it for some time. Not a single person in Hangdao City disliked joining the Tyrant Blade sect. Naturally, they were also aware of the difficulty of entering the sect. So upon hearing that someone was going to enter the sect under special conditions, people were naturally interested to talk about it. At this time, more and more people were heading out of Hangdao City because they saw Zhao Hai going out to do his task. No matter what goals they have, these people wanted to find Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was already an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, this doesn't mean that he was untouchable. On the contrary, This status made Zhao Hai a huge target. If someone managed to kill Zhao Hai, then this meant that they were more excellent than him, and they were more likely to take his place in joining the Tyrant Blade sect. There was no fairness in the Soaring Dragon realm. Everything was based on strength. If you can mobilize 1,000 people to help you, then that would also be part of your strength. Groups upon groups of people were now heading out of Hengdao City to hunt Zhao Hai down. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about any of this. He continued to stroll around the vicinity of Hengdao City. Naturally, he did so in a manner where he wouldn't be suspicious. His current task was to look for specific herbs. Nobody would find it strange if he were to go around places. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect today to be my lucky day. Zhao Hai, I finally ran into you. The loud voice was accompanied with a rustle of vegetation around Zhao Hai. 10 people surrounded Zhao Hai all in all. In one glance, one could see that they're an experienced group. Zhao Hai already noticed this group. He didn't think that they would actually make a move. In the Soaring Dragon realm, it was generally a bad idea to attack a lone cultivator. This was because it was hard to know if they were just acting as bait or were truly on their own. Naturally, lone cultivators were mostly acting as bait. There were very few people who would go out alone. Zhao Hai turned his head to the people who surrounded him. They were all wearing black scholars' robes. However, their scholarly robes looked strange on them. This was because these people were emitting a thick amount of killing intent. They were far from the scholars that Zhao Hai imagined. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at them and said, "Who are you? Why are you surrounding me?" The leader of the group laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you didn't know? Now, almost all cultivators in Hengdao City are looking for you. They say that you're about to be admitted to the Tyrant Blade sect. As long as we kill you, it means that I'm a better cultivator. Then I can join the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai showed a frown and said, "Killing me means that you're better? Impossible. With so many people surrounding me, how could you be better?" The cultivator laughed and said, "As long as I kill you, who will know how many people it took? Moreover, being able to get this many people to kill you is also part of my strength." Zhao Hai looked at the people surrounding him, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you really think that you can deal with me? I attracted the attention of the Tyrant Blade sect because of my own strength." After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't wait for the enemy to respond as he vanished in place. The cultivators surrounding Zhao Hai were stunned. Then their leader shouted, "Not good. A spatial ability. That kid has a spatial ability. Be careful, don't be caught off guard." After he said that, the group quickly got closer to each other to prevent Zhao Hai from attacking them from behind. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to fight. He has no interest in these people. They weren't his goal, so he didn't bother with them. Zhao Hai appeared around 100 kilometers away from the ambushers. As soon as he appeared, he suddenly felt the space around him freeze. It was as if the space has been sealed. Zhao Hai tried to use his portable transmission formation and found out that it couldn't be used. At this time, Zhao Hai saw a person slowly approaching him. Seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this person was also bringing a metal disc, and like Zhao Hai, this person was wearing his metal disc on his waist. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a warrior's robe. He had neatly groomed hair and looked youthful. He didn't have any weapons on his body. This meant that he wasn't a sword cultivator or a blade cultivator. This person had a smile on his face and looked both gentle and elegant. However, the moment he saw this person, Zhao Hai's pupils shrank. This was because this person was emitting a very strong killing aura. It was a killing aura that indicated that he killed more than 1,000 people. Because there was no way to hide such a heavy aura, it became faintly visible. People could also smell a hint of blood in the air. Zhao Hai looked at the approaching person and wore a wary expression on his face. Then he asked, "Who are you? Did you set this formation?" The person smiled faintly and then cupped his fist and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. This one is called Mo Si, an unofficial disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai loosened his expression as he cupped his fist as well as he said, "So it's someone from the same side. I've been impolite. May I know why you set this formation up?" Mo Si smiled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I really don't know why you're valued by the Tyrant Blade sect. You're too naive. How could you have reached this point without knowing why I stopped you? Do you need to ask? I'm here to kill you. You wouldn't be too naive to think that other unofficial disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't kill you, right? Zhao Hai changed his complexion as he exclaimed, "Why? We're both going to join the Tyrant Blade sect. Why would you kill me? We don't have conflicts of interest." Mo Si laughed and said, "It seems like you're not aware of the situation. How pitiful. Alright, let me show you a little bit of mercy. After I kill you, I will have 10 metal discs on me. Then I can use the metal discs to join the Tyrant Blade sect and take an elder as a master. And I don't have to become an ordinary outer disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. How could that happen? Impossible. The 10 discs you need to collect must come from the enemy. Metal discs from allies can't be counted. Ha ha ha. You're really naive. Who told you that it needs to be metal discs of the enemy? No matter where it came from, as long as you have 10 metal discs, you can join the Tyrant Blade sect and become an elder's disciple. Zhao Hai, you should be thankful. You won't be an ignorant ghost when you die. At this moment, Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You're confident that you can deal with me? Even 10 people couldn't deal with me. You alone won't be a problem. Although you've sealed the surrounding space, it will disappear once I kill you." Ha ha ha. You're really naive. Zhao Hai, do you think that I'm not prepared? Don't you find it strange why I can appear here and prepare a sealing formation? Do you think that you can still summon your undead? Zhao Hai, you'll die today. When Zhao Hai heard this, he changed his expression as he looked at Mo Si and said, "How did you know that I can summon undead?" "Impossible. Nobody from the great realm of cultivation will betray me." Ha ha ha. They might not betray you, but you're very famous in the great realm of cultivation. The people of the great realm of cultivation would proudly talk about you as long as you're polite to them. Zhao Hai, you're too talented, and because of this talent, you will die. Zhao Hai suddenly sneered and said, "You're telling me all of these things to damage my confidence. But did you expect that it would work?" Mo Si, you should know that cultivators focus on the mind and heart. Your tactics won't work on me. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mo Si's expression changed, then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you're really a genius. Even in this situation, I still can't shake your heart. But it doesn't matter. Today, you shall die." As he said that, a flying sword appeared in Mo Si's hand and he sent it towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also waved his hand and took out a long blade. At the same time, he threw himself towards Mo Si. Mo Si also moved, but he backed away from Zhao Hai. He took another artifact out. It was a golden bell that covered his body. He was also standing on another flying sword that increased his speed. As all that happened, the flying sword that Mo Si sent over has reached Zhao Hai. Chapter 1973, Blade Chi appears, a technical fighter. Zhao Hai's first impression of Mo Si was that he was a technical fighter. He was different from normal cultivators or body cultivators. Normal cultivators, upon reaching the immortal stage, would shift to close combat. This was because ranged combat was no longer as effective in the immortal stage. However, some cultivators stuck to a ranged style of fighting. This was because this fighting style was safer. You would keep a certain distance from your opponent and they can't reach you. All the while, you would send attacks that targeted their weak points. This kind of fighting was called the technical style. This was because it polishes a cultivator's usage of artifacts. They were more inclined to use their control techniques to bring their enemy down. Zhao Hai clashed with Mo Si a few more times after he found out that he was a technical fighter. Mo Si also changed tactics constantly. Speaking of which, body cultivators should have an advantage against technical cultivators. Body cultivators only need to chase their enemy down while technical cultivators would need to use their artifacts to attack, defend, and move around. This usage would cause a technical cultivator to use up their spiritual chi more quickly, and once they slow down, body cultivators would catch up and kill them. Naturally, this was relatively speaking. In the great realm of cultivation, technical combat was very popular. Although it was used less in the immortal stage, The fighting style wasn't absent. All those who use it need to reach an almost perfect usage of their artifacts. A lot of body cultivators have fallen under their attacks. Being a technical fighter requires three things. First, they need to have good movement techniques. No matter what artifact you use, you need to be fast to keep your distance from your opponent. The second was enough spiritual chi. Technical fighters rely on using multiple artifacts at once. This demanded a large amount of spiritual chi. If your spiritual chi wasn't enough, then you would run out of energy very quickly. Naturally, cultivators can use pills to restore their spiritual chi. It was also because of this that cultivators who follow the technical fighting method were those who have high status. Only they would be rich enough to have a lot of pills on their bodies. And lastly, the cultivator needs a lot of artifacts. Technical fighters rely on their artifacts to strike their enemy down. To accomplish this, they need a large number of artifacts. Only through this could they wear their enemy down. And once the enemy shows their weakness, then they were finished. Zhao Hai originally wanted to fight against Mo Si in close combat. But since Mo Si was a technical fighter, the fight would take a long time as Zhao Hai continued with his plan. So Zhao Hai changed his tactics and also used technical fighting techniques. It should be mentioned that Zhao Hai was the most suitable person for the technical fighting style. He meets all of the requirements for a technical fighter. His movement techniques are very good. His Cosmos technique was a first-grade movement technique. Secondly, he has a rich amount of spiritual chi. He could also absorb spiritual chi from everywhere. The only time he ran out of spiritual chi was when he used all of it as he blocked Huang's attack. And lastly, Zhao Hai has a treasure trove's amount of artifacts compared to most cultivators. Liquid silver can produce an innumerable amount of artifacts. The sheer number of artifacts that Zhao Hai could produce was enough to make the blood of his enemies boil. It was because of these reasons that Zhao Hai was very suitable for technical fighting. However, Zhao Hai rarely used this fighting style. This was because such a fighting technique has a disadvantage. The fights tended to be longer. The purpose of a technical fighter was to exhaust their opponent to death. In this case, it was impossible for them to deal with the enemy for a short time, so battles tended to last long. This wasn't a huge problem, but it was a problem nonetheless. Because of this, Zhao Hai would rather use melee tactics to deal with the enemy. But now that the enemy was a technical fighter, Zhao Hai would naturally play along. He wanted to see who was the better technical fighter between them. Seeing Zhao Hai change his fighting style almost immediately, Mo Si couldn't help but stare. Then a smile appeared on his face. He doesn't think that he would lose to Zhao Hai. Because of this, he released his artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. His artifacts included a sword, a ring-like weapon, and various forms of knives. Each artifact were used differently and were very difficult to deal with. Now Zhao Hai understood how Mo Si's technical fighting style was able to run rampant in the Soaring Dragon realm. This was because he has polished this fighting style to the extreme. Not only does he have a lot of artifacts, he was also able to use them very smoothly. The coordination between his artifacts was very good. Fighting against Mo Si felt more like fighting an army than fighting one person. But at the same time, Zhao Hai doesn't even know how many artifacts he has right now. All of these artifacts were absorbed into liquid silver. In the number of artifacts and the level of control, Zhao Hai was stronger than Mo Si. Mo Si soon discovered that no matter how good he was, he couldn't defeat Zhao Hai. This was something he didn't expect. Mo Si was now being suppressed by Zhao Hai. His complexion was difficult to look at. However, Mo Si continued to defend using his artifacts. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Hai. When the two were a kilometer away from each other, Mo Si's figure suddenly flashed and appeared beside Zhao Hai. In his hand was a knife that he used to cut towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Mo Si to have a technique to get close to his enemy. This was a technique used by close combat fighters, and he seems to be very skilled in it. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about it too much as he stretched his hand and grabbed Mo Si's knife. Zhao Hai didn't know that Mo Si frequently attacked with this knife, and how many people he managed to kill with it. Mo Si's opponents always thought that Mo Si was a technical fighter, so when Mo Si suddenly got close to them, they were stunned. Seeing Zhao Hai grabbing his knife, A sneer appeared on Mo Si's face. This knife wasn't a normal knife. This knife was an artifact from the true spirit realm and was handed to him by the seniors of his realm. Not only was the knife sharp, poison was also added to it during refining. The poison was very famous in the true spirit realm. Average cultivators wouldn't be able to get their hands on it. If cultivators from the lower realms were hit by the poison, then they would die before long. Because of this poison, Mo Si wanted Zhao Hai to grab the knife. Close combat cultivators would always underestimate his knife, thinking that their formidable bodies would be enough to block it, and in the end, they would be killed by the poison. In Mo Si's eyes, Zhao Hai was one of those idiots. But this time, Mo Si was mistaken. A dang sound was heard, and his knife was unable to cut through Zhao Hai's skin. When this happened, Mo Si was stunned. At this time, Zhao Hai moved his other hand and grabbed Mo Si's neck. Mo Si could no longer dodge. Just as Zhao Hai was about to finish him, a voice was suddenly heard. "Stop!" The voice was accompanied with a strong pressure that pushed down on Zhao Hai. Naturally, this pressure couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. The owner of the voice just wanted to stop Zhao Hai's attack. However, Zhao Hai doesn't care about this pressure. He gripped Mo Si's neck with his hand and crushed his throat with his fingers. Mo Si's body trembled twice before he died. At this time, the voice shouted, "Brat, you dare!" Coming with the voice was a cultivator. This cultivator wore black warrior clothing and had a huge sword on his back. The sword even exceeded his height. Seeing this person, Zhao Hai knew that this was a cultivator from the Sword Hegemon sect, and there was no need to guess that Mo Si was backed by the Sword Hegemon sect. The Sword Hegemon sect had always been against the Tyrant Blade sect. The names of the two sects have the word tyrant in them, but they are different. One of the sects gave priority to blades while the other focused on swords. The two sects could be labeled as mortal enemies. Each of them wanted to get rid of the other. Another difference between the two sects was that the Sword Hegemon sect was larger than the Tyrant Blade sect. The Sword Hegemon sect wasn't like the Tyrant Blade sect who had a small number of disciples. The Sword Hegemon sect had a lot of disciples. This meant that they weren't united and there was a lot of infighting within the sect. But in general, the range of the Sword Hegemon sect was greater. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Mo Si to the space, turning him into undead. At this time, the cultivator from the Sword Hegemon sect appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai inspected the cultivator. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a well-proportioned body. He had long hair that was tied in a ponytail. Although his appearance couldn't be described as handsome, he had a strong spirit. But right now, the cultivator was looking at Zhao Hai with a frosty expression. Zhao Hai raised his brows and said, "When did the people of the Sword Hegemon sect care about the internal fighting of the Tyrant Blade sect? You seem to care so much about Mo Si." The cultivator sneered and said, "Ignorant kid, you think I don't know that you're delaying for time? You will die today. The surroundings have been sealed. You can't send any messages to Hangdao City. Let's see what tricks you have left." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and sneered, "Do I need to use any tricks? You aren't that strong, ha ha ha. Don't think that you can easily defeat me just because you're from the true spirit realm." The cultivator stared for a moment, then he laughed. "You're really a naive kid. I'll make you understand how far you lower realm cultivators are compared to cultivators of the true spirit realm." After he said that, he took the massive sword on his back and then waved it, causing a sword chi to fly towards Zhao Hai. The speed of the sword chi was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. From the time the man gripped his sword to the moment he sent the sword chi out, Zhao Hai hardly had any time to react. But just as the sword chi was about to hit Zhao Hai, the disc on Zhao Hai's waist lit up. Then a voice was heard, "Bastard, you dare." Then a huge blade chi flew towards the incoming sword chi. The chi immediately dispersed the sword chi and then it continued flying towards the cultivator. The cultivator's complexion immediately changed. He quickly moved to the side, but it was too late. The blade chi slashed at him. The man only moved enough to avoid his body from being cleaved in two, but he wasn't quick enough to prevent his left arm from being cut off. Zhao Hai also made his move. Although he didn't understand where the blade chi came from, He was sure that his metal disc was different compared to others. If others had blade chi inside their metal discs, then they would not have been easily killed. Moreover, from what Zhao Hai could hear, the voice came from one of the two elders on the second floor of the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall. The voice coming from the metal disc might have said the same thing as the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator, but the pressure it brought out was much stronger. Zhao Hai thought about this only for a moment as he waved his hand, taking out thousands of flying swords to form the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. This time, Zhao Hai didn't release the Vermilion Bird Stamp and the Black Tortoise Stamp. People from the Tyrant Blade Sect should be heading over when the Elder's Blade Chi was activated. What Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to keep the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator from leaving. When the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator was hit by the Blade Chi, his expression wasn't good. Although he lost an arm, he only grunted in pain. Then he caught his cut arm and then turned around and ran. But as he was retreating, he discovered that a starry sky had appeared above him. When he saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Chapter 1974, Retaliation. Zhao Hai looked at the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator with a calm expression on his face. The Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator was quite powerful. Although his left arm had been cut off, Zhao Hai was sure that he could still break the formation in a short period of time. After all, this formation wasn't the improved version. However, Zhao Hai only needs to stop him for a small period of time. Zhao Hai believed that the two elders would arrive soon. After all, they were currently in the vicinity of Hangdao City. Zhao Hai didn't guess wrong. After 20 sword strikes, the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator was able to break Zhao Hai's formation. The formation that Zhao Hai used was only the two-dimensional formation, not the three-dimensional one, and it was also without the support of the Vermilion Bird Stamp and the Black Turtle Stamp. Therefore, the formation was at its simplest form. After an explosion, the cultivator flew out and gave Zhao Hai a wicked gaze as he said, "Just you wait, I won't forget this." HMPH. You think you can leave this place? I didn't expect the arms of the Sword Hegemon Sect to reach this far. To dare make a move against a person of the Tyrant Blade Sect, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Along with this voice, two figures appeared in front of the Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator. Seeing the two figures, the cultivator was stunned. He didn't expect these two monsters to appear in this place. The Sword Hegemon Sect cultivator immediately cupped his fist towards the two and said, "Sword Hegemon Sect's Wu Po Kai has seen the two elders. This one came over today because Zhao Hai killed an unofficial disciple of the Sword Hegemon Sect. I hope that the seniors can forgive me." The Yin elder sneered at Wu Po Kai and said, "You're quite good with words." Unfortunately, this old man already knows what happened. I don't believe you. After he said that, the Yin elder sent a blade chi towards Wu Po Kai. Wu Po Kai was naturally guarded against the Yin elder. Seeing the Yin elder make a move, he immediately dodged. However, the blade chi turned and chased him down. Wu Po Kai didn't even have the time to scream as he was cut in half. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the two elders. Then he cupped his fist and said, "I have seen the two elders." The Yin elder nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. You did well." "Right. I heard that you can make undead. Turn this kid into an undead as well. I want to hear everything he knows." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, elders, please wait a moment." After speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand, covering Wu Po Kai's body with a black gas. When the black gas disappeared, a recovered Wu Po Kai was already standing. Seeing Wu Po Kai's body return to normal, the Yin elder couldn't help but raise his brow. However, he could notice that Wu Po Kai no longer had a heartbeat and was covered with death chi. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Po Kai was cleaved in half by him, he might have suspected that he wasn't an undead. The revived Wu Po Kai quickly flew towards Zhao Hai and bowed. "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "The elders have something to ask you. Answer their questions, don't hide anything." Wu Po Kai complied and then bowed towards the elders. "I have seen the two elders." The Yin Yang elders were somewhat in a daze upon seeing Wu Po Kai. This was the first time they saw an intelligent undead. In the true spirit realm, There were sects that turned corpses into undead to help them fight. However, those undead could be identified in a single glance, and none of those undead were smart, even compared to beasts. But Zhao Hai's undead was different. The Yin Yang elders were also people who had seen a lot of strange things, so they immediately accepted it. The Yin elder nodded and said, "All right, put him away first. We'll talk after we return." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and stored Wu Po Kai. After that, he followed the Yin Yang elders back to Hengdao City. Before long, the three returned to the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch office. At this time, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were waiting for them to return. Seeing the two elders bring Zhao Hai back, they immediately invited them into the courtyard. After asking the Yin Yang elders to sit down, the three of them stood on the side. The Yin elder turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Take out the two undead. I want to hear how the Sword Hegemon sect plans to deal with the Tyrant Blade sect." Zhao Hai complied and took out the undead Mosi and Wu Po Kai. The two undead obediently stood in place in front of the two elders. The Yang elder looked at Mosi first and then asked, "Who ordered you to join the Tyrant Blade sect?" Mosi nodded and said, replying to the elder, "I received an order from a senior in the Sword Hegemon sect to join the Tyrant Blade sect. They promised to give me support to get a high position in the sect, then I will slowly split the sect from inside." Hearing Mosi, the Yang elder's complexion changed. Although he already thought of this possibility, it still enraged him when coming from Mosi's mouth. On the other hand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the cunning of the Sword Hegemon sect. Mosi was a good seed. If he joined the Tyrant Blade sect and was supported by the Sword Hegemon sect, the plan was more likely to work. The more Mosi was valued by the Tyrant Blade sect, the more damage he would inflict when the time comes. At this moment, the Yin elder turned to Wu Po Kai and asked, "You, tell me what you know." Wu Po Kai replied, "This is a long-term plan of the Sword Hegemon sect. The plan is called the Hidden Dragon Plan. The Hidden Dragon Plan has been used for quite some time, but the plan has always been used on smaller sects. This allowed the sect to control a lot of smaller sects. This is the first time that the Hidden Dragon Plan was used on a top sect. Because of the Tyrant Blade sect's unity, it was selected to be the first top sect that the plan would be carried on." The Yin elder sneered, "We're the first sect? Hee. The Sword Hegemon sect really looks down on us." The Yang elder also gave a cold laugh as he said, "This is a good plan, but you chose the wrong target. Don't they know that the Tyrant Blade sect hates infighting? They even sent someone like Mosi. With Mosi's actions, he would never be able to enter the Tyrant Blade sect." Wu Po Kai answered, "Mosi's actions are done intentionally. This way, if he joined the Tyrant Blade sect, similar actions wouldn't be suspected. I'm also specially assigned to ensure Mosi's safety." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "All right, take them away." Zhao Hai complied and then received Mosi and Wu Po Kai. The Yin elder said, "Don't spread this matter, and don't make any response, especially towards the Sword Hegemon sect. The Tyrant Blade sect will deal with them." Everyone present gave a nod. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you've completed your task wonderfully. I can promote you to the outer sect of the Tyrant Blade sect. But before that, I have one more task for you." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the Yang elder and said, "Elder, please tell me." The Yang elder looked Zhao Hai in the eye and said, "Your task is very simple. It's to retaliate against the realm that Mosi is from. No matter what method you use, you have to make sure that the sect is satisfied. You need to make the Sword Hegemon sect understand that we know about their plan. We have to let the other lower realms know what happens to those who offend the Tyrant Blade sect. It doesn't matter how you retaliate on behalf of the sect. The important thing is that we achieve this result." Zhao Hai looked at the Yang elder and said, "So what elder means is that we need to establish our power?" The Yang elder nodded. "Correct. We need to show our power. We'll give you the outer disciple token of the Tyrant Blade sect. Use it when you retaliate against Mosi's realm. If your task is done well, we can even promote you to the inner sect. Then me and my senior brother will accept you as a disciple. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, He didn't expect that the Yang Elder would offer such conditions. But Zhao Hai also understood that if he became an inner sect and a disciple of the Yin Yang Elders, his future development would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. "All right, I'll take care of this matter. Elders can rest assured." The Yin Yang Elders nodded, then the two stood up and left. Lin Ling, Xiang Ying, and Zhao Hai bowed towards the two elders as they left. After the two left, Lin Ling took out a jade token and handed it to Zhao Hai before saying, "Zhao Hai, from now on, you're an official disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. This is your identity token. Take it." Zhao Hai received the identity token and cupped his fist towards Lin Ling and Xiang Yin before saying, "Thank you very much, senior brothers." Lin Ling smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me. Have you figured out a way to deal with Mosi's realm? If you do a good job, you'll immediately enter the inner sect, then we can be considered as true brothers." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I plan to learn about the realm first, then I'll decide how to deal with them." Lin Ling nodded. "That's good. You have to be careful. Here, we've managed to collect information about Mosi's realm. Think properly about how you will deal with that realm." After he said that, Lin Ling took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and expressed his gratitude towards Lin Ling. Then he left the branch hall. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Lin Ling turned to Xiang Ying and asked, "Junior brother, how do you think Zhao Hai will retaliate?" Xiang Ying smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. At this point, I don't understand anything about Zhao Hai." Chapter 1975, 2-month wait. Zhao Hai sat in his residence's quiet room while looking at a jade slip. This was the jade slip that Lin Ling gave him. Inside was information regarding the realm that Mosi came from. Mosi was from a realm called the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. The realm wasn't very strong. It was similar in level to the Great Realm of Cultivation, maybe even lower. And like the Great Realm of Cultivation, the Osmanthus Crystal Realm has numerous large and small sects. 50 years ago, the Osmanthus Crystal Realm was given a huge fortune. One of their cultivators in the Soaring Dragon Realm entered the Sword Hegemon sect. Although the cultivator was only promoted to the outer sect, the recruitment still gave the Osmanthus Crystal Realm huge benefits. However, this wasn't the information Zhao Hai cares about. What he wanted to know was the strength of the realm. As long as they weren't too strong, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. When the Yang Elder gave Zhao Hai the task of retaliating against the Osmanthus Crystal Realm, he already figured out what to do. The best way to show the power of the Tyrant Blade sect was to destroy the realm, not Mosi's sect, but the entire realm itself. Zhao Hai has experience with eradicating large groups of people, but after reaching the True Spirit realm, he knew that he no longer had the ability to do so. Zhao Hai still lacks enough immortal level undead to have a terrifying force. However, it wasn't impossible for him to destroy a realm similar to the Great Realm of Cultivation. After reading the Jade Slip as well as asking Mosi, Zhao Hai understood the general situation of the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. Once this was done, Zhao Hai ordered Kair to make a large number of low-quality iron blades. These blades would be made simply, but each one would have the tyrant character on them. Kair complied and immediately got to work. She knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Regarding such an approach, Laura and the others didn't oppose it. This wasn't the first time Zhao Hai eliminated a realm. Moreover, after eliminating the Osmanthus Crystal Realm, Zhao Hai would gain more immortal level undead. This only brought benefits without any downsides. Although there was the universal processing machine, having all of the blades built needed some time. Zhao Hai continued to stay in his courtyard without moving for 7 days. Everything went normally in these 7 days. The Sword Hegemon sect also didn't cause any trouble over their missing disciple. They knew why Wu Po Kai went missing, and they also knew that nothing good would come if they made any moves. So they kept silent and remained low-key. They were afraid that the Tyrant Blade sect would find something out. If the Tyrant Blade sect knew about the Hidden Dragon plan, then that would cause a headache to the Sword Hegemon sect. The Tyrant Blade sect was famous for multiple things. Their most famous aspect was their unity, second is their protectiveness of their own, and third was their vengeful attitude. If you offend them, They will chase you down until you die. No sect in the true spirit realm wanted to offend the Tyrant Blade sect. To others, the Tyrant Blade sect was a united group of lunatics. If you offend one, then all of them would come at you. There's no need to mention what they'll do to lower realms. Since the Sword Hegemon sect was being quiet, nobody knew what happened between Zhao Hai and Mo Si. Moreover, the Tyrant Blade sect didn't say anything about the matter. This matter will be dealt with by those in the true spirit realm. Those in the Soaring Dragon realm have no business in it. Additionally, the Tyrant Blade sect was waiting for Zhao Hai's action. They wanted to know what Zhao Hai would do. However, it has already been 7 days but Zhao Hai didn't do anything. This caused those from the Tyrant Blade sect to be a bit disappointed. As the Yin Elder looked towards Zhao Hai's courtyard through the branch hall's window, he couldn't help but ask the Yang Elder, "Brother, what do you think?" "It's already been a week," the Yang Elder replied. "He might be collecting information. I heard Lin Ling say that Zhao Hai wanted to understand the Osmanthus crystal realm more before acting. The kid might be someone who would only move once he grasped the situation." The Yin Elder frowned and said, "Even if he is collecting information, 7 days is too long. Why haven't I seen him make any moves? Is the task too difficult that he can't complete it?" The Yang Elder shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. With Zhao Hai's strength, even if he can't retaliate on a large scale, he should be able to make a small-scale action. He's almost invincible if he goes to the Osmanthus crystal realm. He shouldn't have a problem completing the task. I think the kid has other plans." The Yin Elder nodded. "Then let's see what he's planning to do." After saying that, the two returned to their chairs and sat down. Days continued to pass and the Soaring Dragon realm was as before. The cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm were still living according to their previous ways. But as the days passed, the expression on the Yin Yang Elders' faces continued to get ugly. This was because Zhao Hai was showing no signs of taking action. It wasn't only the Yin Yang Elders who were worried. Lin Ling's expression became darker and darker as time went on. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing, so he was worried. If Zhao Hai doesn't get the favor of the Yin Yang Elders, his future in the Tyrant Blade sect would not be stellar. And this would reflect on Lin Ling. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to go see Zhao Hai to ask what he was doing. However, when he reached Zhao Hai's courtyard, a jade token was present outside telling everyone that Zhao Hai was currently closing up. Seeing this, Lin Ling knew that Zhao Hai didn't want people disturbing him. Therefore, Lin Ling let it go. He was afraid that Zhao Hai might have experienced an enlightenment. If Lin Ling disturbed Zhao Hai, then he might form a Heart's Devil. Originally, Lin Ling thought that since he had a task to do, Zhao Hai wouldn't close up for long. But he didn't expect Zhao Hai to seclude himself for 2 whole months. All this time, there weren't any movements in Zhao Hai's courtyard, which made Lin Ling even more anxious. Lin Ling has no choice but to be anxious. Seeing the darkening expressions of the Yin Yang Elders, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but skip. He was afraid that the 2 elders would be angry and kick Zhao Hai out of the Tyrant Blade sect. On this day, Lin Ling went to Zhao Hai's courtyard once more. The door to the courtyard was still closed and the jade token indicating that Zhao Hai was in seclusion was still hanging. As he looked at the closed door, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. In a depressed mood, Lin Ling returned to the Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Xiang Ying sitting down and flipping through a book. It was a real book made out of nailed parchment. It wasn't very thick, although jade slips for recording information were also present in the true spirit realm. Books weren't obsolete. On the contrary, books were quite precious in the true spirit realm. This was because books were made by humans and weren't printed by machines. In the true spirit realm, great experts would sometimes write their experiences down, then they would sew the pages together to make a book. In any sect, such books were precious resources. This was because the experts included their aura in their writing. Such books could last for 10,000 years without spoiling. Moreover, those reading the books could also feel the aura of the expert that wrote the book. Although jade slips were more convenient for information, it gave very little help regarding comprehension. After all, what was inside jade slips could be read in no less than 2 minutes. On the other hand, Books needed at least 2 hours to read through. Xiang Ying liked reading. Therefore, an aura of a scholar appeared around him. Looking at Lin Ling's dejected face, Xiang Ying put his book down and said, "Still nothing?" Lin Ling nodded and said, "There's not even a sound. I really don't know what that kid is doing." Xiang Ying knit his brows and said, "Zhao Hai isn't the kind of person who doesn't know how important the task is. It's impossible for him to close up for this long. He should have something in mind. Let's give him a bit more time." Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, "I can give him time, but I don't know if the elders could still wait." You should know how short the temper of the two elders is. Seeing the faces of the elders getting more and more ugly, I have no choice other than to see Zhao Hai every day. If we wait more, I'm afraid the elders will lose their patience. Xiang Ying also smiled bitterly and gave Lin Ling a few words of comfort. Then at this time, rapid footsteps were heard from outside before a voice was heard, reporting, "Senior brothers, Dong Fengyu has something to report." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He quickly said, "Come in." The man outside walked in. If Zhao Hai was here, he would certainly recognize this person. It was the young cultivator that led him to his residence. When Dong Fengyu entered the room, he cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother, I have something to report." Something happened in the Osmanthus Crystal Realms camp. The Sword Hegemon sect sent someone to spread the news. Hearing this, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying stared. Then Lin Ling asked, "What happened?" Dong Fengyu replied, "I heard that a lot of corpses appeared in the Osmanthus Crystal Realm camp. Moreover, by their clothing, these people were all from the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. The corpses are currently piled as high as a mountain. Also, on each corpse was a blade with the character of Tyrant engraved on it." When they heard this, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying's complexion changed. Then they looked at each other before disappearing from the courtyard.